Zhang Shihang has won the Natural Aid Taiwan event here at the APT Taipei Poker Classic.
很高兴就是可以在进入决赛周的时候以筹码领先者的姿态进入，然后顺利完成冠军这样。现在 N8上面的玩家都蛮厉害的，所以可以有幸跟他们切磋，然后来这边一起跟他们继续比赛，是蛮开心的。现场的赛事就是比较有趣，因为可以跟桌上玩家互动、说笑之类。但是线上的话比较技术层面。最有趣就是 N8的那个神秘赏金，它的奖池都特别大，有时候抽到大奖就会很开心这样。这个赛事蛮好玩的。
He says all in at the snap insta goal.
Thailand, Ender Supon ครับคะแนน
รู้สึกดีใจมากครับเพราะว่าไม่ได้ถ้วยมานานหลายปีแล้วครับแฮนด์ที่สำคัญที่สุดผมว่าแฮนด์สุดท้ายนี่แหละครับผมไม่คิดว่าน้องทีเขาติดฝัดเหมือนกันแต่โชคดีที่ผมติดฝัดที่ใหญ่กว่าก็เลยเอาชนะเขาได้ในแฮนด์นี้รู้สึกว่าพอน้องๆคนไทยตอนนี้คนสนใจมากขึ้นผมก็เลยลองกลับมาเล่นดูก็ยังคิดว่ายังมีฝีมืออยู่ก็เลยลองกลับมาเล่นแล้วก็ทำได้อย่างที่ใจคิดว่าได้คว้าแชมป์ในรายการนี้โอ้โหรู้สึกตื่นเต้นเหมือนกันนะเพราะน้องทีเล่นดีมากไม่ธรรมดาเลยผมว่าน้องทีอีกหน่อยอาจจะเป็นกองทัพไทยในอนาคตเชื่อว่าน้องๆก็คงเก่งขึ้นมาเรื่อยๆครับประสบการณ์ที่ผ่านมาก็ไม่ได้เล่นมานานมากแล้วครับแล้วก็มาเล่นเจจูครั้งที่แล้วก็ได้เงินรางวัลไปค่อนข้างพอสมควรเหมือนกันแล้วก็มาครั้งโชคดีได้แชมป์ครั้งนี้เลยถือว่าเป็นประสบการณ์ที่ดีมากครับก็จริงๆแล้วการแข่งครั้งนี้ก็มีแรงบันดาลใจมาจากลูกๆแล้วก็ครอบครัวอยากให้มาลองแข่งดูอีกครั้งจะได้แบบสร้างความท้าทายในวัยขนาดนี้แล้วก็ไม่น่าเชื่อว่าทำได้เหมือนเดิมหรือดีกว่าเดิมด้วยซ้ำครับผม
You know, Elfin, life is a mystery. Everyone must stand alone, and I hear the APT call my name, and it feels like home.
Was it Madonna? Welcome to APT Bounty Hunter Final Day, sponsored by Nature Aid.
Out of 1,328 entries, only 185 bounty hunters remain, all of whom are looking for the rare and elusive grand prize mystery bounty of 1.5 million Taiwan dollars. Let's go bounty hunting! This one. Oh, okay, you want to see two. Oh, zero. We got a zero. Do we have another? We've got another zero. Jacob, 500.
Really, you're who brought me here.
Really? Why do you say that?
I saw your videos about APT Taipei.
You hear that, Michael Soiza? And what does the 1.5 million Taiwan dollar bank mean to you?
I mean, it is more money than I've ever seen. So I don't think I've totally processed it yet. So it's kind of hard to put into words, but this is life-changing kind of money.
Thank you. Jacob Akuma, everybody.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard.
Stop. 当然是很开心啊，就是我很久没有赢冠军了，所以这么大的比赛，然后又有机会赢到冠军，所以就很开心，算是一个里程碑吧。就是虽然不是赢过最大的奖金，但是赢到冠军就是感觉不一样。对，最印象深刻应该就是刚才在 Final Table 上，我的在1张10成顺的时候，我拿2对抓鸡，然后抓对之后我就变成场上最长嘛，这样。APT 来台湾我都有打，就在来新场馆之后，我每次都有参加。APT 就很棒啊，下一个目标金狮子。 就谢谢他们嘛，就是我这边不务正业，然后这边打牌，对。Hi, I'm Calvin. I'm from Hong Kong. I do play Natural 8 on a regular basis, and I've been to APTs before, so it's definitely something that I've been dreaming about for a long time, getting a trophy, and here we are, so yeah, very happy with this, very happy. I think with poker taught me basically a combination of preparation and luck, right? Same with life. Sometimes you can prepare for something, you might not get it in the end because for whatever reasons, but if you're prepared, then in the end, someday you'll win the trophy. It's like you'll get your won in the end. So I guess this is something that, I guess relates poker to life in general. I do play a lot of online. On online, you get a lot more volume of hands. So you get to experience different spots a lot more. Definitely helps with the live tournament as well. Thank you to everyone who's here, my friends here, my colleagues here in APT, and also my friends back in Hong Kong. Ooh, let's go, MTT 小隊 We did it, let's go!
欢迎来到 APT 台北 Poker Classic 2024。你知道什么是 Meet Up Game 吗？这是一场结合顶尖玩家和粉丝。
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back, folks, to the APT Taipei 2024. We are bringing to you the coverage of the Day 2 flight of the main event here. 1,500 USD buy-in. We have over 2.5 million US dollars in the prize pool. We're going to be showing you one of our feature tables featuring a fan favorite, Ethan Yao, or some of you might know him, Rampage. A few other names in the mix. Every single table is full here at the APA Taipei's largest poker arena. My name's Sam Insel, and I'm joined here by Vidir. How are you doing today, Vidir?
Doing fantastic. This is what it all is leading up to. day 2 of the main event. Our stream coverage today, day 2, day 3 tomorrow, day 4 the next day. That's what happens when you have over 1,990 entries at least. We're still confirming. Wow, what a turnout. We are so grateful to everybody who played the main event. We've had to put it into 2 day 2 flights. Basically, anybody who qualified from day 1A and day 1C plays right now. Anybody who qualified from day 1B and day 1D plays at 5:30 in the evening. Mind you, registration was still open on day 2 but closed right at the beginning when the cards were up in the air at 11 a.m. That includes anybody who wanted to register on day 2. So the numbers are in, they're still being confirmed. What a turnout. 2 million USD was guaranteed and has been well crossed. I cannot wait to find out exactly how much first place gets, but it's going to be a gangbuster score up top to fight for. And these are the players fighting for it on the screen here at the Asia Poker Arena in Taipei. Cannot wait to get this one going, Sam.
No, absolutely not. We didn't get to see too much of Rampage when he played the 10,000. A little bit card dead. Hopefully we get to see some of his signature big bluffs, you know, running over the table. It's going to be fun. It's always nice to see the main event, a very diverse group of people, amateurs, pros, everybody battling it out.
Diversity has been the name of the game at the APT. You'll be seeing the number of flags we have at our feature table alone very shortly. There you have it. We're going to be rotating feature tables, so every 2 hours a new set of players will join us. Hopefully we get to track their progress as we go through the 4 days of main event coverage.
Michael Wang opening up King 7 suited under the gun. It's one of those hands that's right on the cusp, but I think he thinks he has an edge here at this table. 6.4 million lifetime. It's very impressive.
Shen will come along with ace-4 of clubs. Same suit. Always potential for trouble, but safe flop so far.
It's going to be a nice board for Michael here. Not many threes in the small blinds range here. Does go for a nice small bet here in position.
Uh-oh.
Oh, danger.
Could there be an absolute cooler on hand number 1 itself here at the feature table?
1,191 entries that have entered the main event. Just 9 players shy of 2,000.
He could just end it with a check raise all in. He's quite short here on 34K. Nice size here from Michael. Really putting pressure on that stack. And Michael picking that one up.
Not surprised by the fold there, Sam?
Sorry, you say again? You're not surprised?
I was asking you.
It's a tough spot. You know, he got the turn he wanted, but you're out of position. It's tough to play. If you don't hit the flush on the river, it's, you know, what are you going to do?
There you see it. I count 5 flags at least. Classic APT diversity from all over the world. Multiple representatives from the US, as you saw. Rampage joining us. 1 hand late, not a big deal. So what a showing it's been, Sam, here at the main event. Essentially, we averaged 400 players per flight, which is just incredible. The arena was constantly buzzing across day 1A, B, C, D, and of course we had about 400 players joining us from online.
Yep. They go straight to day 3, don't they?
Into the money.
Yeah.
For a lot of them, that's actually not the case. The ones who essentially ended up getting satellites. Our man Stephen Lai comes to mind, co-commentator of the APT.
Yes.
Many others coming through Natural Aid events, our qualifiers, Natural Aid India, Taiwan, as well as Hong Kong.
Lee here, very, very nice hand with the pocket kings. Nice safe flop for them as well.
Chen is at risk here, 24K in his stack. Instantly lets it go.
I was thinking if it was worth it to just max flight D. Or 32. Don't allow it. Because maxing is day 2. But maxing flight D. Right, because you can play this and then if you bust then you can at least have another life and this and
I suspect some Rampage fans will be joining us in the chat shortly. To all those of you who are with us, welcome. That is the Mega Lion. That is the one. Mufasa, Neil Johnson, president of the APT, calls it. The main event trophy, one of the most coveted pieces of hardware in the world if you're a poker player.
Here we are, very playable looking ace king here for Ethan. Look at these levels, 800, 1.6k. How often do you see that in a live tournament? 60-minute levels now on day 2. Lots and lots and lots of play.
Take down with the ace king off. No resistance to be found.
Yeah, so if you max late regged and came into day 2 right now, you would be on 31 big blinds coming into day 2. 50,000 starting stack, 1.6k big blind. Not bad at all.
Plenty to work with.
pretended to be like best stack 4. You bagged this and you just hit the psycho. Yeah, some of the time you just bag twice for day 3 and you just like toast like a bunch, I guess. For sure. Imagine you bag heaps two times. Feels good, but feels
5-4 suited, nice looking hand, but pretty terrible in tournaments.
I will correct that slightly. 40,000 starting stack, so 25 bigs.
Ah,
Still
right,
plenty.
that makes sense.
If it was 31, I have a feeling we'd be seeing tons of pros save it for day 2.
Yeah, yeah. Ace-9 suited, it's going to get into the mix here.
Please do not get confused with this screen, guys. That total number of players and entries is for this flight only.
And a very defendable looking 10-8 suited.
For this flight only. Person on the screen is the ITM number for the full.
Could even consider a raise from time to time. But 10-8, hitting middle pair here. Michael, not connecting too hard.
Pretty sure you guys will get past that 5 levels here. The 2 day 2s will combine tomorrow. We have practice,
Call.
guys, that you guys
Bet
do
and
not
a quick
use
call here.
ITM yet here in this flight.
Jack of clubs on the turn, a very good card for imposition. Generally, these Queen Jack 10 boards.
Open ender for Michael. Not drawing to the dummy end either. 2 flush draws possible though. Board about as wet as it can be.
Okay, guys, breaking order, we're breaking from highest to lowest. Breaking order is from table 51 and down.
In comes the bet.
So around half pot here. 7,500. It's nice to have spades here if you're bluffing.
Yeah, keeps your opponent's flush draws unblocked.
Yeah, it's a nice triple barrel hand. It gets the job done. Michael picking up 2 pots here with just pure aggression.
10-8 of diamonds looks pretty brutal on that board, facing that half-pot bet. Michael Wang showing why he's one of the best.
And he just made a final table at WPT in Australia last month. I say last month, but it's basically a week ago. That's a pot limit Omaha 5K high roller.
How do you do?
7th.
Not too shabby.
No, not bad. Oh, he won the 2,500 No Limit Hold'em High Roller at Champions Club in Houston, my favorite poker venue. Just in August.
By the way, to all those of you watching, in case this interests you, and you want to watch the Mandarin live stream, I've just been informed it'll actually be on the APT Chinese channel instead of the Natural 8 Taiwan channel. Slight change in programming there. Blind versus blind battle. The hands are raggy as they often are. Yeah, with the best of it. Way the best of it. We'll have to call them Shu, I suppose, as opposed to, yeah, both of them sharing a name. Rampage, let's just say, has the 9-3, feels the need to bluff at it in position, run into a hand that has him drawing dead.
If you want to join this tournament, please come to the red registration behind table 13.
Set the trap here with his trips. 7 of spades, flush completes on the river.
It's a fantastic card for Shu. Rampage doesn't take the bite.
Nice, nice check back. Just one quick stab and done.
Only one short stack on the table, Chen with 15 bigs. Everybody else seemed to have had a great day one on our feature table. That's what we like to see. Lee with the Jack-9 suited under the gun. Decides to open it up. We're playing full ring here. That is certainly on the loser side, but everybody's so deep. Perhaps within the first 6 hands, Lee decided he wanted to get involved. Rampage with pocket 3s. Will set mine from the small. Ace-King suited. Kim looking to squeeze this up from the big blind. Decides not to, respecting the UTG open. Flat calls with the ace-king suited. Very tricky, and a king in the window. 5 and 4 follow. Clean as they come for the ace-king. Tricky play already on hand number 6 here. And surely Lee wants to rep this king. Multi-way board. Fires into 2 people. Donation essentially to Kim at this point.
Oh, turns a ton of equity. Gut shot and flush draw now. Can't think of a better card to continue barreling on here for him. Looks like he's going to go for it. We see like 11,000.
Ordinarily, he would have a massive rating advantage on a board like this. Certainly would have all the kings and queens, pocket kings, pocket queens, that is, not to mention the ace kings, king, queen suited. In this case, he has the combo draw, semi-bluffing, out of position. It's not going to work, that's for sure. How much time does Kim want to take, and how does he want to approach this? A call seems pretty much a standard option. Queen river. Ace king looks like it's still ahead. This is why you flat call. Want to keep your bluffs, your opponent's bluffs rather, in the mix.
Yeah, ace king suited just doesn't want to face a 4-bet from under the gun, so the call does make a little bit of sense pre-flop.
6 hands into day 2. Maybe you don't want to balloon things up.
Yeah.
It's worked out in his favor so far.
Kim, very experienced player, over 2 million in lifetime cashes. Yeah, and he's going to get another 25,000 out of his opponent here. Imagine we see just a quick call here.
That is a massive bet. Chunk of Lee's stack. He has triple barreled. Run into monster here. The trap pre-flop was set and it has yielded 45,000 in chips for Kim.
Yeah, very nice. And that is going to be our new chip leader at the table, Kim Soo-ju from Korea.
So table gets to see Kim's hand face up. The man is capable of having ace king suited in the big blind.
Well, we've seen nearly 21 eliminations in our flight day 2 A and C. So our flights A and C are combined into this day 2, and then tonight we'll have days B and D play their day 2. Oh, pocket 6 is under the gun. Didn't go for it. Michael going after it here. Ace 8 offsuit. Pocket jacks. It's going to be trouble.
Certainly a 3-bet from the cutoff is warranted. Would work if it gets back to Michael. Over 3x is the sizing. Ace king off. Shu Li Ta just got out of line with the jack 9 suited. Now has ace king. Lost a huge chunk of his stack.
What is he on, 35 bigs?
Needs to figure this situation out. Facing a 3-bet against the +2 open.
Bit of an uncomfortable stack size here to rip it in. But I think that's what he's going to have to do. Yeah, it feels big, 34 bigs, but I don't see a better option.
Goes for all of it, and surely this is getting called by the jacks. Needless to say, your opponent could have you beat with queens, kings, and aces, but you're getting pot odds. 43k to call, 71k in the middle. Very often you'll be against hands such as ace, king, ace, queen suited perhaps. You have to take those flips, getting pot odds. Not to mention only 6 combos each of queens, kings, and aces. 16 combos of ace, king alone. Matt says call, but it's hand 7 first orbit here on day 2. Does he want to risk his stack? He does. He has the best fit for now, so to speak, but it is a classic flip.
Yeah, ace king versus jacks, pocket 7, or hand number 7. Safe flop for the jacks, 10, 10, 8. Ace king picking up the backdoor flush draw with the king of spades. Ooh. Oh, that's his gut shot is no good, unfortunately.
Oh no. 5 outs remaining. That's not one of them. We do lose the man from Taiwan. Back-to-back hands, unfortunate showing here on day 2. This is the story out there in the field. We can see 25 players eliminated already. It's always a crushing blow. Go to sleep pretty happy with having qualified. Probably have a decent stack like Shu did, but 2 hands and the poker gods have decided that it's not your dream to take home the Mega Lion.
I did, like, it's just 2 very standard hands. Nothing he could do. It's just his time to die.
Welcome to all of you joining us for our day 2 coverage. We've just kicked off. We will be going for the rest of the day. Hold on tight. Today's day 2 of the main event. Our bubble coverage on day 3 is always super exciting. We will play down to the money there. After which, day 4, we reach the final table. Rotating feature tables every 2 hours, meeting a whole host of new players, including the ones that join us after a bust out. So we will be replacing Shu's seat there. For now, 7 players on the table. Rampage, second from the bottom in chips, is still worth 65 bigs. A very healthy qualifying stack into day 2. Only 1 short stack.
It's 2.5 starting stacks.
Absolutely. Justin in chat says he's got some numbers for me. That's always exciting news. Justin Fairbanks is our... I was going to say resident. Let's just say outsourced numbers analyst. Very happy to have your support as always, Justin. Let me hear it. I'm waiting for some numbers myself. After all, when we kicked off coverage is exactly when cards go up in the air, which means day 2 registration had just closed. We are approaching that 2,000 mark for the number of entries, which is absolutely fantastic. The guarantee of 2 million USD absolutely crushed. What more can I ask for? Another set mine from Rampage does not go his way. Tricky board for the 9s though. 2 callers and an ace never feels too comfortable.
That's 3,500. Just wants to protect.
Alright, just give everybody a heads up here in the field. We're trying to work on the developer to update the average chip stack on the screen.
Oh, Rampage. Here we are, getting spicy with the pocket sixes. Gonna go for the raise here in position. How does he know?
Just picking up on the sizing, perhaps, or some sort of live read, or maybe it's just Rampage doing Rampage things. Tough to say. Big blinds taking their time. Taiwanese local lead with the 8-4 suited. Let's it go. Wow, this is just a fantastic call. Not a believer and absolutely correct for now, but going to be out of position. 7 of diamonds, checks and flow. Is Rampage planning to amp up the heat? Now he checks behind. Does not want to try and get an ace to fold to the extent that's what Shu has. Shu has the best of it with pocket nines. Quick check once again. Would be reasonable if he had an ace considering the 4-liner, and Rampage will lose this one. Bit of an image blow there after raising. Not taking down the pot on that board.
Yeah, chip it up really nicely now. 200,000 chips. Yeah, not wanting to get pushed around there with the nines. Nice call.
Justin in chat says, I believe the final number for entries in 1991. That is actually the number we have as well. But a man can hope, Justin. Recount the vote. Can we get to the 2000? It doesn't really matter because Justin mentioning the other number, which is 450,000. I won't say anything yet. It's yet to be confirmed. But we are going to be in that ballpark for first place prize. Incredible. What a battle it's going to be. The next 4 days, all about leading up to that Mega Lion main event trophy, the Mufasa, and potentially 450,000 USD up top. All off a lower buy-in than some of our other main events. A $1,500 buy-in. After all, we call it the Poker Classic for a reason. That's where we started with Taipei. That's where we decided to come back. The slightly lower buy-in, the slightly higher prize pool. It's all going in the right direction.
Pocket fours in the hijack. Open things up. Ace queen in the cutoff. He's only got 15-ish blinds. Pretty decent spot versus the hijack just to get it in. Does go for it.
It's 10 off, looks pretty, but considering the action behind him, suspect he lays it down fairly quickly. Sujo Kim with pocket fours. It's not a big all in here.
Main question he has to ask is his opponent shoving deuces? If he is, then you got to make the call. Does make the call with the fours. sorry, Jack 8-6. No help to Chen. It's an ace or a queen, or perhaps some backdoor straight draws. It's not going to be one of them. Could see our second elimination. Unfortunate for Chen. The pocket fours hold, and Chen will be eliminated.
GG. We lose 2 of the local players in just 11 hands. Pretty quick succession, Sam, considering we're plenty deep to begin the day.
Yeah.
Anything can happen, though. Here
Chen was our short stack, but I think he's still on like 90K or so.
15 bigs he came in with. Look at that Rampage is the shortest stack with 60 bigs on our table. Just a feature of the main event, really. 1 hour levels, slow increment. There's a reason it has become the signature poker event in Asia. The structure is just fantastic.
Yeah, quite a difference from the TikTok booms and the super hyper turbos that we play.
When you say we, Sam.
I guess you haven't jumped into one yet.
Our streaming schedule ends 1 day earlier this series. There's going to be 1 extra day for me to fire all the super hyper TikToks I've been craving to this whole time.
Yeah, I think you might be able to find yourself a mixed game.
Absolutely. Don't forget, we do have APT Manila coming up end of this month. Back to back, 2 back for the Asian Poker Tour after taking a break for a few months. APT Taipei right now, APT Manila at the end of the month. And literally the day after APT Manila ends, we're heading to Phu Quoc in Vietnam. It's going to be a fun 45 days or so of some action-filled poker. Just think about the schedule, Sam. I mean, we began this series on the 26th of September, I believe.
Yep.
So between the 26th of September and the 18th of November, let's just call it 50 days, we have about 35 days of maybe 250 events of poker. More than that, actually, now that I do the math. 280 or so.
Yep.
And just from the streaming schedule as well, about 20 days of streaming. We're firing on all cylinders.
Are we going to a flop? Ah, we're on the small blind here.
Graphics catching up. It showed lamb flatting, which has now been updated. Actually, an open from the button with 6s, as one would expect. Shoe has come along. Jack 9 of clubs.
Nice board to go a little bit bigger on. 6 is a nice hand to do that with.
Justin summarizing my rant in chat. It's the World Series, the APT that is, with more events and a fraction of the price and travel. I could not agree more, Justin. Those mixed games I love. We had a 9-game mix. I mean, you only get that in the World Series, and I believe it's $10,000 events, and the Players' Championship, as it's called, I believe, the $50,000 event. It used to be called the Horse, used to be called the Chip Reese Invitational or something like that. Here you're getting the same experience for a couple of $100 USD, sometimes less than that. New player joining us. Seat number 9. Well-regarded professional from the UK, Qasem Rahman. He's approaching $1.5 million in lifetime earnings. Huge score this year. Looking to make a dent at the APT. New player in seat 8 as well. Ling, I believe. Player from Singapore, coming in with 264,000 in chips.
Look at that stack.
I believe he had the 10th biggest stack coming into day 2, Sam.
Yeah. Actually, our Flight C, the person who bagged the biggest chip stack was also the winner of the I believe 50,000 USD mystery bounty. The prize pool draw. So he's having like an incredible series.
Every series, there's a couple of people who just absolutely go on a tear. They pick up a couple of baby lions. They have deep runs in the main and the high rollers. Thinking back to Tanasorn, who ended up coming second in the super high roller. He had a series where I think he racked up like a few $100,000.
Wow.
Jeju, I believe that was.
Yes, here it is. Jacob Ikuma from the USA took home 5th place prize money in the mystery bounty for 15,000 USD, but also scored a mystery bounty worth 1.5 million Taiwan or USD $50,000. Is our chip leader from the Flight C for the main event as well.
So he's playing well and running well. He pulled a $50,000 bounty
on a, yeah, on a mystery bounty. Incredible.
How do you even do that? Pure skill.
Yes. Yes. I mean, you do get to pick the envelope, so there is. It is in your hands.
Literally, I like that. Oh, look at the monster stack that has joined us. 165 bigs.
Wow.
Dwarfing even Sujo Kim's 128k stack. 128 bigs, rather.
There's just a bunch of stalls that sometimes are open. But it's like it's like relatively small.
If you also want some updates from the other tables, apt.poker, you can check the live reporting. Tons of interesting stories here. We even have Steven Song doubling up. He's been having an incredible year. 2 million this year. He's added to his hand in mob. And I think before that, what was he at before? Like 200k?
Well, he had 1.9 million in earnings this year so far. He added to that tally with his performance in the Superstar Challenge. That's a 25k buy-in with 3rd place finish for over 100k USD, that is. Taking him to about 2 million. I believe he has the remainder of the year to surpass his best year ever. Let's face it, he's certainly on track to do exactly that. We're talking about millions of US dollars.
Michael Wang playing very loose here. Queen Jack offsuit, opening up Ace 8 offsuit from the same position. Really wants to get after it. He does have a substantial live poker background. Nice small bet from him here in position. Ling He continuing with his gut shot, which now improves to a double gut shot. Michael still with nothing here. Just queen high, but still 70% favorite to win the hand. Just checks it back. And we see the 3 of spades on the river. Michael still ahead. Ling has a nice hand to bluff with here. Almost the nut low for him. Oh, it just gives it up. Doesn't go for it. Michael gonna take it down here with queen high.
He's been bluffing a lot. Hasn't had a
Yes.
real hand, just picking up pots that perhaps he doesn't deserve. 160 bigs up top. 40 bigs is the shortest stack. That's our seat 9. Qassam Rahman from the UK.
Mr. Plainman in chat asking, Buffalo Sam, are you playing in these? I am not. I am here in the booth commentating on them.
One Mega Lion has been given away, but these two are up for grabs. The APT main event champion getting the gold. Now, I hate calling the super high roller one the bronze. It feels like it's
Copper?
third place. Copper doesn't feel great either, but they're pewter, to be fair, so.
Yeah. That's nice. Pewter Lion has a nice ring to it.
Chip leader, 10-9 off, folded to him in the small.
Oh, pocket aces here for Kasim. Doesn't look like he's going to get too much action, though, against 10-9 off.
Oh, Ling is not looking like he's in the mood to fold. He's putting the big stack to work. Those blue chips are the big ones.
I'm quite surprised by this, but yeah, he just clicks it back. He was unwilling to go for the bets with a 6-5 high, so I didn't expect this, but wild card, and oh, he's gonna catch the board a little bit here. Backdoor straight draws a board that should be better for him. Kasim though, top set. How about that? Wow, Ling checks it. Kasim going for a bet here. Very, very, very small.
This hand is just working out to perfection thus far for Kasim. Ling has caught a piece. Once again, pre-flop action. After Kasim raised, Ling came back with a click back, as we say. Kasim smartly just flat called with the pocket rockets, hit stop set. Bets when checked to in position, and in case you're watching the stream and seeing the minor glitch, just stick with us. Will be sorted out in just a few seconds.
Oh, Justin in chat telling us another interesting fact about Ikuma, Jacob Ikuma, who pulled the big mystery bounty. He immediately jumped in the $157 no-limit single draw mix after the mystery bounty and got 4th. So he is having the best APT of his life.
Incredible.
Do you think he's going to be back for Manila and Fukuoka?
Oh, for sure. How
yeah.
could you not?
How could you not?
By the way, credit to Ling for finding the fold there, despite flopping bottom pair. On that board, certainly felt like his 9 was no good, and he was correct. His opponent had the absolute nuts. Sevens and eights, and ace-10 suited for the chip leader. Situation brewing. Seems like a spot he could squeeze. Open is from UTG +1. But Ling has enough chips to not be worried about that. Bumps up the action. Lamb with pocket 7s. Has the stack to set mine, especially against the bigger stack.
It's a very small raise. He can definitely get in there.
And Kim with the exact same logic, no doubt. Pot brewing, 34K.
Oh, top pair, top kicker. How about that?
Interesting flop for the 7s and 8s as well. Good thing that their hand might still be best. Only 1 over. The raise has come from the button in the form of a squeeze. Does not need to include a 10 in it very often. You're likely more afraid of overpairs here. Comfortable C bet. That looks like he's about to fold this. Gave away some tells, looking at his hand. You never know, somebody could be balanced like that. We're still just a couple of orbits into our feature table. No, he does grab the chips. We'll call for now. Suddenly Kim's hand is not looking that strong after the call from Lamb, out of position. So Lamb's call does get the better hand to fold, but the best hand has him absolutely crushed for the moment. 5 is clubs in nature, which means 97% equity, just one out for Lamb. Seems to be thinking out loud. Checks in flow as one might expect, and a very easy value bet should be incoming here. That chip lead is about to be extended. Took a minor hit to his stack with the blind versus blind battle against the aces.
Another bet here from our chip leader. I think Lamb can just let this go. He's got much better hands to continue with here.
15 big blinds is a lot to speculate with out of position. Second pair to the board.
Yeah.
3-bet pre-flop.
You don't want the 7 in your hand either. You're going to block him from 7-8, 7-9. All these kind of squeezes pre-flop.
You're also going to have much, much better hands here opening under the gun +1, including some traps, some pocket 10s, pocket 6s perhaps. He has 7s,
jacks,
we have 6s. And jacks and queens, yeah, also would work as traps. So 7's pretty much the bottom of his calling range here. Doesn't have draws either. Seems like an easy fold, but mainly he's not a believer of Ling. Ling being the chip leader could be just double barreling. And look at that. Lamb deciding to effectively hero call on the turn. Stack to pot ratio is dangerous. He's put himself at risk of losing a few extra chips here. The 6 of hearts is meaningless. Intense situation brewing. The check mark with Ling. Unless we have some sort of an erratic bluff, Ling would have crossed 300,000 chips.
Is he going for the lead?
Would that count as
No,
erratic?
Just check. Yeah, I think so.
I think that would count as erratic.
It's the check. I'd love to see Link go for some more value here.
Diamonds missed. 6 did come in, but should not be part of the +1 opening range.
Like he could have ace 6 of diamonds that gets here, but besides that, I think that's the only hand that Ling has to be worried about. The 6 is kind of nice as it stops him from having pocket 6s.
Ace 6 of diamonds would also be a very loose open and a very loose defense against the 3-bet. Certainly cannot be worried about just 6s. Oh, he goes for all of it. Wants to get max value from the 10. And it's the kind of bet that Lamb could have actually considered heroing. Mercifully, he's instantly folded.
No, I think ace-6 of diamonds makes it in there. Definitely opens pre-flop, and Ling chose a very small sizing pre-flop. I don't think you can fold a suited ace for that price. He only made it 10k off of a 3.2k raise.
That's true. Very small squeeze.
I don't think I'm folding anything that size.
We've got a head start with the waterfall.
17 hands into it. Few players on the table have been on the quieter side, including Rampage. Taking it slow and steady. It's not a race. It's not a sprint, rather. It is a long race, a marathon. Folds the deuces. Enough set mining for now. King jack off. Gets the job done.
Everybody's still super deep.
So how many flags are we at, Sam? See the UK. Taiwan, of course. Local representation. Just mentioned Singapore, Ling. Chip lead on the table. Korea, in the form of Kim, and a new player joining us, I believe, very shortly. Rampage, repping the US of A. Diversity just never ceases to surprise me. I have a feeling APT Manila will have a completely different composition as well. Sort of an edge of the world from a certain perspective.
Yeah?
Look forward to seeing the player pool that shows up. Lots of Australians, I'm sure. They do tend to join us frequently, but as we get closer to the continent, maybe an easier hop.
Yeah, we had quite a few over in Jeju. A couple of very nice hands here. 5s, 8s, ace-3 suited. See how Michael Wang proceeds. Could go for a squeeze here. Gets a cutoff open.
And we've been using that term a lot because we've seen it on the table, but perhaps you could explain what a squeeze is.
So basically like a 3-bet. You're re-raising pre-flop, but there has to be one or more callers in between you. So you're squeezing everybody. They kind of get squished into this awkward scenario where the player behind them could be trapping. I guess that's why they call it a squeeze. I don't really know.
I do think it's implying that the caller is the dead money. And you're right, so it puts pressure on the initial raiser because the caller behind them yet to act. Could be more action. They wouldn't be closing the action by calling the 3-bet. And of course the caller is seen as weak because after all, calling is weak. Aggression is to raise.
Gets the job done.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Fair enough. The best hand takes it down. How do you navigate 200 big blind stacks, give or take, on day 2 of the main event, I wonder? That is the challenge Ling has in front of him. Our shortest stack is 48 bigs.
Our tournament player winning this for the double stacker event, Ronald Cassidy Yusaf. Please come to near. Okay.
Rags in early position, all the way to the button. Ace-3 from Michael, he's been busy. So it stacks this deep, Sam. Do you think stealing is still an important part of the game right now?
Always.
Never say no to a blind or so.
You want to put yourself in position to win as many chips as possible. Having an ace on the button, definitely stronger than what the blinds are going to call you with, so I'm sure Michael's happy to put in money there.
You see Rampage on the screen right now. Global poker superstar, content creator. They join us for the 10,000 USD buy-in, as well as for the 25,000 buy-in, mind you. Ran deep there, all things considered. It's obviously a much smaller field, but with the super high roller 10,000 USD, made it to the final table. I believe he went out in 7th place. Sixth place, pardon me. Good for 43,000 USD.
Oh, Ethan flopping the straight here with 9-5. Lee catching a little piece here with bottom pair. Backdoor flush draw.
Looks like he's about to lead.
Oh, love it. You know, Lee's going to check back a lot of hands on this board, like the one that he's got right now. So wants to make sure he's got that betting lead.
Tiny bet. Gets called by the bottom pair, best kicker. Action killer, 5 of spades. Not what Rampage wanted to see. Not what Lee wanted to see either. Two flush draws possible. Still plenty of bluffs Rampage can represent. He took the betting lead, as you just mentioned, Sam. I suspect it's so that he can fire comfortably on the turn. But the sizing is now in question with the 4-liner on the board. He has the perfect suits to go slightly bigger. Doesn't block any hearts, any spades. And big he goes, those blue chips, 5k apiece. Slight overbet, but I don't think any sizing would have made Lee continue in the hand. Still nice to wake you up though. It's 12:20 p.m. local. Call 9-5 and flop the straight.
It's so hard to find bluffs on that turn. Like, I think he'd have to turn 2 pair to... I don't know. It seems silly.
Rampage's total live earnings approaching 3 million rather. Shipping the main would certainly take him past 3 million. Still waiting on confirmation on the first place payout. It's going to be huge. It's going to be near 450,000 USD, that's for sure. As of now. Let's see what it comes to. Ooh. As of today's currency conversion, looks like it's going to be 452,000 USD or so. Maybe even 452,953 US. There we go. 453,000 USD.
Ooh, spicy flop. Kim picking up the flush draw here. Park, middle pair, some backdoors. Puts in the bet here multi-way. Lamb has been quite sticky pocket pair in a previous hand.
Only 1 over in that case. 2 opponents and 2 overs. Oh my, he's still coming along. Just not a believer.
And Kim gonna join the party with a call here. 5 of hearts on the turn. Kim could lead here, so most likely to have a 5. Does decide just to check it. I think we're just going to see this check around.
Alright, maybe you got to do blinds going on next hand. 1,000, 2,000, and 2,000 for the big blind.
Lamb call, hoping his 8s were best. But did he want to use position? Maybe bluff at it. Seems like it's the former. 6 of hearts gives Park the check mark.
Just has to get himself to showdown now to win the hand.
With Kim checking, that now seems likely.
Checks around at Park. He's going to take down his first hand at the table. Look at Michael. Very attentive. Quickly puts on the glasses, looks at all the cards. Really paying attention here.
By the way, we're looking at one of the tables here on day 2. Our feature table will rotate every 2 hours for any updates you want from the outer tables. There are plenty of outer tables. 414 players in this flight of day 2 alone. You can check out the website, go to the live reports, apt.poker. You can also check out live seating. The situation, Sam, as per the website, seems thusly. 724 players made it to day 2. We're looking at flight day 2 AC, which is 414 players. The rest of them will play at 5:30 p.m. local. 1,991 entries. That number might get slightly updated, but let's just say just shy of 2,000 entries, which is absolutely fantastic. Approaching almost 1,000 unique entries. And then, of course, almost 400 players coming in from online. 298 spots paid with a minimum payout of 77,000 Taiwanese dollars. That's over a 1.5x return, by the way, on the buy-in, 2.4K USD. And first place prize will go all the way up to an incredible 14 million Taiwanese dollars, over 450,000 US.
Yao Shu opting not to 3-bet the ace-queen suited. I'm going to go 3 ways to this flop. Everybody missing completely. It's the opposite end of the board if we wanted to see chips flying into the middle.
Shu looks like he knows he has the best hand and wants to get it over with. Tiny stack.
Yeah, so this flight will play for 5 hours of play with 2 15-minute breaks before we jump into the flight B. Ling, ace-8 suited, going for the backdoor flush draw and gut shot. I love it. Yeah, got a very callable hand here. 2 overs, nut flush, backdoor, nut flush draw, and go. Oh, just folds. Okay. Ling, very nice timed aggression there to pick up more chips, put himself Look at that, 315,000. Getting close to that 10x starting stack.
Ooh, what a milestone. Nine souls, 9 lives added to your stack.
Yep.
So Sam, the pace of eliminations has picked up. There tend to be a few because, you know, people grind out a short stack at the end of day 1, wanting to make it to day 2. Completely understandable. 348 players out there out of the 414 we started day 2 with for this flight.
Yeah, so 66 eliminations in the first hour of play.
It's quite a lot.
Ethan got a very nice hand here. Good removal to strongest hands to put in the re-raise. It's just what he does. He's had a few unsuccessful bluffs so far at this table, but still gonna go for it here. Ooh, the ace-5 offsuit. Is he gonna do it? The cold 4-bet? No, he behaves this time. There we are, Ethan picked up a pot. The king-jack offsuit.
Really seems like Ethan's wheelhouse as well. This 50 big blind, full ring. You've seen him put up incredible scores. This is how he does it. Aggression is the name of the game. He's famous for his big bluffs. That just means he's fearless. Usually means you're a bit feared at the table as well. So to the 66, oops, it's gone up to 69 players that have been eliminated from day 2. Actually met a couple of them walking in since we're on 30-minute delay. Good thing they have plenty of events to play today. They can go immediately into the No Limit Pot Limit Omaha half and half event. There's also the double stack. $500 buy-in, approaching almost 100 runners. Very popular event. Double stack just means you're essentially starting out very deep stack, which we know people love. There's the high roller version of the double stack. That's a 2-day event. 2,500 USD buy-in for that one. Then we get to the events I love to talk about. This one is called the ROSE, or the ROSE, RAS Omaha High Low Stud and Stud High Low. Only $220 buy-in for that. The event that Nikita said she's going to be playing and looking forward to at 4 p.m. The No Limit Hold'em Freeze Out. About an $800 buy-in. And people really do love Freeze Out. Feel like evens the playing field. Fair enough.
Yep.
And then some of those evening events starting 7:30 p.m. Of course, we did mention the flight to B/D at 5:30. But in terms of events you can jump into, $220 buy-in, Lazy Rivers, the PLO high event where everybody gets their own river. And some turbos ranging from 157 to about 600 USD.
Kasim getting aggressive here. Button versus cutoff with the ace-10 offsuit.
Kasim taking full advantage of his seed draw, which is that he has chip leader on his right.
Gets it through. Very nice pickup there.
Making it look easy. Had aces earlier, now getting the job done with ace 10 off. Good result to get the flip to fold. Deuces for Kasim. Will open from the cutoff. Three bet from the button with the king 10 off. Sehan Park. Getting the job done. First hand, I believe. He's played with aggression since he joined the table. Adding a few bigs to his 40 big blind stack. 30 bigs, still the shortest stack. That APT Golden Lion is what we're playing for here. Still waiting on perfect confirmation on numbers, but we are eyeing a 2.5 million USD prize pool for this event. Cannot be grateful enough to the players for the turnout. The Taipei Poker Classic living up to its name. And mind you, 1.7 million USD is the guarantee for Manila as well. Same buy-in level. A return to Manila for the APT. Very ambitious goal, mind you. And I hope they surpass it, as they tend to do. Check out the website, apt.poker, for all details. Come join us in Manila. And if you do, and if you're in the chat right now, do say hi. You can always ask for me. Just ask anyone where the commentators booth is. Ask for Vidar. Let's have some fun in Manila. I had Dave Spade in the booth with me yesterday. One of the best poker players from the Philippines. I was asking him about what I should explore in the Philippines, and he actually said Manila is plenty for you to spend time in. Way too much partying to do before you move on to some other destination. Oh boy, Michael has been making the most of some uneven card distribution, not having premiums but bluffing at it frequently. This time the bluff is pre-flop. Attempting to punish the late position open from the button with king 4 of clubs. Runs into ace king and the 4 bet gets the job done. It's a decent dent to Michael's stack. Never loved that, but he has 75 bigs. I doubt he'll lose a pep in his step from that one. Justin Fairbanks mentions Stephen Lai is still in the field. Indeed he is. Does send us some WhatsApp updates when we ask for it. APT commentator, qualified to day 2 on flight 1C. Dave Spade just busted apparently. He bought in before the start of play on day 2. Sports fan says Michael Wang can play. Well, yes, indeed he can. Has been on the feature table since the start of play. Over 6 million in lifetime earnings for him. Lives in Las Vegas. Jack high board means Rampage has been outdrawn. Ideal spot for Lamb to c-bet. 55k, 11k in the middle. No resistance. On to the next one. Any Rampage fans in the chat yet? Justin mentioning that APT commentator Henry Kilbane is in the field as well. Indeed he is. Started the day with a very healthy 160,000 or so. Separate WhatsApp alerts from him as well. He's sandwiched between one of the best in the business, India's top poker player Abhinav Iyer. Frequent visitor to the APT, plays every stakes and had a healthy stack on day 1 as well. He's on Henry's left. Meanwhile, even Henry's right isn't safe. Did mention one of the best players in the field, Constantine Held, is to his right. So, good luck, Henry. It's not going to be easy. I doubt you're going to be doing too much stealing. Hang in there. Sports fan says Rampage is cool. Indeed. And Rob is a Buffalo Sam fan. Not surprising. Who isn't in this day and age? Oh my goodness. What a flop here. Jack 10-7. 2 clubs. Kim has just smashed it. Has a straight flush draw to go with his top pair. Park still has ace king, looks okay on a board like this. And top pair, decent kicker with the backdoor third nut flush draw for Yao. This could be fireworks. Check, check for now. A check for pot control could be warranted, but Yao is reaching for chips. Fires in 5k, 1/3 pot. Those blue chips 5k apiece. And what is Kim to do here? Does he want to bump up the action? The board is about as wet as it can get. Proceeds with just a flat call for now. And does Park think that his ace king has enough merit? 3 outs to the clean nuts, of course. And he will try to hit them. This could get tricky. A queen, of course, would be an absolutely brutal card. 7 of spades doesn't change much. Kim should still be loving his hand. He will not be going anywhere no matter what happens in this hand. Check is in flow once again. If Park does check this, I do think it's a great spot for Yao to check behind. Now with the 7 coming out as well. Oh, he's reaching for chips. He's actually trying to charge the draws. It's correct to do so. Actually has way the best of it at the moment, but still just 53% equity. Don't forget, we're playing very deep here. This could be the moment Kim decides to bump up the stakes. It's likely a tad afraid of ace-jack, perhaps even a set of tens, but his hand can withstand all kinds of heat. Once again, just a call. Looking for an 8 or a club. A 9 would do the job as well. Some chop outs, by the way, as well with kings and aces. Park has had enough. Understandable.
That's a lot of heat and not many good rivers for you.
There is the club. And now Kim is out of position with a flush. How does he want to approach this?
I think it's a very good spot for him to lead here. He's going to have the most flushes, but doesn't go for it. Yeah, just quick check back. He's going to lose.
Takes a hard look at the hand that's surprisingly beat him.
We're an hour 20 into this stream. Hand number 31. Sorry, an hour 20 into play. Very nice looking queen jack offsuit in the cutoff. Ethan 8-5 suited. Looks like he's going to be up to no good here. Indeed. Puts in the re-raise up to 14,000.
This is a common story. Ethan 3-betting in position. Had the best of it last time. Yeah, I was coming off fresh from a beat. This exact holding. Surely doesn't want to tango. Yeah, lets it go. Ethan making it look easy.
Who's been most impressive to you so far on this table?
Definitely Ethan has been wheeling and dealing.
Yep.
Playing aggressive as he does. Let's not take away from the caliber of talent we have across the table, though. I liked how Kasim played not just his aces, but completely unafraid to tango with the chip leader.
Yeah, for sure. Quite like Michael Wang. He's very, very, very loose pre-flop. Really going after it.
Certainly agree in this case. Not too loose. Opens ace-jack off +2. Yao comes along with the pocket nines and the hijack, and Kasim defends the 10-5 suited. A 10-5 could be dangerous. Jack high board.
Starts with a small bet here. Oh, 10,000. Did not see the second chip. Pretty large bet here. Jack 10-3 multi-way.
Wet board, looking to charge any hands that want to come along. Kasim has to put in a chunk of his stack just to continue with middle pair, weak kicker. 3 of clubs doesn't change anything. Neither player will be showing up with a 3. Michael has top pair, top kicker in position. He's going to be betting this, setting up for perhaps a river jam if it's a clean one. Good sizing once again, 2/3 spot. So much leverage on this bet to the extent Michael was bluffing. He isn't in this case, of course, but 24K is essentially asking Kasim for the rest of his stack. Let's go, good fold.
Yeah, Michael is winning every hand he's involved in.
Did get played back at when he got a bit too frisky with the king 4 suited. Apart from that, has been getting the best of it, bluffing or otherwise.
Doesn't go for the Jack 10 offsuit.
Ace 4 off. Don't they call this something, Sam? Like fake aces or something?
Yeah, it looks like aces. Or if they're suited, it looks like suited aces.
Suited aces. Yeah. So close yet so far, but Kim is going to pretend otherwise. Opens it up from the cutoff.
Kasim going for the re-raise here with the king queen. Oh, plays quite well at this stack depth. And can get better to fold. Great play here. Kasim picking up some more chips. Laying still. Commanding lead, 305,000 in chips.
Once again, if you're following anyone in the main event here on day 2, go to apt.poker, check out the live reporting. We're on a 30-minute delay. Nothing from the feature table gets spoiled. Our live reporting team is excellent at ensuring that. Can't see some of the live seating out there. Live reports for any crucial hands that our fantastic reporters see on the outer tables.
Ooh, pocket queens here. Very nice hand. My third favorite.
Boring. Unless you're telling me your second favorite isn't kings, because I know your favorite is aces. But it would be quite a twist if you said aces, 8-3 offsuit, pocket queens.
Not the octo crab. It's a terrible hand. I hate that hand.
Lots of paint everywhere. There's some dangerous boards that could emerge. Queens, we king queen off, we king jack off. Unsurprisingly, the board is 9 high. That's what card removal will get you. Queens way the best of it. Sam, we're approaching 100 eliminations here on day 2. 325 players in the field.
Yeah, it's going by fast.
hour and a half into the day. It is nerve-wracking, of course. We do know a lot of players, I should say, out there. Mentioned two of frequent APT commentators, Henry, Steven. Just sort of dreading an update, aren't you?
We could get a good update.
Yeah, when I get that notification, you know, it gives me more concern than anticipation of joy.
Fair enough.
Then again, that roller coaster is what poker is all about, even when we're not playing. So, in case you're in our shoes, supporting someone out there, just trying to keep track, once again, check out the website.
King, queen suited. Very nice hand. He's going to open it up. Michael. He's going to defend his big blind with 10-9. Oh, king high flop here. For the under the gun player, improving the top pair. Quick check back. Wow, another check back. Really trying to give Michael any chance to bluff at this. Does he take it?
He's playing it as though he can see Michael's hand, but it hasn't worked. Michael just did not take the bait, losing absolute minimum. Freeman 48 in chat, a bit confused. Freeman, we have 2 day 2 flights. So about 700 plus players in day 2 out of the 1991 entries total, and about 300 or so, 298 I believe, will be in the money. We'll get confirmation on that number as we're figuring out the numbers for day 2, but no, 75% of the field, as you are worried, does not get paid. Once again, to the 400 of you joining us, welcome. Happy to have you. This is day 2 of the main event. We're playing down to the winner across the next 4 days. We are going to cross 450,000 USD for first place. Let's see what kind of records we've broken this time around for the Taiwan poker community. All those updates will be coming shortly, courtesy of our fantastic media team. Meanwhile, we're watching a feature table for the next half hour or so. To those of you asking in chat, yes, it does include Rampage, Ethan Yao. We will be rotating feature tables as we usually do, meeting a host of new players. This will continue for the remainder of the flight. Then we'll have the next flight. That begins at 5:30 p.m. local time, so coverage begins at 6 p.m. local. Tomorrow is when we usually play down to the money and beyond. Bubble coverage is always fun. Day 4 down to the final table, and then coverage off the final table.
5 spades on the turn doesn't help Lamb's pair of 6s. Lee's still ahead with his top pair. Just going to check it back. So he's a pretty safe river.
Lamb has been probably one of the most active players on this table. He has had those pocket pairs that he's gotten a bit frisky with. Certainly unafraid to get involved. Once again, it's in the spot where he needs to sort of hero call. Could well think he has the best of it with this 6 here.
It's tough to find bluffs. going. No, it's a call. It's a call in chips.
Orange chips, 1K a piece. The blacks, I believe, 500.
Black should be 100. The purple's 5.
100. There we go. Tipping chips.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna call it off. Was hoping to see some missed diamonds in Lee's hand. Still has 27 bigs. And to those of you watching in chat who are just joining us, don't forget APT Manila on the schedule for the end of the month. Go to the website apt.poker. Check out the schedule. Once again, over 100 events. All the mixed games, all the hypers, all the high rollers you could ask for. And a main event with 1.7 million USD guaranteed. And plenty of satellites running for that online as well. We do have satellites as part of the series also. Those are pretty well subscribed.
Here we go. Ace queen suited in the hijack. Looks for slightly larger sizing here, 2.5x. Ooh, Michael might get spicy here. It's not going to work though. He is. Gonna go for the re-raise. $17,500 in chips. See how Park proceeds. Goes for the call. All right, these two players are going to take a flop here. Park, a very nice hand.
SPR pretty low, just over 1. Ace on the flop. This could get costly for Michael. That flat call pre-flop working out like a charm for Park.
I think he's only going to lose a small flop bet here. Does fire a small continuation bet here on the ace 10-4. 8K, very small. Park with a quick call.
A quick call indeed, but that tiny continuation bet.
Oh,
no.
no.
My goodness, the 8 on the turn. Are you kidding me? I was going to say the tiny continuation bet keeps Park's range very wide when he does make the call, which could convince Michael to actually stack off against Park, and now that's exactly what Michael is looking to do. Has a lock on the hand, domination, rotation. The 10 serves as an out for Park as well, so 6 outs, 2 of them folded. This is a rough spot with under 1 SPR, stack to pot ratio.
I think he's just going to go small again.
46K and Park stack.
Like 30%. Yeah, 20K. Love it. Park. It's going to be pretty gross for him. Taking inventory, looking at his stack.
Park is loving life. In his mind, there's only 2 hands he's afraid of. Ace King, the occasional pocket 10s. He's been trapping by check calling. Gets it in there and is going to get the quick call, and the bad news. Needs one of those 4 outs to appear on the river. Wow, just nods along, takes it better than I would. Credit to him for that.
He's no stranger to live events. Park, 200,000 lifetime.
The dream of chasing the 450,000 USD up top, about to be crushed unless we see a 10 or a queen.
No, that's not going to do it. Michael Wang up over 242,000 in chips now. Oh, Park can go fire some other events. We do have a few others running. And second in chips now for Michael. 121 big blinds. His aggression has just been working out for him so well at this table. And there we are. We've crossed 100 players eliminated.
There you see it, 311 players remaining, over 103 players eliminated, I believe. Dropping like flies, as Stephen Lai would say. King 10 off for Yao. Certainly won't be folding this from the small, proceeds with a limp for now.
He's got a nice hand to raise it up here. Goes for the check though. Flops himself a gut shot, but Yao Shu with top pair, very good kicker. Bet and a call. Jack of hearts. It's not really going to hit either player too hard. Takes it down. Kasim, very playable 10-9 suited here. Opens it up. Oh, Michael going for the flat here in the hijack. Wow, flops himself top pair and Kasim with the open ender backdoor flush draw. Both hands connecting pretty well on this flop.
You have action. Not too shabby when you have 10-9 suited and have open an early position to flop an open ender. Continuation bet has been made. It's two bigs. Michael has top pair, second best kicker, has the king of diamond to boot. Flats in position. Another queen. Very comfortable card from Michael. And against his opponent's exact holding, he has the king now to make the boat to counterfeit the straight. So only 3 outs for Kasim. He looks like he's planning to fire. When Michael just calls in position on a board with the straight draws and flush draws possible, his range is very wide. Kasim is essentially repping what Michael has, and he's put in a chunk of chips, 15,500 into 21,000. Michael would do well to just call. He knows what to do. His range remains still a bit wide. Diamonds possible, straight draws possible. The 7 of spades means a triple barrel is on the cards. The 10-9 suited, left with just 10 high. Does Kasim want to put his tournament life on the line? SPR is under 1.
Not having diamonds is good.
Having the 10-9 is not so good, of course. Blocks the straight draw he wants his opponent to have. Perhaps he puts it together and finds the check as a result. Good call there, which is to say, good decision making.
Yeah. Now Michael wants to pick a size that's going to put his overpairs into a tough spot, which is probably just all in. Yeah, there it is. Gonna get a quick fold from Kasim.
About 15 minutes away from the break. We'll rotate feature tables. Very curious to see who the chip leader in the tournament is. Personally, I'll find out on the break, but once again, keep checking the website if you so desire for the live reporting. That trophy on the left is what it's all about. In case you can't tell in terms of perspective in this shot, it is absolutely massive and heavy.
It's very heavy.
The Golden Lion, the APT Golden Mega Lion, or as Neil Johnson calls it, Mufasa.
Here we are, pocket queens. Making its way around the table. Goes to raise it to 4,000. Uh-oh. Michael really likes to get aggressive here. Nice. Nice. Thinks better of it. Gets out of there.
Queen Jack off in the low jack. With the reputation Michael Wang has built on our feature table, I really thought he was going to go for it.
Yeah, I did too. Ethan's going to try to set mine once again with the pocket threes.
Chip leader along for the ride with the 10-4 of hearts.
Yeah, Ling making middle pair here on ace 10-6. Ethan does not hit a set. Queens can't be too in love with the ace out there. Does go for the c-bet.
Quick call. Backdoors as well for Ling. And a 10. Pink City. Seems to be contemplating leading here. Fantastic bet. Knows his opponent is going to check behind. Plenty of aces as well, which would make the call when led into. Not to mention all kinds of diamond draws. Now Lee did have a hand with pocket queens that likely would have checked behind. How does he interpret this lead though? Every so often you will see flush draws donk at it on the turn like this. Essentially repping the 10, and Ling's lead has worked wonders. The queens make the call, and now a third diamond.
think Ling can go quite big here. He's got a ton of hands that are just going to be very, very strong on this board.
Ling is not loving it. His hand has gone considerably down in value, especially in terms of its ability to extract value.
I think he can still go like 66% or so here, like quite large.
Does have trips after all. That's 18,000. Blue chips 5k apiece. Queens don't really beat a hand anymore. Even the 8-7 got there.
Yeah, it's a nice river to get away from. He's got much better hands.
Once again, Sam, I'll put you on the spot to explain the GTO concept you're referring to of having much better hands. Do you mind taking a crack at explaining why that might apply here?
He wants to have at least an ace in his hand. You know, queens is it's just garbage. You know, you're gonna block some of his bluffs. King, queen, queen, jack.
Yeah,
having an ace is gonna stop him from having like a hand like ace 10.
Exactly, and if I could maybe break it down further, he's pretty much at the bottom of his range there with pocket queen. Sounds weird to say, but as played, when he reaches the river, he's going to have so many aces, even the 10 sometimes, plenty of flushes. So if you have plenty of hands you're reaching a particular spot with, that means that if you play the same spot multiple times, you'll be able to call off when you have better hands. So you can let these marginal spots go. Oh, I like the shirt that our new seat 1 Zhang Guan from Singapore is wearing. It says Space Invaders. Classic. Classic games. Did you ever play one of these old school video games?
No, never.
Not even Mario?
Yeah, Mario for sure. The Space Invaders was a little bit before my time. All right, cast some defendable hand here, the king 10. Flops himself a gut shot, backdoor flush draw. Both players missing. I'm going to go for the check raise here. With his gut shot on the jack 9 deuce. The king of hearts, a very key card here. Let's go for the check raise with. Zhang Wen. And it's just a little bit too strong to fold, facing just one check raise here. It does make the call. Ooh.
Ouch.
That is a rough card for Kasim. Improving to top pair here. Zhang, a better top pair. He's only got pot behind. How does he want to approach this? Just moves all in. Zhang, very quick call. And Kassem's going to get the bad news here. Needs a 10 or a queen to stay in. That is not it. And Kassem will be eliminated. Zhang Wen picking up 43,800 in chips here. That was a fun hand. Well played by both players.
Well played indeed. Zhang Wen just comes to the table. Chips up to 90 bigs.
That seems to be a trend. Seat 1 comes to the table, plays their first hand, wins a big pot.
Well, let's see if it continues on the next table, because we're 5 minutes away from the break. Wrapping up the first session of the day, the 2 hours that the players have put in the work. We have lost 115 players across all the tables we have already. Just a reminder, this is what we're calling day 2 A/C, which is to say players from flight 1A and 1C are in this one. We have 5 hours of play, after which we will then swap for day 2 B/D. Another 5 hours over there. We're looking at 450,000 USD to the winner of this incredible APT Taipei Poker Classic main event. As of now, I believe we have 298 players that are going to be paid, but that's across all the day 2 flights, so about 720 players in day 2 overall.
Lee with another pocket pair. Had queens before, now 9s. See if they work out a little better for him. Zhang Wen, an ace in his hand. Just decides to let it go. Oh, sorry, no. I'm looking at the wrong person. Zhang Wen goes for the 3-bet with the ace-7 off.
He quickly calls. Small 3-bet, I believe. There we go, graphics catching up.
Ah, ace-10 suited here on the button.
So there we go. Oh my. The graphics are not off, which I think they have caught up correctly. UTG open, call on the button. 4-3 deuce, 2 hearts. Ling had the 2 overs and the nut flush draw.
Don't forget the gut shot as well.
And the gut shot, and to my surprise it goes check, check on the flop. Ling really respecting the UTG open. Now the 8K bet into 12K. Certainly will get called with those 12 outs you see up top. The 4 means a whiff for Ling. Pocket 9s. Did bet out when the jack hit the turn. Call on the turn could give Lee some pause. No, he goes for value.
I think that's only 4K. Just a small little blocker bet.
I see, you're right. A 2 big blind blocker. Ling's radar has to be alerting him that this bet is exactly what it seems like. What does he want to do with that information? He grabs some blue chips. That is how you wield a big stack. Punishes the blocker. Action back on Lee, who knows it's a blocker bet that's been raised, so he makes the call fairly quickly.
Alright guys, after this level is finished, bring the break time.
Very well done by both players. Lee essentially inducing some value out of Ling. Talk about extracting the maximum. Link can certainly take the hit. Just a hair under 300k in his stack. That's good for 150 bigs, but we are one hand away from the break and the next level.
Yeah, we will be rotating the feature table, so say goodbye to these friendly faces. Not before Ling going to get involved. Ace-7 offsuit in the cutoff. Very nice looking 10-9 suited in the small blind. Goes for the call. Oh, Ace-Jack suited now for lead. These two are going to tango again.
Always tricky to tango right on the break.
We do the chip race when you actually move to the table 20. No. Chip race will be done in table 20.
Rampage makes his way back to the outer tables. Well, that's it. We have indeed hit the break. There we have it. 15-minute break. We will come back with a new set of players. Do not go anywhere. We are here watching day 2 of the main event at APT Taipei Poker Classic. Stick with us. We will see you shortly after a 15-minute break.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
you got take two blinds going on next hand. 1,000, 2,000, and 2,000 for the big blind ante. Once again, blinds up for the main event, day 2. 1,000, 2,000, 2,000 for the ante.
Alright, just give everybody a heads up here in the field. We're trying to work with the developer to update the average chip stack on the screen. I did the math, guys. The average chip stack is only 50% of what's showing on the screen at this point. That's a total of the day 2 entries, total of numbers from A and C combined. I did the math, there's a number of players left in the field. Only 50% should be the average chip stack of what's shown on the screen. Average chip stack right now is 102,000.
Eleven dungeon tournament still have seats. The tournament time is 2.5 hours. If you want to join this tournament, please come to the red registration behind table 13. 我们现场还有一场11000限时锦标赛，目前都还有位置。你有兴趣报名的会员可以到13桌后方的限时柜台做登记。
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the main event. We are coming to you live from Taipei here at the Asia Poker Arena. We are here at day 2. This is the big one, the main event. It's what it's all been about. We have crossed 1,990 entries, almost 2,000, leading up to an amazing prize pool yielding a first place prize of 450,000 USD. We just played a session and now we have a new feature table. You see it in front of you. It has my good friend Henry Kilbane on it. That's seat number 8. The man in the booth is now made his way to the feature table. One of the best poker commentators globally is showing what he can do on the table. He has been really proving himself over the past year. Henry has been doing exceedingly well. Glad to see him with us on day 2. We also have some other superstars we will introduce you to. I'm joined as always by Sam Insole. Sam, new players, new session. How are we feeling?
Good. We actually have an APT Lion Trophy winner at this table, seat 1, Wu Chia-yun of Taiwan local. He has the silver pointy Lion Trophy, looking to add a bigger, more gold Lion Trophy to his collection. He looks like he is a regular player here at the APA with about 3-4 pages worth of first place finishes at local tournament events here.
5 different nationalities on the table, by the way. Taiwan, of course. 3 local players, I believe. Korea, Japan, Germany, and Henry representing the UK. He does live in Thailand, so maybe we can say 5.5. There you see it, the players and the flags. One short stack in the form of Lan Yun Wei from Taiwan. 16 bigs. Apart from that, once again, we are playing plenty deep thanks to the beautiful structure of the main event.
Yes, we will be covering this table for the next 2 hours, then a final 15-minute break, and then one more feature table for the last hour of play. Ace 10 suited looks like it's going to take its spot here under the gun, shoving for 16 bigs. Nobody picking up anything just yet. Picks up a couple big blinds. No contest.
Henry seems to be getting to know the table. Chatting it up. Always a good idea to chat it up with the person on your left so you don't get abused too much. Smart man, that. Player to Henry's right, though, is Germany's Konstantin Held. Running super hot. Picked up a big title just last month, so about a couple of weeks ago. Good friends with Joshua McCulley, one of the APT regular faces at the High Roller. Said he chopped a WPT main event with Joshua. Took down a Billionaire Club challenge just 2 weeks ago. Talk about running hot. Massive scores this year. Henry Kilbane, in case you all are not familiar, frequent commentator for the APT as well as Triton. Time to see if he can put his chips where his mouth has been for years. In the small with King 4 off. It's going to get jammed on by the Ace Queen suited. Fair enough. Chiran in chat asking how many are paid. Chiran, it's a bit confusing, I understand it. We are actually in one of 2 flights that we have for this day 2. So 290 players remaining out of 414 that started this flight. We have another flight with over 300 players, and out of the 790 players or so, or rather 720 players or so that made it to day 2, 298 of them will be paid. Pardon me, updated once again, 295 as I had previously been informed as well in chat by Justin. So 295 to be precise, to be paid. Long way to go for now. Name of the game is to survive the 5 levels of the day 2 flight.
There we go, Henry picking up his first pot. Everyone here with more than starting stack. Very healthy stacks. 40 big blinds quite deep in tournaments.
And then I come down and I'm like, oh, okay, this happened. That's pretty funny. Sorry, viewers. Some too private.
Here we are, Ace Queen. Very playable hand. Has raised to 5.5.
That's Hainam Huang from Vietnam. Won an APT main event right before the new era in Hanoi, his home country. Ju from Korea, Queen 9 suited. As disconnected as you can get on the 7-6-4 all black flop. So mind you, this feature table has been playing from the start of the day with each other. Obviously barring bust outs and some player seat rotations. So unlike the feature table we kicked off our streaming coverage with, they're actually going to be much more familiar with each other, a bit settled in, still need to settle into the lights and such. Henry, no stranger, although he is usually behind the booth. I did watch him playing a huge Triton mine where he was on the feature table. Still though, it's been a while. Let's see how he adjusts. Cannot wait for him to make a misstep so I can mock him incessantly.
Oh, what's he got here? Pocket nines. Not a fun spot. Raise from under the gun, +1 3-bet. Now you're staring at pocket nines on the hijack. Goes for the call. Really going to incentivize under the gun to call. Such a good price to try and flop a 6. Wow, just lets it go. Wow, look at that for Constantine. Flops the nuts on ace, queen, jack.
Oh my goodness.
It's a board where Henry's going to connect quite a bit too. He's going to have the jacks, the queens, the tens, some ace, queens. So I think Constantine can go quite big here. Goes for the check.
That is tricky. 3 bets, then checks on that board. Henry with the underpair. Checks back. Ace of clubs gives the royal flush draw as well. Henry's outs have increased. Now an ace would give him a boat. And once again, Constantine going for the trap. Would love for Henry to have an ace here. Henry with a smart check back, does not feel the need to turn his hand into a bluff. 3 of diamonds, absolute brick. Time for Constantine to bet. Realizes that Henry is very likely to check back. Hands with perhaps jacks, even queens.
An overbet. Just pot.
Almost exactly pot. Henry can let the 9s go. Not too much damage. Constantine disappointed, confused.
Adding to his stack, 421,000. That's more than 10 starting stacks. The man from Germany.
Henry with the suited connector. Early position. Casually opens it up. It's folded to the blinds. Masayuki, no dice. Suited king though. Surely finds the defense. Off to the flop. Henry once again involved. Jack, deuce, deuce. Pretty good board for the early position opener. Try as it gets. Suspect a C-bet could get the job done. Half pot, good enough.
Always nice to pick it up there with 9 high.
Those are the stacks, 168 bigs for the chip leader. An absolutely monstrous stack at this stage. Surely one of the chip leaders of the tournament. Constantine held. Extremely dangerous player. And on the run of his life as well. Yet to hear from Masafumi Ejima, I believe. From Japan, 130 bigs in his stack as well.
Yeah, 140,000 lifetime. Not shabby. The 6 figures, really tough to cross.
Seems like most of it comes from one big score.
Yes, he placed 3rd in the $3,000 mixed game WSOP event. Good for 96,000 USD.
His mum's not watching.
Couple second place finishes as well, but no first place finishes for him just yet.
For now, the milestone to cross is surviving the 5 levels of your day 2 flight. It's a marathon, not a sprint, as they say, and is absolutely the correct advice. King 9 of hearts will open.
Henry, nice defendable hand here in the big blind. Makes the call.
Woo Chia-yun is looking to...
Oh, very nice board for the big blind here. Henry's got the open ender with the jack of spades as backup. Board that you see a lot of leads with from the big blind, especially against early position. Oh, I love this. Here we go. $4,500. Wow, King 9. Quick call. Doesn't think too much about it.
Yeah, as I was mentioning, Woo Chia-yun is very experienced, looking to cross 1 million in lifetime earnings. In the top 20 on the Taiwan all-time money list.
Does turn a flush draw here.
Float is working out so far, has the best of it. Now second nut flush draw. Henry started telling a story. 5 of hearts doesn't really come in the way of that story to the extent he wants to double barrel out of position. And he's reaching for chips. These two have even stacks. Henry absolutely pressing his nut advantage on this board against the +1 opening range of Woo. Henry can have all the 5s, all the 2 pairs on the flop, certainly all the straights. Woo not going anywhere. King high, still the best fit. It's the second nut flush draw that allows him to call comfortably in position. And there is the heart, and it is a jack top pair for Henry. Second nut flush for Woo, about the worst card in the deck possible. Truly brutal river here. How does Henry want to approach?
Oh, 8 or 3 of hearts would be very spicy. Jack of hearts is going to cost him for sure.
Oh yeah, great point. The straight with the flush completing could have been
This is still very
more
bad
painful.
though.
Yeah, I think it's one of those cards where you have to lose a few more chips, because because Wu, of course, will be betting, but
Yeah.
what kind of profile is Henry pulling on Wu here? Does he think Wu is bluffing here after 2 streets, calling the flop, calling the turn?
Yeah, so Wu can have still quite a few overpairs. Although he called the flop quite quickly, so maybe he would think about raising them a bit.
Henry just has a bluff catcher, even though it is top pair. And a quick value bet from Wu, not to read into timing tells from somebody so experienced, but
I think Henry does beat some value. I think Wu can still go with like 10s, 9s, 8s here for some thin value. So I think the jack is kind of a mandatory call here.
I have to say I find it unlikely for Wu to be betting that thin after Henry led into him twice. But that is the
They're
calculus.
essentially the same hands as aces and kings.
That's the calculus Henry will have to make. Henry announces his intention to make a tight fold. It would be the correct one. He's putting the puzzle together. Asking, trying to extract some info. Can he do it? Thought about it, but ultimately pays it off. Flicks in the chip reluctantly. Loses the chips. Does manage to get in the slight needle. Can't say I blame him for the frustration. A dent to his stack of almost 70,000. Still though, Henry does have over 50 bigs. Nice pickup there for Wu, taking him above that 100 big blind mark. Very impressive.
Always nice to backdoor a flush like that.
That Jack 7 there, Sam, I do feel it's one of those hands where being on the feature table does maybe slightly impact your decision, you know. If you can quietly make a fold with top pair, knowing that nobody will ever mock you for getting bluffed, maybe you act differently.
Yeah, that's a spot where he's not going to have too many bluffs. You know, I think the ace kings, ace queens of spades are just happy to check back on the river. But I still think he does beat some value, so it's close, but good price.
Yeah, rule of thumb, in case you can beat some value and you're getting halfway decent pot odds, usually you end up making the call just from a poker math perspective. Can't be too wrong. Wow, multi-way situation was brewing and the big slick in the big. Just jams it in there.
He's picking up 3 very nice all-in spots here. He's got the ace 10 suited, then he had the ace queen suited, now ace king off.
And look at, if this goes through, which I suspect it does, look at the increase to his stack. 44K all in. Combined with the blind, I suppose it would be a hair over 45, and he could just get up to 62,500 here. This jam looks mighty strong. 3 callers.
Oh, that's a good price. But I think 3s have to go. Maybe 4s. Very nice pickup there. 3 times he's been able to pick up chips without any resistance.
Still the shortest stack, but that's certainly relative. 25 bigs in a stack. So everybody above starting stack on our table. Always a good sign. Some fans for Wu in the chat, calling him a beast. He's won some tournaments at the local venue as well.
More than some. He's got 3 or 4 pages that you could scroll through of first place finishes here in Taiwan.
He won first place in a tournament that had 3,500 entrants. Wow. Not too far off here at the APT main event. Almost 2,000 entrants with a very, very different buy-in level compared to the 3,500 entrant one.
King Queen suited just goes for the call here.
Ooh, a queen on the turn. Taking absolute control of the hand. Things seem to be going Wu's way. Check backhand position, but a 6 on the river could be dangerous. Constantine catches piece. There's a ton of missed draws possible on the flop. Could convince Constantine into paying off this small bet. Oh, it's very small.
Yeah, targeting those ace highs.
That bet is as small as it can be. Constantine laughs and says, Wu found the right customer. I feel like anybody in Constantine's shoes would be paying that off. Another small chip up for Wu. We had to hear from some of the players on our table. The Japanese contingent has been on the quieter side, once again because of card distribution. Approaching about 30 minutes with our new feature table. That's Henry Kilbane. His write-up says the ever familiar and well-known personality. Well, I'll certainly agree. Been active in a couple of spots already. Wonder if he wrote that one himself.
Probably not. All right, pocket 2s in the hijack. Opens it up. Now, I personally hate when the when a min raise is just going to be 1 chip at that blind level, so you always have to announce raise.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I like it when it's like at least 2 chips. So.
Yeah, could you actually clarify that as well, Sam? The 1 chip rule?
Yeah, yes, the 1 chip rule. If you just put in a 5K chip, it will count as a call. You can put in a 25K chip, it will still count as just a call if you don't announce it. $10-7 of hearts, flopping himself very nicely on the Jack 8-3. Just goes for the call here. Improving. Second pair now on the turn.
How much does Constantine want to force the issue here? Deuces are likely to be the worst hand now. Who ends up with a check mark? Pair of 10s, likely good enough with the check back on the turn. He decides to go for value. I like it. 10 value. Sort of blockerish. 1/3 pot. Gets the job done. Almost 500 of you joining us. Thank you for being with us. This is coverage of the main event. It's going to be a fun ride, not just today, but tomorrow as we get into the money and to the final table. Big bubble is going to be looming, 2.4K USD. Nice little 1.6x return on your money or so. It's all about that 450,000 up top. What's your favorite stage of the tournament to watch, Sam?
Final table, of course.
You never know. I like the bubble myself. Certainly feels extremely high stakes in that moment before you get to that big money on the final table.
It does.
Also, you see the wackiest plays.
Yep.
Some monster folds. Antares in chat asking how many players will be in the money. It's 295, but keep that in mind that that's out of the 720 or so who made it to day 2. This is just one flight. Still, the card distribution not favoring the Japanese players. One of them is Masafumi, folds it.
Ooh.
Oh.
Woo. Having a great run here on this feature table, picking up the pocket kings now.
Oh, and just a flat call on the button with kings. Not sure about this one. You tend not to tango with the chip leader, but when you have pocket kings in position, that'd be the time to do it. Well, never mind. He took a peek at the deck. Knew the ace was coming. This is such an underrated form of variance in poker where you just sort of random number generated and decided not to 3-bet the pocket kings. And it does come the ace in the flop. We can look towards losing the minimum here. Obviously does have to make the call after under-wrapping his hand. Constantine in control. 10 of diamonds doesn't change much. Considering he did not get 3-bet ace-jack, super likely to be the best hand here. Constantine will not mind going for multiple streets of value, surely. No point giving a free card. In comes the second bet. $22K now. And can whoever consider letting this go already? Needs to put Constantine on an ace exactly.
Yeah, king of spades, really bad card to have here. Just gonna go for the call though.
Constantine could have a wide range of foldings that don't include an ace. Queen of spades now. Board a bit trickier. King of spades an interesting blocker as well to the flush and the straight possible.
He's got an incredible hand here to go for the raise if Constantine bets. Constantine is going to go try and eke out some thin value here. Can Wu find the raise here, turning his kings into a bluff? He will have king jack that plays this way. He will have some flushes. Yes, yes, do it. Oh no, that looks like a call. Add more chips, come on. Yes. Yes, it looks like he's going to turn his pocket kings into a bluff. I love this play.
Here we go. 22K cut out first, then 2 stacks of blues, and in goes...
Oh, he's
teasing us. Not like this, Wu. You don't hear this often on the river, but all options on the table. Facing a bet, fold, call, or raise. Call would be the worst one. The pump fake on the raise. I mean, from a live tells perspective, this is starting to look a bit shaky. You don't see that too often. Someone about to put in a raise, take it back, and then end up going with the raise.
Just calls. All right, well, Constantine going to pick up a very big pot there, over 6 figures in chips. Oh, he came so close to going for the raise.
So close.
Would have been a beautiful play.
Wu's hand was not shown to the table, so you won't know that he's flatting kings on the button, but to the extent they catch up with the stream eventually, that's going to be one to note. Did end up costing him eventually anyway. Constantine extracting 3 streets with the ace-jack off. Much harder than it looks on that board. Go 3 streets with 1 pair.
Someone in chat saying that Constantine kind of looks like Will Wheaton. Sort of, yeah. Yeah, I can see that.
Anybody who knows what Will Wheaton looks like is instantly going to get a nerd alert. I believe Will Wheaton most famous from Star Trek and more recently The Big Bang Theory. Floating out of position with the king-queen off, and correctly. Masayuki's been quiet long enough. Does not want to get bullied by the big blind. Shen in position, queen 5 off. Decides to check it. Beats some of the straight draws and such with his queen potentially. Either player loving the ace, but to the extent somebody can utilize it, it's Chen. Decides to check behind at mid-defeat. Pocket queens. Early position will open it up to 2x. Lan has been getting some good hands when he needs to this time. Looking for some action. Folded all the way to the blinds. 7-5-4 action flop here. About the best you can see if you have 7-6 off. Masafumi has been quiet this whole time. Now is going to donk at it. Understandable given the board texture. Certainly smacks the big blind range and does have massive nut advantage to lead out here. In fact, Henry Kilbane, the person on the screen right now, did something similar. Man, simply flat calls. Brick City on the turn, the deuce of hearts. What does Masafumi want to do now that he's taken the lead? He's firing again. Certainly thinks he could be ahead of all the ace highs. Some hands that could have some sort of a draw, including suited wheel hands. Bet is 9.5k. Would set up for a nice river jam in case a favorable card comes out. On the other hand, land now with pocket queens. Board is 7-4-5 deuce rainbow. Does he think it's even worth going one last street? Oh, he lets it go. What a fold and what a bet and outcome there for Masafumi. That is a very, very tight fold. But that is what happens when you get short stacked. You're forced to make decisions for your tournament life, even when the bet is for about 20% of your chips. Just gave a lot of credit to his opponent there. He is not going to love that on the stream. Sam, maybe we don't need to wait till the bubble to see some tight folds.
Yeah, maybe not.
It's a $210 ticket. Well, I'll show you guys. It's a free ticket, simply show your main event receipt. Also for all players, including non-main event players. You also stop by any booth to pick up that $50 seat. The new seats that I'm announcing is for online series, APT online series, happening naturally. Coming your way.
Justin and Gilbert in the chat pointing out that I haven't been on the felts yet. As I was mentioning earlier, the schedule is a bit interesting this time, where we have one extra day in the series after the streaming wraps up. I will be burning anything I get paid for the 9 days prior on that one day itself. Let's see what happens. As for me registering into something before that, these 11 p.m. super hypers are always interesting. Let's see how day 2 and day 3 wrap up.
We got a nice hand here from Masafumi. Trips, very good kicker. Ace-5 suited going for the stab here. Both players catching a piece here.
Could be fireworks, depending on how Masafumi wants to approach this. Tons of blues being grabbed. Check raise is in progress. Chen has an awkward stack size to be dealing with it. Chu gets out of the way. Action back on Chen with the Queen 8 suited. Who does make the discipline laid out. Some questions about how many players have made it into the money from online. That number is 56. So 56 of the 295 spots taken in terms of players in the money. That's the beauty of the online Natural 8 APT main event tie-in. Essentially, you make it straight into the money since you're playing the equivalent number of levels online Really helps some people in case it informs their decision to come down to Taipei to begin with.
Pocket fives under the gun, 20 bigs. Pretty reasonable fold. Oh, pocket kings. Always nice to look down at the premium. Chen, picking a bad time to go for the raise here with the ace-10 off.
Wonder if I can Google Translate Henry's shirt.
Give it a try.
Next time he's on the screen, I'll try and do a Google Lens situation. Ju 4-bets it. Quick fold from Chen. Henry decides to keep it friendly and asks you to show the bluff. Stack distribution a bit more standard now. Stacks as low as 20 and 21 bigs, all the way up to 180 big blinds for the chip leader from Germany, Konstantin Held. Still early days though.
He's got a phenomenal name for tournament poker.
Why is that?
Konstantin Held.
Ah, of course.
I bet he wins most of his flips.
Makes our live reporting team's job easy. Just put in his name.
Yeah. They do an excellent job with the titles. A lot of very good puns. Thoroughly enjoy that.
We have somebody saying hi to us from Miami. Good evening. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to over 500 of you as well on YouTube alone, and all those on Facebook and Twitch. It's going to be a fun ride. Gilbert and Justin in chat discussing the Mandarin stream. It has moved to the APT channel, not on the Natural 8 Taiwan channel. As for why they're with us, commenting and watching the English stream, leave them alone, guys. We're happy to have them. We will get someone to post in chat about the Mandarin stream if needed. It's all the way up to top of the chat for the link.
Pocket jacks, ace-9 suited. Oh, pocket kings again for Wu. This time in the big blind. There's no way he calls this time, right? He did flat the king-queen suited. He flatted pocket kings. This time is
squeeze spot this time.
He's gonna fake us out again? No. Goes for the raise. Pocket jacks. Not loving it here. 3-bets in the big blind are always so strong, I find. It's very hard for people to find bluffs in there because you can just call and take a flop and close action.
Does Ju want to commit his tournament life here? Just goes for the call. Masafumi has plenty of chips. Would have position, could decide to speculate. Yeah, he's calling. Big pot brewing here, 63K in the middle. Ten, 5, 5. Clean as it comes for the pocket kings and dangerous for the jacks as well. You could easily think his overpair is best. Pocket king is first to act. 5 blue chips equals 25,000. I simply don't see how Ju gets away from this already.
It's a very chunky bet.
He does make the call with the overpair. I cannot blame him, but look at the SPR now. 114K in the middle. 80,000 in Ju's stack. Ace-9 suited gets out of the way. Is Wu going to get the rest of the chips here? 7 of hearts is just painfully safe. Pocket jacks look so good on a board like this. He could be eyeing an all-in situation. At the same time, I am sure Ju has been paying attention to Wu, not only at our feature table, but all day. Certainly haven't seen him 3-bet light. We could see the cards, so we knew that he did not even 3-bet kings, played them tricky in position earlier on. Now a 3-bet from the blinds, a C-bet into 2 players, and now the all-in. Can Ju sniff this one out? It would be an incredible fold, but it is a solvable puzzle. His tournament life is being asked for. If he folds, he'd have over 30 bigs. Yet another reason to consider making this difficult laydown. He's counting his stack, but I would perhaps be looking at his opponent as much as possible as well. I'm sure the camera will cut to him shortly, but does Wu look like someone who's bluffing with 2 overs? He makes the call and he's going to be down to 1 out. Got a bit too sticky with his hand there. Can't say I blame him with jacks being an overpair, but certainly could have considered respecting Wu's range there. As it stands, he needs the jack of clubs, otherwise we do lose the man from South Korea. GG, sir. Hard luck.
Yeah, Wu just picking up tons of pots. Getting dealt some very nice hands. This time, takes it down with the kings. It's going to put up to 2nd place on our feature table here. 144 big blinds. That is insane. Pocket 5s here, and ace king to his direct left. 3 bets, basically all in. Oh, Henry picking up the pocket queens here.
been patient ever since he took the dent to his stack. Has been rewarded with queens, although he would be flipping against a short stack. Just a couple of blinds of dead money in the middle.
So the reason why Chen is electing for 32,000 here instead of just going all in is because, you know, Henry can shove here, and then, you know, if another player or two other players make the call, he could possibly fold the ace-king offsuit here, just giving him a chance to get out of there in case of a very extreme situation. There it is, Henry bumping it up to 100,000.
You think you would fold the ace-king offsuit if there was a lot of action? Or would you be happier getting it in?
No. Like if Henry goes all in, and then Wu re-jams, and then one other person gets in there, I am just going to slide my ace-king straight into the muck. Make sure that no one can see it. But as played, easy call here.
The most classic of flips is in action. It will determine the life of the player from Taiwan. Chen Jian Hong needs an ace or a king. As we head off to the races, Jack 8-6, clean for the queens. Chen is tapping his table, and Henry asking for a sweat. Careful what you wish for, my friend. Jack of hearts, though, not exactly a sweat. Final card doesn't get the job done. Henry gets some clawback from his feature table starting stack, and we do lose Chen. GG, sir. Down to just 234, so halfway point for eliminations would be 207.
Yeah, we're coming up on that pretty soon.
The seat open proclamation. Sometimes the final needle after you bust out.
That one's not too bad. It's when the game breaks when you leave.
Ooh,
that's the bad one.
That's a cash game one. That is a slap to the ego there. It's also such a silly move for a table to make, especially if they're like what's sometimes known as bum hunting and keeping a weaker player in the game. I think courtesy suggests you don't break the game as soon as somebody leaves.
At least give him a courtesy orbit, as I like to call it.
Chip leader putting queen jack suited to work, early position open. Gilbert in chat says, looks like Kilbane is not going to commentate anytime soon. Indeed, he's not. That's exactly how we want it in the booth. Stay away from here, Henry. You're not welcome. Henry has been making sort of a comeback to poker in terms of playing a lot more, also commentating.
It's tough to just commentate when you're watching this. You really want to get in there.
Absolutely.
It's nice for him to get a chance to do so.
He lives in Phuket, Thailand. A huge fan of clean living. Really loves focusing on his mental game, his physical health. Has made an awesome recovery from a bike accident he had last year. You certainly wouldn't be able to tell looking at him. And by the way, while we're talking about commentators and those out there in day two, how about a shout out to Stephen Lai, not just as our commentator and player in the day two field, but it's his birthday. Happy birthday, Stephen Lai.
Yeah, let's hope he gets a very big stack.
Fans.
Nice birthday present for him.
Yeah, that'd be a great one. Any fans of Stephen Lai in chat? Let's hear it for Stephen. The situation could be brewing depending on how Henry wants to approach the king jack off.
Players in the main event, line
Decides to play it aggressively as one should, attacking the chip leaders UTG Open. Timing is a bit off though. Konstantin has the goods. This is one of those momentum / dynamic induced plays. I think Henry, recognizing this, Konstantin has been fairly active over the last few orbits.
Wow, just gets it through. Nice. Probably not giving Henry enough credit for having bluffs there.
Yeah, very surprised to see that.
To everyone watching, don't tell. Just don't tell anyone.
You hear that? Constantine just saying, anyone watching the stream, don't tell Henry what I folded.
Oh, you picked it, yeah? There you go. There you go. My mum's watching now, come on. She thinks I'm actually good at this shit.
Hand 66 as we approach the 1 hour mark for this feature table. So an hour to go to the next level and a new set of players. Enjoy them while they last, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a fun bunch. Konstantin in particular, surely one of the chip leaders of the entire tournament. Putting a stack to work. Jack 6 of clubs. Certainly makes the cut, and he's going to try and steal the small. It's going to work, considering Masafumi has the 8-2 suited. Masafumi has a monster stack, but with Konstantin on his left, there's not much he can do. Seed draw could end up so important in a multi-table tournament, as we see here. Henry having the good fortune of having the chip leader on his right.
Wow, doesn't go for the ace-3 offsuit open on the button. It's very tight.
Konstantin limps the queen jack off, and Henry wakes up with a king jack off. Also does not raise it. Lots of respect being given to the big stack. First by the button, now by the big blind, and queen on the flop. Domination rotation, as they say, but the gut shot to the nut straight for Henry. Konstantin surely wants to get some chips into the pot with top pair. Henry simply cannot go anywhere. Five of spades, all kinds of draws complete.
And no spade for either player, though.
Another bet gets the job done. did take a look at the schedule earlier on. Let's see some of the events that have started. The double stack turbo is crossing, actually late reg over for that one. 165 runners for that. Late reg still open for the no limit hold'em / BLO event. 300 USD buy-in. And one of those trip savers, the high roller 2500 buy-in double stack 2-day event. That's on at the other venue. To those of you who haven't been to APT Taipei before, we run it across 2 venues. Certainly the main one is where Sam and I are, as well as the feature table, the Asia Poker Arena. There's also CML, which is a short 5-minute drive away. Shuttles running between the 2 venues. In about an hour, the Limit Raz Omaha Stud and Stud High-Low event kicks off. Also called the Rose event. Raz Omaha Stud, and the E stands for 8 or better, I believe. Stud High-Low. Just a $220 buy-in. Looking forward to seeing how many people participate in that one. Love to see the mixed games rather, grow in the APT schedule.
They have exploded, especially from this series to the last. And even with Taiwan's largest poker club and the Chinese Mahjong League supporting us, still don't have enough tables.
That's right. Good problem to have. And in fact, I have heard we're already in talks of figuring out how we can expand and have no issues next time around. Trust the APT to figure that one out for sure. A freeze out at 4 p.m., 800 USD buy-in. That's going to have plenty of runners, considering people love freeze outs. Then flight 2B starts at 5:30 p.m. We're also 1 day away from the big one, the big event, the Players Party tomorrow night. Cannot wait.
Chan getting involved in his first hand has turned himself a full house here. It's going to be very close to impossible to get value though.
As we pull out chairs from each table, we're going to kind of ask you guys at the end of the hand to square up. You should have 4 players on each side.
Almost 500k chips for Constantine.
2 more levels of play.
Certainly the stack to be feared. 226 players remaining. As I think about the 2 hours of play we have left, Sam, I don't think there's any merit to players trying to just eke their way into day 3. I mean, it's a meaningless bubble in terms of being closer to the pay jump, but there is some mental value to making it to day 3.
Day 3 will be very close to the money, if not the actual money, depending how many players we lose today. I mean, with the blind levels being what they are, a lot of these people could just leave their stack on the table, go do something else, come back to a min cash. Yeah, ICM definitely starting to become prevalent now. Losing roughly 50% of the field on day 2.
That's awesome. I'd love to go and watch games there. I'm hoping it's like I love Djokovic. I'm not a Djokovic fan, but I love him as just like a character, sports person. I'm going for both men's semis and the finals for the club. Love to see
I just did a quick scan for the fashion check, and lots of whites and blacks. A bit unimpressed. I do like Henry's shirt. Somebody in chat was helping me out in terms of what it says. If you can remind me again, I'd be grateful. Justin says 56 of the 295 are online players, by the way, indeed. As I mentioned earlier. Goes straight into the money, which will be on day 3. Not sure when. Three stacks above 100 big blinds. I don't know if they'll leave their stack and try to coast into day 3, but certainly will look to preserve it. And Jacob Akuma has joined us, Sam. We were telling Chad about him.
Yeah, he's on an incredible run here at the Taipei APT. Oh, there we are. Pocket queens once again for Henry. Let's see if he can claim another victim. Ooh, these two might tangle again. Ace-6 suited here for Wu.
He's been taking passive lines, which is to say calling instead of raising. Did manage to get a huge chunk of chips in the Kings versus Jacks cooler situation. This time comes along with the Ace-6 suited in the cutoff. Pretty speculative. Slight graphical error here, I believe. Jacob hasn't joined us yet, but will be joining us. Oh my word, what a flop. Queen, 6, 5, 2 clubs, pair, and the nut flush draw for Wu. What a time to speculate. And Henry with top set. This could spell trouble. Let's not forget. Seat 5. Apologize on the graphical error, but does have the 7-6 as well.
Henry kicking things off with a small bet here. These are the two players. Let's see how Wu proceeds with his pair plus flush draw. No, he would be ahead in equity of a hand like pocket kings, but little does he know his ace and 6 are no good. And those are raising chips. 16,000 to middle. Henry must be doing backflips in his head right now.
My oh my, look how deep they are. Henry started the hand with about 70 bigs.
I think I like a 3-bet here. Wu is going to have a lot of sets that you can cooler, and you want to get the money in before the board gets messy. Nut flush draw is not going to be folding. And if he has a hand like 7-8, I don't think he continues on the turn with a bet anyways. So I'd really like to see a raise here from Henry.
Henry has also seen the showdowns that Wu has had. Could be giving Wu credit for even a hand such as aces or kings that play tricky. Would love to be in a set over set situation. Wu actually has one of the best hands he can have against Henry.
Oh, beautiful. Love the raise here. The 3-bet to 35,000. Great sizing. Henry. Henry is on it today.
Absolutely. As I said, he's been really taking his health and mental game seriously. It's really serving him well so far. Seems super dialed in to make that perfect 3-bet with the logic you mentioned, Sam. And now action back on Wu. He certainly cannot fold. The 3-bet is not that big compared to the stack size here. How does he want to proceed? A 4-bet would just be too strong, so he goes with the call. Club would be disaster. Anything else, Henry would still have a monster hand. And the 7 of clubs. Ouch! Absolute bink for Wu. His heart must be fluttering with excitement. Henry, meanwhile, does know this is one of the worst cards he could have seen. Some straights complete as well. Some potential combo draws with the clubs as well. 8-9 of clubs comes to mind. Perhaps even 4-3 of clubs.
Those are already flushes, though. Straight
Exactly.
doesn't help. But yeah, gonna have to be a very heavy check here from Henry with his range.
I pointed those out to mention that those would be the ones that Wu would perhaps raise, as opposed to regular straight draws.
Yeah. How big does Wu want to go here? I don't think too big, because Henry can still have, you know, aces and kings here. A lot of them are drawing basically dead. I love the size, 25k.
Going for extraction, but it does give Henry the exact odds he needs to try and boat up. You see those outs, 2 of them folded, 3 of them rather, leaving 6 outs. Needs a 5, 6, or 7. The deuce of diamonds. Talk about bricks. Henry check the turn. Seems likely to check the river. There we see it. And how much can Wu extract?
Yeah, Wu. Henry clashing once again. Wu again with making the flush.
Don't forget the SBR situation. It's hovering around 1.
I think an all-in would be too greedy here. He wants to target a hand like kings with a club. Maybe something like king, queen, the king of clubs.
With the exception of some hands such as second nut flush draw every once in a while that could perhaps 3-bet on the flop. Henry is at the top of his range. 75k is the bet. This would need to be an exploitative fold, but one Henry is certainly capable of making. Thinking back to when he paid off with top pair on the river with the Jack 7, that could be a handy experience to inculcate in his decision making here. He was shown the second nut flush runner in that scenario. He's seen a showdown with pocket kings, and now he's facing a river bet on this board. How much is top set worth?
I think one of the main questions he has to ask himself is, pocket 5s, pocket 6s still going for value here?
They certainly could be. It's not out of the realm of possibilities. How does that weigh against the pot odds he's being offered? 75k to win, 220 in the middle, almost exactly 3 to 1. Is he winning 25% of the time? It's for a majority of his remaining stack. Henry has been put to the test. Once again, I'd love for him to take a close, hard look at Wu. I understand the frustration. He's wearing sunglasses, not sure where his eyes are at, but seems like he's just cursing the poker gods at the moment. Oh, I thought he was about to lay it down.
That looks like a laydown.
He's doing it.
Very nice fold.
Very, very nice fold, Henry. Loses effectively the minimum. Got the right odds to draw to a boat on the turn.
I think it was a very well played hand by both players. I would like to see Wu go quite a bit smaller on the river, though. You know, it's a spot where he's just not going to be able to find enough bluffs, so when that happens, you generally do want to go smaller. If he has a sicko that can have like ace-6 with just the ace of clubs, then yeah, jam makes a ton of sense. But I think your average player is really, really, really going to struggle to find bluffs there.
Jan in chat says, I would have called off without thinking too much. I hear you, Jan. That's what separates the best from the rest, and Henry certainly showing himself to be within the conversation. Freeman says nice fold, as does Gavin. It's all about escaping disaster in these tricky spots. That's where live poker comes into the mix as well. Certainly Wu is giving off the aura of being super solid, especially when he's involved on multiple streets with multiple bets. 7, 8, 8, just the nuts for Chan.
Masafumi does have a very nice hand to go for the check raise here if he wants to get a little spicy.
He's floating. About the worst timing possible for it, facing the absolute nuts. There's a lock on the hand and a dangerous king of hearts. The backdoor flush draw has come in. This is textbook reverse implied odds, which is to say his hand has the potential of improving, but it would still be the worst hand, in which case by calling now he's actually risking losing more on future streets. Now that you floated with the queen 6 of hearts and the 8-8-7 board, can you get away from the flush draw?
It's not getting great odds to draw out of position here. It's quite a big bet. 15 to 20k, 75%. Probably not the sizing you want to be using with your entire range.
Oh, he's check raised it. Using the equity. What a beautiful scenario for the 8-7 suited here. It's working out like a charm. Made a very disciplined bet on the flop, which is to say did not check behind to trap, but instead decided to build the pot. Follows up on the turn, hoping his opponent had perhaps a king, perhaps a draw, maybe a 7, even though he blocked it. Instead, he's been raised. Very easy flat calling hand here. You want your opponent to hit all the draws they could have, including the flush draw his opponent does have. He's taking his time. Alarm bells must be ringing for Masafumi. Could give his opponent credit for perhaps a king on the turn. The ace now could slow down Masafumi from firing away. He wants to see his opponent stack. Just does not see a world where Chan has even an 8 and is thinking that he's the one in the big blind who can rep the 8. It's effectively what he did by check raising the turn. Looks like he's going for it, Sam.
I think that was an all-in.
This is
50 or 40,000. Oh, looks like 75, 60.
Well, whatever he bet is however much he's going to lose. The all-in will not get called here, so at least he doesn't need to show down his queen high, but almost a full double for Chan there with the flop boat.
Well,
I do respect.
Did go for it.
Yeah. Excellent check raise when he picked up some equity. Just ran into pretty much the nuts. That'll happen once in a while if you play enough poker. You will run into the nuts. You will run into the hand you're repping. It's all part of the fun of the game. Just tough when it happens at the highest stakes. We are here at the highest stakes, 450,000 USD plus to the winner. We didn't reach my 500,000 dream, Sam, but pretty close. Pretty darn close. 452,000 USD to be precise, so...
Maybe next APT.
I'm just saying, if you round up to the nearest 100,000, you'd be at 500,000.
Queen 9 off, gonna open it up here on the button. Ooh, ace jack suited, very nice hand from Masafumi. Gonna get involved, back-to-back hands. Luck's just a flat here. Constantine gonna go for it here with the king 5 offsuit. Gonna put in the squeeze.
This is exactly why earlier on we saw Masafumi fold the ace on the button against Constantine's small blind at that time. He knows what this man is capable of. Now you've under-repped the ace-jack suited in the small. The squeeze is coming from the big blind. Your hand is just so strong and so under-repped. Feels criminal to fold, but the raise is huge. 8 bigs to call.
I think he calls. Takes a flop. It is still big blind versus button. No. Jeez.
It's a huge raise that he was facing.
It's like standard size though.
Barely committed any chips, just decided to move on to the next one. Two big stacks, or should I say monster stacks on the table. 142 bigs for Wu. Constantine maintaining his stronghold on this table at the moment. In fact, those two have probably tangoed the least. Wu and Constantine, avoiding each other. Perhaps organically, but perhaps intentionally.
If I made the correct move, I am even if I didn't.
Precisely 30 minutes away from the end of this level, which will be the end of this feature table as well. Curious about the structure here. Let's see the next blind level. We go from 3,000 to 4,000. Yeah, there it is. It's the big jump. Biggest one we will have in this structure. Happens once every 5 levels. 33% increase. Reduces stacks by 25%. But that will be the final level for day 2 for this cohort.
Constantine getting aggressive once again. The king 9 suited. King 8 suited defends against the 3-bet. Both players missing, but Constantine can just take this down with a bet here. bet and a fold, and he adds even more chips to that monster stack. Up over 500,000 in chips now for Constantine held. And look at that, 207 players remaining. That's half our field gone for our day 2 flights A and C. Ace King decides to raise it up here. Ooh, Constantine here with the Ace Queen offsuit. Doesn't decide to go for the cold 4-bet. Very good timing to make that fold there.
Masayuki knows he has a weak hand. Doesn't want to go too crazy with it. Let's go. So that's 30 bigs.
There we go, pocket aces for the biggest stack at the table. Hoping to get some action. We're down to the blinds now. Just big blind. Ah, what a waste of aces. That guy just can't catch a break, can he?
Brutal. Just brutal run of events. Up to 500k in chips. Getting aces, getting no action. Life is unfair.
Yeah, so sick. Here we are, 9-8 suited, back-to-back hands. Raising up from the hijack. Ooh, is he getting spicy here, the 6-4 suited?
I'd love to see it, but I have a feeling he's not going to want to tango with the only stack that covers them.
It looks like he's going to get another one through, adding another 2.5 big blinds to his stack.
Seems to get action when he has bad holdings, not playable ones. It's all working for him.
Oh, Justin telling us, sad report. Stephen will be free to commentate for the rest of the series.
Oh no.
Means
Thanks.
he has been eliminated.
Thanks for letting us know, Justin. We hadn't gotten the sad update on our personal end, but GG to Stephen. Stephen Lai, of course, our co-commentator. No hurry to get him into the booths. You've certainly all been there. You want to shake it off? Maybe you want to fire a few other events to play the poker you plan to play today. Kings for Shan. In the small, the chip leader has opened. In comes the 3-bet. 17k or 12k. That is a tiny 3-bet.
How can you fold? Wonder if it's going to entice him to 4-bet here.
3-bet is so tiny it would confuse me actually. Very often aces or kings. Fantastic flop for either of those hands. 7-5-5 rainbow.
Such a small bet too. You can see he's literally got the odds to call here.
Yeah, with his backdoors alone, the ace is live. He's certainly coming along.
See a 6 of diamonds for a sweat.
Oh, you're evil. That is a backdoor, by the way. Gives him the wheel draw. 6 outs now. No bet on the turn. The tricky play gets the check back from Constantine as well, who decides to realize his equity, including potential for ace high to be perhaps good. And with the 7 now coming on the final street, Pocket Kings going for the value bet. If Chan decides to go small, it's about half pot.
Constantine could raise here. Small 3-bet pre would really throw me off here. Looks like he's going to pay it off. Does pay it off, Chan. Picking up a nice pot there with the Pocket Kings. Here we go. Picking up a nice hand here. King Queen suited in the small blind. Ooh, pocket twos. We're going to see a flop. Or he could jam here on this stacked up. Just goes for the call. Oh no!
Wow, once again the pair flush draw versus the set. No shortage of action on this feature table. And how does Masayuki not grow broke here unless he hits the flush? Surely all the chips find their way into the middle within the next couple of streets. There is the raise on the flop. Masayuki must be loving life right now. Little does he know he's run into a set of deuces. He's only calling. Does not want to lose his opponent, or so he thinks. No diamond. A check, and in comes a stack of blues, 5 of them. Setting up for that easy river shove. Masayuki might shove himself to make sure he gets weaker queens paid off. Masayuki is the one covered, but still eyeing his opponent's stack. Always good to know what kind of commitment your opponent is making. And he is the one jamming. Quick call and then 19% equity. Bit of a... well, I won't use the word, but he could have turned his hand over maybe faster. One card at a time is a bit brutal, but...
once you see the first deuce, you know.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, you know it's at least 2 pair.
You hope you don't, but you know. There we go. A diamond needed. And it is the 8 of diamonds. Oh, sets just cannot dodge the flushes today. Sick, says Ellen Fan in the chat. I could not agree more. To catch the diamond once all in. That is a new lease on life. Masayuki thanking the poker gods. Takes him up over 55 bigs, by the way. Shortest stack on the table remains Lan. Second shortest would be Henry, but quite a delta, 43 bigs. Queen 10 suited for Henry, +1. Easy open. Four of diamonds, calls from the small. Flops the flush draw on the ace-8 board, and the c-bet gets the job done. We're approaching a break. I'm sure the players will be glad for it. Once again, the structure today is 5 levels of play for each day 2 flight. For those of you who've been asking in chat about how it's going to work, because 295 players get paid, 56 of those already qualified online, so let's just say around 240. We won't be anywhere close to reaching the bubble in the individual day 2 flights, to the extent we have some mania where somehow there's a lot of eliminations. We'll simply end the flight a bit earlier than expected, although I doubt it. And then early day 3, maybe an hour or 2 into it, it's likely when we'll have the bubble. Don't worry, the powers that be think it all through. Have done this for decades sometimes. APT President Neil Johnson personally letting me know how it's all going to work. Meanwhile, Henry once again getting busy, this time with King 10 suited, not just Queen 10. UTG though, and Wu once again with the premium, not 3-betting. We saw this with Kings on the button, now Queens simply flatting. He is very tricky. He has been getting a lot of fantastic hands as well. Henry and Wu just battle with that top set versus nut flush spot. Constantine revealing that he's forced to come along because of the pot odds. To the extent anybody was eyeing him, they certainly know he doesn't have a premium. A queen in the window, top set for Wu. Sam, could we be looking at some sort of a repeat cooler situation? Henry does have the gut shot to the straight. Wu has under-repped his hand by not re-raising pre-flop, and now flops top set. Continues to be tricky about it. Simply flats in position. Henry has 3 outs. Oh, the 9 of spades. A lock on the hand for Wu.
Wu is running hot at our feature table. It's a very bad card for Henry, though. I think we see a lot of checks from him. Middle card pairing, as well as the flush getting there. Does go for the check. Wu, very quick bet. 5K.
5K.
So milky.
What does Henry think of Wu's play thus far, and what does he think tiny bets mean? Last time around, it was the turn nut flush. This time it's the turn full house, but once again, Wu did not 3-bet pre-flop. And the 10 does roll in on the river. Henry does have middle pair now.
I think Wu's going to go a little bit too big for Henry to call, though. I think 30K.
Nailed it, Sam. Pretty close.
35. Yeah, Henry can just get out of here.
I think Henry said something smells fishy.
Yeah, I did catch on to that.
Tiny 5K bets on the turn on that board certainly do smell fishy, but Henry once again backing into a pair. He's seen it all before. That Jack 7 against the runner, second nut flush. His set of pocket queens against the nut flush. Now just a 10 with a king kicker on the queen 9-9 3 spades board. Wu with the effective nuts. He's calling it.
Makes the call. It's going to get shown the very bad news.
Once again, Wu shows how he has a monster when things get to showdown. Yeah, Henry might be talking to himself a bit after that one. Cannot say I blame him. A for calling, considering the pot odds, but Wu's tricky play gets rewarded. And with that, we have a new chip leader. What do you know, Sam? Constantine has been knocked off his perch by the man who cannot seem to do any wrong. 160 bigs for Wu.
Yeah, mental.
Just a reminder, Wu, very accomplished. 900,000 USD plus total live earnings.
Look at that, back-to-back pocket queens.
Are
He
you
is
kidding
running
me?
hot. Oh, pocket kings for Masafumi. Let's see how
Wow.
he plays this. I don't think he's going to play it the Wu way. I think he is going to play it a more standard way. Put chips into the pot when you have a good hand. Raises it up here. 23,500. It's quite large. It's getting close to 4x. Oh, 18. I miscounted a blue.
Sixth setup in progress. Unfamiliar territory for Wu. Early open, getting 3-bet. He has won an APT New Era trophy in Taipei. Ace, ace, ace. That is an incredible flop for these two hands.
Wow.
Masafumi loses only to the quad aces. And from Wu's perspective, you either need to give your opponent credit for exactly pocket kings or the case ace. He's probably feeling pretty good about his pocket queens. Movie flop right there.
Yeah, no kidding. And Wu is actually drawing dead here. Queen won't even help him. This would be a bad beat jackpot in most casinos. 9 of clubs doesn't change anything.
Check, check for the trap by Masafumi. Little does he know he's missed out on a ton of value. Certainly shouldn't be afraid of running into quads there. Turns it into a 2-street hand, figuring that's about the most he can extract, but all underpairs are likely to pay off. Certainly should be firing.
All right. And we get the question about
Love to see a big bet here.
Those of you that play online on National 8, there was a total of 56 of you that have qualified for ITM, which is happening tomorrow.
He's 3-bet on the button, pre-flop. He is picking up a ton of blue chips, 5K apiece.
Be here at 1 o'clock.
I suspect whatever he bets gets snap called. There we go, 45K or so.
Be here by 1 o'clock, guys.
$40K back on Wu now. I think he calls. He paid off the pocket kings on the ace high flop.
I'd be rushing to get my chips into the middle. There's so many hands worse than yours that are actually value betting here. 10s, jacks come to mind. Anything with a 9 in it.
makes the call and gets shown the pocket kings. Masafumi. Very nice pickup there.
So a dent to Wu's stack, but not as big as it could have been. Still at 137 big blinds. Very, very comfortable. We're about 3 minutes away from the end of the level, which would hit the break. But these players will continue to play with each other for one more level. We will have a new feature table.
Here we are, King 8 suited, opens it up. Imagine we see a raise here. There it is. Button burst cut off. Oh, no defend, the King 8 suited. Constantine just picking up chips with no resistance.
How you doing, Mika? Congrats on your final table, J group. You won every pot of me. Every single one. Oh yeah, I wish you would.
Last hand before the break, pocket nines for Chan.
Very defendable looking King 6 of hearts in the big blind. Wow, outflops the pocket nines. Oh my, 9 of clubs on the turn. Chan turning a set here. Wu playing very defensively here, out of position. Small 6,000 bet. Wu continues. Eight of diamonds on the river, a little bit of connection, but not going to change much for Wu's decision. Is he leading? I'm gonna put in a small blocker bet at 6,000.
Once again, main event, take 2, top flip. Tournament dealers, let's complete the hand you're on before another break. Break time last set.
Good timing for a blocker.
15-minute break for you.
Chan going for the raise here. 35,000. Wow, quick fold. That is it as we head into our second break of the day. We will be back with one final feature table for the last hour of play on day 2 for flights A and C.
195 players left. 1 more hour of play. Don't go anywhere. We will see you after the break.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
on the right customer.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the APT main event. This is day 2 coverage coming to you live from the Asia Poker Arena here in Taipei. We are in the business end of day 2 for about half of the qualifying players, down to 195 from about the 400 or so that started this flight of day 2. But the next one will start pretty shortly. We are looking at 1 more hour of play. The prize pool is in over 2.7 million USD, as you see on the screen, beating out that 2 million guarantee by a mile. The APT absolutely exceeding expectations thanks to the amazing turnout by all the players. That leads us to a 450,000 USD first place prize. We are firing on all cylinders here in our poker room, as you see. All tables active, as they will continue to be, because we do have flight 2B/D, as we're calling it. Those are the players that made it to day 2 in flight 1B or 1D. As always, we rotate the feature table. 9 new players, 8 at the moment, join us. Some familiar faces, some new ones. That's how we like it. Do have an APT main event winner. You can see him on the right hand side of your screen a moment ago. That's Ku Shishang from Singapore. If I remember correctly, shipped APT Da Nang. The Summer Series main event has a Golden Lion, trying to be first one to get 2 of them. Seed 4 taking a short power nap, which I can respect. Seed 5, in fact, that's Hu, Taiwanese player. That is the previous main event winner. Used to be a cash game player. Perhaps still is, but certainly showed his prowess and is back with us. As I mentioned, 8 players joining us for now. Once again, the flags are aplenty. Triple representation from Taiwan itself. The locals always performing well at the main event. A couple of women join us. That's always nice to see, running deep in the main here. 1 player from South Korea came on seed 2. Hong Kong in the mix as well in seed 3. That's Hu, awake from his power nap. Wakes up to ace king. Hu Kai Hung from Taiwan, opening ace king. Do have 2 players from Thailand on the table. There's Kim with pocket nines on the big blind. To call or to raise, that is the question. And he grabs a bunch of blue chips. No respect for the +2 open. Could have fireworks on the very first hand of the feature table here. Just a call, it seems like. Who does not want to commit to what might be a flip? 10, 5, 4, 9s. Just one overcard, but not too shabby a flop. Has to be afraid that Who could have a monster that he just cold called, rather flat called, in position. His hand has become complicated already. Kim deciding not to continuation bet. Certainly could have chosen to do so. Has the only heart, and with the 3 of hearts, has a lock on this hand, 84% equity. Delayed c-bet now. It's pretty tiny, 18,000. Would not blame Who for continuing here. Kim's hand looks like it could contain ace queens, perhaps also ace king, but Who lets it go? Good fold as it turns out. So 193 players remaining, a couple of quick eliminations it seems like at the end of the last level, perhaps as soon as we came back to this one. One more hour of play and then we move on to the next flights. Day 1B and Day 1D. Welcome back to everybody in chat. As we mentioned, it's unlikely that the number of players remaining gets dangerous, but if it gets to something like 150 somehow on this level, that seems pretty egregious, but we will consider pausing play so that it's fair to everyone and we reach the money bubble early tomorrow. Justin Fairbanks in chat telling me about seat 4. That's right, we do have a celebrity in the house. Tell you more about her when the action gets to her. For now, 9-7, flopping best against Quark's 3s. Bet and a call. I think she's turning her 3s into a bluff here. Small bet though, 9,000 or so. Kim has one of the holdings against which this could actually work. Yeah, he lets the 7 go. Nicely done. There we see it. Quark repping Hong Kong. 90 big blinds is the stack to worry about and it's in Ku's possession. He'd also be the player to worry about. Has the experience, the chops, and an APT Mega Lion already. Oh, I see now what chat was referring to about about him going Sub-Zero mode. The hoodie's on, face mask, the glasses. Looks like Sub-Zero from Mortal Kombat. Chat, how are you always so funny? Some fans of Fawn in the chat. Once again, we'll tell you more about her when action gets to her seat 4. Well-regarded poker player, but super famous actress from Thailand. Love to see actors getting into poker, especially from Thailand. Justin reminded me in chat of Napat, or I believe he goes by Top Tap. Repping Tainatak, the poker community from Thailand as always. Cut off open with a suited ace. Very, very reasonable. And Fawn just folds the big. Stack's getting a bit shallower. Slightly just function of variance on this table in particular. 193 remaining. Let's see where we end up with at the end of this level. The Mandarin stream link has been posted in chat in case anybody prefers that, especially some of the locals who might end up on our stream by default. We're sorry to see you go, but as long as you're watching the action, all good. King 10 off. Sanantachat, I believe, is the closest I can approximate her name, but she does go by Fawn. King 10 off. Raising it up in the small. Jacket suited comes along. Ace 4-3, 2 clubs. And the king on the turn. Check mark for Fawn. Bets it. I doubt it gets any action. Clearly very comfortable playing live poker. That's what the Thai players have just been amazing at, supporting each other even when influencers and people with alternate careers, including Fawn, who's a celebrity in her own right, enter the arena. They take the game very, very seriously. I'm thinking back to Napat. I believe he came third in the main event in APT Incheon, if I'm remembering correctly, and ended up chopping that 3-way. But the passion he had for the game and how proud he was for his performance. He's wearing it on his sleeve. The likes of Punat, amongst others, end up being mentors to most of them within the poker world, and certainly shows what's possible if you have a lot of support. Great to see the Thai players, as always. Always bring along a huge rail as well. Fawn in particular, after all, she is quite famous. Forest Goose says Tainatak, to the extent that I'm pronouncing that correctly, means all in. well aware, Forrest. We do see a lot of those badges out here at the venue. In come the Thai viewers. Sawadika, guys. Some danger stacks on this table. Do have the other Thai player, Supanet, with 13 bigs. Once again, will not claim to pronounce these names correctly, but his last name does sound like Supernet, which I think is a fantastic name to have if you're playing poker. Justin Fairbanks asking if I saw the Thai winner picture of the Super Hyper Turbo a few days ago. He was wearing what is possibly one of the better Halloween costumes if you're a poker player. It's just the King of Hearts. And he actually won. Sometimes you got to give our media team something to keep them excited, you know? Got some fantastic photos out of it. Jack 9 of diamonds calls on the button against the hijack open. And Supanet wakes up with the ace king off in the small. He has a tiny stack compared to the table, 12 bigs remaining. Yeah, beautiful spot, just get it in there. Works really well as a squeeze, and I suspect it goes through. Action continues. Yet to hear from some of the new faces at this feature table. When I say faces, I'm using that term loosely. At least 2 or 3 of them have masked and hoodied and hatted up. Not sure I'd recognize them if I saw them outside on the floor, but all within their rights. Not these guys, though. Ku on the right-hand side of the screen, and Lin on the left, both in white. Going to take a quick look at the other events of the day and how they're doing. 165 entries into the Turbo Double Stack, 114 in the No Limit Hold'em BLO mix event. Late registration is on till 10:30 p.m. for the 2-day high roller. 2,500 USD is the buy-in there. And here we go. The limit event 4-game mix, Raz, Omaha High-Low Stud, and Stud High-Low started just 20 minutes ago. 24 entries already. That should be climbing up. That's a fun one just for 220 US. The freeze out just started as well with 58 entries. Always nice to not have to buy in again. If that's the way you like to play your tournaments. A fun one begins in a few hours. The Potlam and Omaha Lazy Rivers individual river card face up. 220 US. And then some turbos and hyper turbos all the way till 11 p.m. as they usually are. Situation developing. Fawn raises 2x with the pocket sevens +2. Koo has woken up with ace king off in the small. Three bet gets a smile out of Fawn. She is giving away some info. And the reason is because she's not calling. Fair enough. There you see it. Koo Shishang, champion of the Da Nang main event about a year ago. I do remember he was mainly a cash game player at the time, entered the tournament on a whim. Was about the most reluctant champion of all time. Seemed to think that it would give him too much credit in his games, perhaps. Did start enjoying MTTs though. Who can blame him? He's in the running for being the first one ever to have 2 Mega Lions. Two premiums, hijack versus cutoff. Supernet opening ace queen off. And the other short stack, Lin. Pocket tens. Oh, just a call from Lin. You want this side? Off to the flop, and there is a 10 on the flop. A very, very hidden set. Supernet with perhaps the best name for poker I've heard in a while. Has a premium, but it hasn't connected. Makes a tiny C bet. Not sure what it signals on a flop like this. Both of these stacks are tiny. Lin would be risking a lot of scare cards. He just jams it. Will help the ace queen get away relatively cheap. taps the table, lets it go. And with that hand, I'm actually excited to welcome Nikita Luther with me in the booth to close out this flight of day 2. She is, of course, a well-known poker pro and the Natural 8 India ambassador. Nikita, welcome back to the booth. We had some fun yesterday with the Natural 8 Beat the Pros event.
Right, Vedar. It's so fun to be here behind the scenes watching this glorious event unfold. Every day there's so many innovative and creative formats, and today as well. Today is the main event, hopefully the biggest one that Asia has ever seen, and I'm so excited to be in the booth and watch it unfold. Today is day 2, and it's the day before the money, right?
Well, yeah, that's right. We are going to reach the money tomorrow. So we beat all kinds of records, of course. You've been playing some of the other events. How's your experience been at the APT Taipei?
Oh, it's wonderful. It's so smooth. The structures, everything has been so well organized. I'm really loving the creative new formats where I'm trying to learn some of the mixed games. And of course, Mike and Victor are both poker players, and they've designed and structured the whole series and built it up from what it was to the biggest poker tournament, probably one of the biggest series in the world. And then done it with the keeping in mind that we are poker players and what the poker players need. So it's such a wonderful series to come to, and I love playing at the Asian Poker Tour.
Well, you mentioned you've been trying to learn the mixed games. I personally find the secret is to not bother and just go have fun.
That's true, actually. I did have fun with the Super Hold'em, like I told you last time, and where you can use either 3. You're dealt 3 cards, and you can use all 3, or you can use 2, or you can use 1. And I somehow ended up winning it. So I had there's no idea about strategy. It's just fun, creative stuff, and it's a nice break from poker when you busted the main event and are tilting.
Yeah, well, that's a lot of players, as you can see, 180 remaining out of 414. So quick math, about 230 players are likely doing exactly that. They're probably firing some of the events you're planning to fire today as well. Some of those I just recounted. Just a quick reminder to you and the chat of what is the situation and the dynamic here. We had about 720 players make it to day 2, split between the 2 flights. First flight is the one we're watching, 414 down to 180. Just about 40 minutes left in the flight or the day for some of these players. So we'll wrap up this flight. I suspect we get down to maybe, let's just pick a number, 150, 160. After that, rinse, wash, repeat. We have the second flight of day 2. And all the players who make it into day 3, once again guessing, let's just say it's about 300. We will be playing down to 239 are going to be the in the money players from our live arena.
I see.
And then they will be joined by about 55 players who made it to day 3 in the money online.
How many did you say were there from online?
55, 56 to be precise.
Wow.
Straight into day 3 in the money.
That's gotta feel good that you've already qualified online and you just have to come here and sit straight in day 2. No disappointment and no uncertainty. That's a very cool structure.
In fact, all they needed to do is just wait to see when the prize pool got announced what the min cash was, because that's what they were guaranteed. Turns out to be 2,400 USD.
It's quite a chunk of change, Vidur.
Well, how about 453,000 USD up top? Speaking of chunks of change. New record, needless to say. I believe Punat was right around the 400,000 mark in Taipei 2023. He didn't exactly reach 500,000, but as I was telling Sam, if you round up to the nearest 100,000, you end up reaching 500,000. One day, though. For now, we'll have to settle for the 453 up top. By the way, let me introduce you to some of the players here. Nikita, we do have a former APT main event champion on the table. That's seat 8, I believe. Ku Shishang from Singapore. Ace 7 off for now, opening +2.
So Ku Shishang knows how to get the job done.
Indeed, he does. He won the Summer Series main event in Da Nang. So he's in the running for having 2 Mega Lions, which would be the accomplishment of a lifetime, to be honest.
It's good to see some women out here lots of women in the field actually. It's so good to see, and they're all playing very well. And the it's, earlier when I started playing, there weren't a lot of women, and the women that were playing were not that great. And around here in Asia and Southeast Asia, the women are playing really good poker, very aggressive, very tuned in, and I'm so impressed. And the turnout keeps increasing every year.
Do you have any theories on why that might be?
I feel it's exposure, like Asian poker tours and series such as this have exposed women to poker and educated them about it. And also, just social media is also a tool. Like people realize that you can do so many other things with your life, and it doesn't have to be the conventional things. So just an embracing of the sport that is poker, and exposure. And women are very competitive. I mean, women are actually have a better handle over their emotions than men. And poker is a game where you have to separate your emotions from the game actually. So I think men tend to get into ego wars a lot, which women won't. Women will just make do the conservative thing instead of getting into ego wars, and they'll be better at bankroll management. These are just my opinions, of course. It could be, people could believe otherwise, but I think women are pretty primed to perform well on poker tables and in poker tournaments in general.
So that's your secret, huh? Emotional regulation. That's how you've been dominating men throughout the world on the poker tables?
Right, because with men, it becomes like oh, I'm more badass than you. If you got me in this hand, I'm gonna get back. And there's this revenge mentality which women don't really engage in.
You know what's funny is, I won't name the person now that we've had this conversation, but I was checking in on how someone was doing on day one, and that's exactly what they told me. They're like, I was just in this guy's head. I just wanted him to fear me. I wanted to own him, and I got him to 4-bet commit and called him off, and it was like such a high,
Right, yeah.
Very common.
So ace 10 for Kim In-kyu from Japan. And pocket nines. Wow, fulls. Wait, what happened here, Vidur?
I think we had a 3-bet and a fold. Very conservative laydown. We'll just double check that. Was eyeing how we're down to 177. In case we do have a flurry of eliminations, we're happy to just end the flight a bit earlier. Just to keep it fair, make sure that nobody's getting unfair advantage being too close to the bubble within their own flight.
It's just 5 levels today?
5 levels for each flight, that's correct. Hi fans in the chat. Adrian asks, who's commentating? I have with me Nikita Luther. Sure you know her. If you don't, feel free to look her up. Match 8 India ambassador. And I like to say, Nikita, you're a global poker ambassador. I was telling you about some of the players on the table. Firstly, right as you walked in, now you know the way the Thai language is written, PH still goes by P, right? So that makes his name Supernet, which I think is the most awesome poker name ever, Supernet. We also have another Thai player, the second lady you were looking at there. We have her on the screen on the right-hand side. Sananta Chat goes by Fawn, an actor turned... She's still an actor, definitely an influencer, millions of Instagram followers, and I suppose a recreational poker player for now, but a very regular face of the APT. Napat goes by Top Tap, also an actor, and frankly just takes poker and acting equally seriously. And we had one of the Natural 8 India qualifiers as well, who's an actor. I believe Samay was his name.
Right. So is Supernet very nitty?
Not so far. Short stack though. Did run into pocket tens with ace queen and got away from it. Ace king off for Kim.
look at that.
Oh my. This is.
Misty what? Is that how you say the name?
I'm going with Supernet.
Supernet.
Yeah.
Okay.
We
Supernet
apologize.
with aces versus ace king. This is such a cooler.
Running into aces when you have ace king is the stuff nightmares are made of.
Right, and he only has 12 big blinds with her. It feels like it'll go in, and I don't think Kim and Q can fold here.
Yeah, in comes a 3-bet. I'm afraid there might not be any getting away from it. To the extent Kim decides to just flat call, I don't think most flops are being folded. Just a cooler, not much anyone can do. 8% to try and give a horrific beat.
Yeah. It's only less worse than aces versus kings.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I mean, it's about the worst situation you can be in, right? 8% pre-flop. Probably ace 7 or something is worse, but here we go. It's always a chance. Not with 8-5-3 though.
Oh.
Just about seals the deal. Needs
Maybe-
running kings.
Maybe running deuce 4
Oh, and
for
4
the
deuce.
chop.
That's right. Hey, let's have a sweat. That's not a sweat. That does it. What a surprise. A man named Supernet shows up with aces. It's a bit of a different vibe from our stream yesterday, the Beat the Pros.
Right.
That went on till about 1 a.m. These guys are in the serious business of the APT here, the main event, 175 remaining. They've done a huge chunk of the hard work, at least to get to the min cash. They're certainly approaching that first milestone, even though it doesn't feel like it, because technically the end of the day is the milestone. But we're only going to be maybe like 10-15% of the field away from being in the money once the day wraps up. If you're a middling stack here, what do you think your strategy is? Not yours, perhaps, because you might be a tad more aggressive going for a bigger stack, but let's say you have 25 bigs. It's already a bit confusing with the 2 flights. Are you paying attention to the end of day 2 at all, or are you just trying to build up a stack?
No, I think for me, the ICM considerations won't come in yet on day 2. Still far from the money. So I will be playing standard. I'll be playing according to theory, GTO, not going tighter than GTO because that comes into play closer to the bubble. So yeah, I'll be playing 25 big blinds, pretty standard, and hoping to pick up some small hands here and there. I prefer playing small ball than going for entire stacks. I think that's a more longer term strategy. Just picking up the blinds, getting some squeezes in, getting some 3-bets in. You don't want to have big pots on the river in tournament poker that often. So I think that's how I would approach it. Some small ball poker like Daniel Negreanu would call it.
Did he just have it right all along? I feel like whatever he used to say in the old days when, poker content was hard to come by, and he would literally make up these terms sometimes. I feel like every 6 or 7 years it changes. Like, is this good poker or bad poker? Like, sometimes it's small ball, sometimes it's not. Sometimes things he'd been doing come back around. Then he loves taking credit for it as well. He's like, I was right all along.
No, he's definitely one of the most natural talents poker has ever had, and he's changed the face of poker. He's contributed a lot to the game for sure. And
Oh, absolutely. As they say in the NFL, first ballot Hall of Famer, if ever there was one, which actually he was to the Poker Hall of Fame the moment he turned 40 there. Could not be a better candidate, but I have to give him a shout out for the side of poker I've been enjoying lately, which is, content, broadcasting, etc. I mean, his vlogs, what a resource to poker players trying to make it to the mecca of poker. I mean, you've been to the series so many times. Has anybody ever captured what it's like to be in Vegas playing the World Series of Poker day after day, grinding it out better than Negreanu, and doing it as the most famous poker player in the world, getting chased down for selfies while playing every tournament? And mind you, he's playing 100K buy-ins and 1K buy-ins, sometimes with the same amount of passion. It's just so cool to see.
yeah, his passion is unparalleled. He has the same enthusiasm he had, 2 decades ago for poker, and of course he has a huge team with him, helping him with the videos. But although he shoots it himself, I've seen him in action. I was with him on the Game of Gold as well. He is so humble and so excited about the game and not jaded at all. And every hand he's trying to analyze, and he's never zoned out from the game. So I think that's just one of those things that you're just born to do, and Daniel Negreanu is one of them.
Yeah, he found his calling for sure.
A raise here, King 10 off by Supernet, and Lin Yen Chuan with pocket fives, wondering what to do.
Well, that's certainly not super nitty. King 10 off in the hijack. 2.25x.
Oh no, pocket fives calls, and there's
Squeeze.
a 3-bet in the small blind with King Queen off.
Yeah, and Han has committed himself, by the way. King Queen off, 40k behind, puts in 9 bigs. Great timing, gets the original razor to fold. And how does Lin feel about the pocket fives now? 72k in his stack. Can't be too great. It's just fives. Any merit to considering continuation, Nikita?
No, I don't think these small pairs do very well as calls. They do better as jams. You know, when you have short stacks, it's okay to jam. I wouldn't recommend calling off with small pairs.
Here we go. The chips are pretty fairly distributed, ranging from 18 to almost 90 bigs. The players know they're about, let's just say, 30 minutes away from the end of their day. How do you think their attitude changes? And do you let it get to you? Do you just want to reach the finish line somehow, change your play at all?
Honestly, there's two schools of thought. Some people just like to say, oh, I made day 3. And some people are like, okay, this is the last half an hour and this is where the action's going to happen, because some people are going to knit up and they try to like get the maximum mileage in that last half an hour in the last level. So
I'm guessing
they're
that's you.
Yeah, basically. But a lot of people just want to say they made it to day 3. But there's no value that day 3 holds if it's not going to be in the money directly. So you have
I don't
to
know.
be
Nikita, yesterday we were talking about other forms of EV, right? Trophy EV, for
Right,
instance.
yes.
What about an amazing night of excitement EV, where you're like, I'm in
Yeah.
day 3? What about high-fiving your friends EV? What about WhatsApping updates EV?
Yep. Although it's always more important to have a stack around the bubble, because as a middling stack, you kind of basically have to shut down and you can't play, so you end up bleeding a lot. You end up bleeding a lot of blinds.
That's right.
And so you need to be able to chip up before that and be a bigger stack, so you're not bullied around, because the big stacks will apply pressure around the bubble.
It's almost like an asymmetric advantage, right? Like a 40 big blind stack is worth more than 2x of a 20 big blind stack, just because you can increase your chips so much more easily.
Right. So yeah, it's important to not be a middle to small stack around the bubble. And there's nothing nothing you can do. Like, people just get away with it. You know what they're doing, but you still can't play back.
Kim from Korea, the man in the mask, has C-bet from the small. Kwok from Hong Kong comes along.
So he has a cap on, he has shades on, and a mask on.
Yeah, him and...
It could be anyone with it.
I know. There's another player who decided to put the hood on and the mask, and people said he went Sub-Zero. I don't know if you ever played Mortal Kombat, but it's a solid reference to some of those Mortal Kombat characters. By the way, look at the sizing here, Nikita. He's going for it. Lots of pressure being applied. I don't see how Kwok holds on for 40% of his stack with third pair here.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty bold to keep betting with ace-4 of hearts, no draw on the board. And I've seen this a lot, actually, especially versus women. people like to apply extra pressure, thinking that women will scare easily and will play on the tighter side of things. Although Quark doesn't have a hand here, it's a very, very tough hand to continue with. But I don't think. I mean, women are very aware of this, that men are trying to push them around a little more than usual.
Well, just to recap, Kim, raise pre-flop, bet the flop, bet the turn, and Quark is grabbing chips. She makes the correct call.
Wow. You go, girl.
82k in the middle, 36k and the 8, a scare card, so to speak, a 4-liner, and the instant check from Kim.
He gives up.
Check, check, and that is going to be a confidence boost if ever there was one. What a fantastic call on the turn. 118k in her stack, rewarded by a 50% increase for her
That's
bravery there.
a very tough call to make, and she found it. I'm very, very impressed. This is what I meant. Women are here to stay. The women are here to win.
Instant confirmation bias for Nikita.
Right.
Now we love to see it. Obviously, we were talking about how there's 3 women's events now on the APT schedule. They really have been showing up to our venues and events, and we're grateful for it.
Yeah, I think Weiwei is one of the most winning women event player around here, and she doesn't miss any one of them.
Yeah, that's Weiwei. I believe her last name would be Chung. Taiwanese content creator. Actually, she's
Right.
one half of a YouTube channel called Win Poker Couple with her husband, Nevin Chung, who's once again a very, very successful poker player, Natural Aid ambassador. Weiwei is also a really fun presence at any poker table. Finds herself at the feature table very frequently. Justin Fairbanks in chat says all 3 of the women's events got over 100 entries. That's true. Thanks for reminding me. And not always the same women entering.
Over 100 entries. That's amazing.
So do you play women's events?
I don't play women's events.
You think it's unfair on the women? You do have more of a recreational mix there, right? Because obviously that's kind of the whole point of the event. So you showing up as the big shark would be a bit unfair.
Nothing like that. Just in general, I feel like because I've been in the industry and playing poker for so long, I don't think there's a difference in gender. Like, I don't think poker should have any difference. So it's more like, yeah, I want to play with, in the open events and not the closed ones. And because I don't feel like there should be difference in gender like that. But of course, for women's event, they're just so much more fun and relaxed, and it's more like,
I hear you. I think it's a question of just catering to the audience. I think there just is a market for them. Women enjoy coming more to these
women love
events.
it,
Yeah, and that's the reason. In terms of the pure competition, totally agree. It's the same as chess as well. Really, the reason gendered competition exists in chess is simply to promote the game more, not because it represents anything about the caliber of the players.
Please the current hand you're playing and please wait.
Quark folded king queen off pre-flop. I'm a little surprised by that in the small blind.
And that's Fawn, by the way. She is value betting her 7. Absolutely correctly in this instance, considering who has just a 4. Bit of a blocker sizing.
Yeah,
Could
I
get
like
punished.
it. I like it.
It does get punished. Fantastic raise here. 3x, not too much to call for Fawn. Does she recognize that it's her blocker being punished as opposed to who actually having a hand worthy of a raise? It's not even pot size, the raise. Would he be doing this with the kind of hands that would be raising flushes, maybe sometimes trips?
It's a good read by Hu Kai Hong because he does have a pair on a paired board. He could have showdown in case she's bluffing, but he knows it's probably no good, and he's converted his hand into a bluff, which is good spot detection by him.
I always feel like it's the first sign you're moving up in your poker prowess when you start converting pairs into bluffs.
Right, yeah. Very few people end up doing that because with showdown they usually just want to call and check where they stand. So
Once again, the day 2 of the AC.
We just saw
very tough call.
Yeah, she is grabbing her chips.
And she makes the call.
Yet another difficult call being made. Fawn. That will get some excitement in chat for sure. She is here to mix it up and play and will not be pushed around. Credit where it's due, who made a nice raise, perhaps a bit of a misfire on the sizing there, and Fawn makes the correct call. And the chat goes wild.
It's a great call by her. Yeah, women on the table are refusing to get pushed around. I like it. Very different from what it was like 8 years ago, 10 years ago. I think the men haven't adjusted.
And there you go. Got to take the edge. Otaku in chat, who I assume is a woman, says, we have a hard time believing people. Oh, Justin in chat, as always, an incredible resource reminding me that Hu Kai Hung was the winner of the opening event, the APT National Cup. He has an extremely prestigious APT Lion and was awarded 80,000 USD for his efforts. And I believe the National Cup was a 300 USD buy-in, so one of the most incredible runs and incredible scores already secured by Hu. No spring chicken. Not very often you get a 250x return on your buy-in.
That's just incredible. Is this the biggest one? Have you broken some records here?
With the National Cup, yeah, depending on how you want to cut it, but we had only 2 flights this time as opposed to 4, so for that, certainly the biggest one. If you remember, this is the one where, because of the rain, we had queues going all the way outside the arena. People standing in the rain waiting to sign up. And there is the National Cup winner finding the spot with King Queen suited. Absolutely correct jam. Punishing Ku's open from +1 with King Jack off. Bit of Hollywooding before he lets it go. Wants to preserve his image with these early opens. The jam is way too big to ever consider calling, so finds the fold.
Is that the Mortal Kombat attire?
That's right, Hu. Sub-Zero. And while I have my laptop, I'm going to show you a photo. Tell me if you agree.
Yeah, definitely.
There she is. Goes by Fawn. Owns the brand Fond, which is different from what I was saying. I believe she goes by Fawn, so it's an offshoot of her name.
APT Jeju Women Event Champion.
Yeah, these Thai actors are getting really good at poker. As always, they end up being part of Thai Natak, the Thai poker community, as well as mentees of one of the Thailand superstars. Punat comes to mind. Pachara sometimes. She's an actress, a TV host, a YouTuber, approaching 3 million Instagram followers. What can she not do?
Wow, so we have some celebrities from outside of poker in the mix.
Sub-Zero, King 10 off for him.
He could also qualify as that ninja emoji.
That's right, that's right.
No, he
Would-
just needs that thing at the back, the sword or whatever that
Yes.
instrument is called.
It's called a sword. You're fine.
Sword at the back, and then he'll be the emoji on WhatsApp, the ninja.
Ooh, Ace King. You know what you don't see too often on ninjas? Spectacles.
That's true. A raise, a 3-bet, and ace king on the big blind for Lin Yin Huan.
Seems like a dream. It's not very deep. 16 big. Should just be able to get it in there. Yeah, that's what he does. And the reason it is like a dream is because he's not likely to get action. So fantastic pickup here. He's going to increase his stack by almost 40%.
Oh, we see what he looks like.
That's you know, he did start out like this. And that's why people were laughing when he went sub-zero mode. Yeah, time for who to hem and haw. Pardon the alliteration, but again, some Hollywooding before he lets it go.
That's very convincing acting. I mean, I would think he definitely has a hand.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, we can see he doesn't, but the way he's taken his hood off and is considering it. it's
So let me
pretty
ask you,
convincing.
is there any value to Hollywooding in these folding spots?
Yeah, if you think you're going to be on the table for a while, definitely, because poker is a game of imperfect information, and you don't want to give away unnecessary information and let other people, know where you stand when you're making some moves. So,
I'll add something to that.
Yeah.
I just think making somebody sweat and get their adrenaline going and some fear in their heart could have some value.
Right.
But I will add, we're 4 hands away from the break, after which the table breaks. So maybe
No.
a tad unnecessary.
Yeah, so when you're expecting to be on the table for a while, you're setting up an image and people are picking up all sorts of information. So it's sometimes important. So is that the end of the day, Vidhu?
For this flight, yeah,
Yeah.
for these cohort of players. 168 remaining, 4 hands. Let's just say we end at somewhere between 165 to 160. Oh, last 2 hands before the break, pardon me. So we're going to end the flight rather at about 168. If we double that and get to about 335 players or so going into day 3, we will be about 100 spots away from the money. Again, 56 players are joining us from online. Essentially, these players played the equivalent of day 1 and 2 online in terms of the levels and qualified straight into the money on day 3. So
I
Nikita,
feel like, sorry for interrupting you.
no problem.
I feel like your question was answered about, people, whether they're trying to make it to day 3 or, there's action. There's only been action so far.
That's true.
Lots of light 3-bets, some jams, some hero calls that were correct. I think it's been all action. Nobody's scared here. Everyone's playing fearless poker, and it's been such a pleasure to watch so far.
Well, speaking of action, some potential. Open-ender for who has been very active. And Koo just puts him in there correctly. King 9, good enough. Middle pair, second best kicker. I don't see how Who can resist calling this. He's going to have a ton of equity, but does he want to put his tournament life at risk in this spot?
It's almost a coin flip, we know that.
I mean, this, again, he is the winner of the APT National Cup. Won 80,000 USD. Looking to make a deep run here. Does he want to gamble for his tournament life? He'd be left with 11 bigs, one hand away from the end of this flight. So he could fold his way into day 3, and it almost brings into question what you just brought back up, Nikita. Does that matter? If it wasn't the end of the day, would he be thinking about this? Makes the call anyway.
Yeah.
Let's run it.
I
It's a
guess
flip.
if you're in the hand with Jack 8 and you flop an open ender with 11 big blinds, 13, excuse me, it's really hard to get away. So he opts to gamble.
Here we go. 8 outs going twice. 4 of clubs.
Not one of them.
Oh, he's using the grabbing water bottle equity. Jack, queen, or 7 needed. 8 doesn't cut it, and we do lose the National Cup champion right before the end of the flight. GG. Justin in chat, by the way, telling me who all qualified online. Punat, Tent, Tanisorn, all Thai superstars. And Nevin, we just mentioned him. The other half of Win Poker couple, the Natural 8 Taiwan ambassador. And indeed, Justin is correct in chat. The next flight will start at 6 p.m. local on stream. So exactly an hour from now. And this is indeed the last hand before the break. Let's make it an exciting one. I don't want anyone to bust, but
Yeah.
big pot.
Got to feel bad for who went out 2 hands, second last hand of day 2. But yes, wasn't anywhere close to the money, so had to take the gamble. Everyone's just laughing and chatting now, ready to get done with the day. Fold it around to the small blind. Who gives the big blind a walk?
There we go. Let's just get it over with.
Yeah.
So there we have it. Day 2 flight A/C, as we're calling it, is in the books, and these players get to bag and tag. It is a fantastic feeling. I recommend it if you haven't tried it. I'm being cheeky, of course. It takes a lot of effort to get to this point. These guys have grinded it out and will be coming into day 3 tomorrow. Once again, a reminder of how it works is that the second flight will begin exactly an hour from now. There's a snapshot, 166 players remaining out of 414. Then we'll have a new flight of players come in, trying to also work their way and survive 5 levels. Nikita, 2.7 million in the prize pool and 454,000 effectively to the player up top.
That's a sweet payday for the winner of the main event at APT Taipei Poker Classic with the lesser reduced buy-in this time, and still $500,000 up top. That's a huge jump in value. I wish I was there.
Well, all thanks to the 1,991 entries. Much gratitude as always to everybody who supports and plays, of course. That wraps up this flight. We're going to take that 1 hour break I mentioned. Thank you once again, Nikita, for being with us. It's been really fun having you in the booth. Any last parting thoughts?
Thank you, Vidhu. It's been fun as always, and great feature table to watch. I hope to see a lot more, and I hope to come back in the booth and catch some of the main event action.
Well, to all those of you watching, we hope you stick around to catch the main event action. Day 2, second half today, day 3 and 4 tomorrow and day after, as we work our way to the winner of that APT Mega Lion and $454,000. Stick with us. We'll see you in an hour.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Right. And we get the question about online qualifiers. For those of you that played online on National 8, there was a total of 56 of you that have qualified for ITM, which is happening tomorrow. Historically, we've been hitting ITM right around 17 and 18. 17, 18. So we're online qualifiers, we have plenty of time. Be here at 1 o'clock. Going down to all the 56 online qualifiers that have qualified for ITM of the main event. We have National 8. Be here by 1 o'clock, guys.
space for a sweat, I'll take a sweat. I'm moaned it in, so really moaned it in. Do you ever feel like you're those slots you're just
Right. We get the question about online qualifiers. For those of you that played online on National 8, there was a total of 56 of you that have qualified for ITM, which is happening tomorrow. Historically, we've been hitting ITM right around 17 and 18, almost 17 and 18. So for online qualifiers, we have plenty of time. Be here at 1 o'clock. So going out to all the 56 online qualifiers that have qualified for ITM of the main event, we have National 8. Be here by 1 o'clock, guys.
That's part of the dealers of the main event day 2 ASC. Let's finish the current hand and please wait. Once again, all the current players of day 2. Current dealers, please the current hand you're playing and please wait. The total dealers of day 2 ASC. 5 more hand, 5 last hand, 5. Once again, the day 2 of the ASC, last 5 hands. Total dealer, please show over there.
But we get the question about online qualifiers. For those of you that played online on National 8, there was a total of 56 of you that have qualified for ITM, which is happening tomorrow. Historically, we've been hitting ITM right around 17 and 18, or 17 and 18. So for online qualifiers, we take the time, be here at 1 o'clock. Going out to all the 56 online qualifiers that are qualified for ITM of the main event, we have National 8. Be here by 1 o'clock, guys.
As you see, I'm part of the circle.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back, everybody, to the APT Taipei Poker Classic 2024. We just covered flights A and C day 2, and we are now moving on to flights B and D, competing for their second day. All will culminate along with the online entrance into day 3 tomorrow. But for today, we will have 3 feature tables across the 5 hours of coverage, including an additional 2 breaks of 15 minutes apiece. Our feature table is going to differ a little bit in terms of stack size from ones you saw earlier, if those of you who have joined us earlier are returning. A lot shorter stacks. We have some that are down to 50 big blinds, 100, not too many that are super, super deep, so we will see a lot more all-ins, I reckon, on this table. My name is Sam Insel. I'm joined here with Vidur Singhal, as always. How are you doing, Vidur?
I'm doing very well, Sam. I got a chance to grab a coffee, and I'm looking at my coffee cup, by the way, from our lovely cafe here at the Asia Poker Arena. It's called the CTP Cafe, and it says, "Have a nuts day."
Yes, I love it.
You don't see that too often. Some poker puns on your coffee cup. What a beautiful venue, as always, as we kick off a fresh flight of day 2. Let's not forget we saw 5 levels of battle, went down to 166 out of 414. Here we go, starting with 310. Wonder what we get down to. Effectively, 298 people will make the money as a whole. We will not be doing that today. We will be trying to make it to day 3 with as many people as possible and play down to the money once the fields merge. New feature table, new set of 9 players. You'll meet them slowly. There's one of the shorter stacks you were referring to, Sam.
Yep, just on, just over 20 big blinds. Our shortest stack, 19,100, is Ryoto Hirata. Just here, 19,000 in chips. Not too much more than 10 big blinds, so decisions are fairly easy on that stack depth.
Taking a look at the flags. As always, I love to see India represented. One of the best players from India, Kunal Patni, is a Natural 8, not just ambassador, he's actually the operator of Natural 8 India. He's going to be on the table. Mentioned Hirata from Japan, as well as a man named Ryo Fujita from Japan. Do have 2 players from Thailand as well. Percy Chow from the UK, representing the West, I suppose. And we do have Yi from Singapore. Should get to know them more and more as play goes on. 1 Taiwanese local, pardon me, 2 Taiwanese locals, both named Chen. Chi Wei Chen and Chi Jen Shen.
Yeah, very similar names. And they are, Chen Chi Jen is our chip leader on the table at 187,000 in chips.
Pretty big stack, but we did see stacks touch around 300k to begin the day at the start of our first feature table. Actually, I saw Konstantin, who was the chip leader on his table. He bagged 500k.
Yes, very impressive.
Kittikun from Thailand, +1, ace king suited, not too shabby, and nor is king jack off in the big. Chi Wei, whose name is very similar to now a bona fide superstar, Fan Chi Wei, who actually shipped the 25k superstar challenge for 272,000.
That's going to feel good after bubbling the 10k.
Absolutely. Just goes to show sometimes you have to just keep on carrying on. Chi Wei, king jack off defense, absolutely whiffs. Probably a good thing. King would have been dangerous. Plenty of you stuck around with the feed. Thank you for joining us. We will be playing down till the end of 5 levels, as we did with the first flight. Look at those flags. Love to see the diversity. Taiwan, UK, Thailand, as I mentioned, Singapore, that's the first 4. India in the mix. These players have been waiting a while. If they played 1B, I believe it would have been 2 days. 2.5, including the first half of today before they're playing.
Yeah.
Either way, I'm sure they're gunning to play. That's Kunal in the frame on the left. Says boss on his shirt. How appropriate now that he runs Natural 8 India. To all of you in chat, welcome once more. If you are supporting any of these players on our feature table, or indeed anybody out there on the outer tables, you can follow along here or go to the website apt.poker for some updates. 724 players total made it to day 2. 295 will be paid, including the 56 already qualified from online. 452,000 USD up top. That's 14.4 million. And that's quite a drop to second place prize, by the way. 8 million Taiwanese.
Yeah, it's a very, very big jump from second to first.
We're talking about 150,000 USD plus heads up, to the extent we get there. That's ludicrous. King 6 battling King 10 and a 6 in the window, and to make matters worse, a king as well. About the most favorable situation Kunal could be in right now.
And on this stack depth, King 10 is basically the nuts here and should be trying to go for 3 streets and get it all in by the river. Gonna go for the raise right away here. Chunky one too, 13,000. Or 8,500? I thought I saw 2 blue chips. Oh, it's a purple.
Lose 5k apiece, purple 500s. The orange 1,000. 7 of spades, interesting card, does give the gut shot to the King 10 as well. Could be what keeps him around to the extent Kunal decides to go for it here. Cannot blame the quick call. Facing the check raise on the flop, you do have top pair. Kunal would be doing this. There's a wide range of hands, including some draws, and those draws have picked up a ton of equity. In this case, Kunal simply has kings up. Doesn't go for the jam. Goes for the bet of 11.6k, and Yi has very quickly grabbed calling chips. He is making the call. He has plenty of outs. Some of them have been folded though. In fact, plenty of them, leading to just 7 now. And ace is not one of them, but could be the card to ensure he doesn't pay off what is surely going to be a jam from Kunal here.
There it is, all in. Such a good price. It's very tough to fold top pair for this price.
Some mildly relevant blockers, perhaps. You know, blocks the nut straight draw on the flop. That would be the nut straight now. King of spades is not the card you want to have per se, but wouldn't really matter. Wow, he does make the call. Kunal with the full double. Hand number 3 here. Well, you eke your way into day 2 with just over starting stack. After grinding what could be as long as 10 hours. At least it's 10 levels for sure. And on hand number 3, you got the full double. King 6 versus King 10. Not too shabby. I did meet Kunal's friend and top Indian pro Dhaval Mutkal outside. Asked him if he wanted to say anything to Kunal on the stream. Dhaval just asked us to thank Kunal for the many buy-ins he contributed to the main event.
That's funny. I like that.
Justin in chat mentioning the freeze out. That is the ongoing event. All the tables are so packed with flight to B&D. Freeze out has a massive waiting list. I heard number 33 on the wait list being announced. That's the kind of demand we have. Always a good problem to have. Mikhail in chat saying hello. Hello, Mikhail.
There we go. Ryota, ace jack suited. Not many blinds behind. All in. Oh no, Percy wakes up with a pocket kings and the hijack.
That seems unfair. Ace jack suited, +1. Perfect spot to jam. Percy will surely isolate. Four bets to 40,000. Chen can comfortably fold the sixes. Ace jack suited at risk.
Just 28% for Hirata. Oh, always an ace. Ace 7-5 is going to put him into the lead. 88% now to double up. Have a nice healthy, 25, 30 big blind stack. Just has to fade 2 kings on the river.
Jack is meaningless, still feels nice though. 4 locks it up. The piece to the camera. I don't know. But Percy doesn't want peace right now.
You should do the running hut one from Azure.
Is that a Trump teddy bear shirt? Did you see that? Like a
That's
Ralph Lauren.
That's exactly what it is. Is that the most awesome shirt of all time?
That's hilarious.
I don't mean in any way politically, but just look at it when it comes back. That'd be a cool stuffed toy as well.
I could see that.
Just the Trump comb over on everything is hilarious. King Jack takes the spot from the hijack.
Oh no, Kunal waking up with pocket queens behind.
Kunal running hot. Just got the full double. Now the 31k stack, 20 bigs. One move really. Just wants to take his time. Not give anything off. Just calls, which arguably appears equally strong. The cold call against the 3-bet shove.
He's quite deep in with Pimp Hat.
Once again, the waiting list for the freeze-out event.
Still has to worry.
Please come to near registration area, please. Thank you.
She can let this go easily now. King Jack versus Queens, 67% for Kunal to add an extra 32k in a stack. That would be quite the orbit Kunal is having, to the extent his queens can hold. King 5. Once again, the worst hand flops best. We just saw pocket kings lose to the ace jack. Kunal wants a spade for a sweat. Sounds fair. There is the spade for the sweat. Some excitement. 30% for Kunal. He needs a queen or a spade. Jack of spades. No good. And it is a spade. That is a brutal way to go. The runner. Trip kings. No good, sir. He is eliminated. Taps the table. Takes his card protector / stuffed toy. Like the vibe. And Kunal has gone from 40k and change to 131k. Second in chips on the table. Second only to the Taiwanese superstar, Chen. Over 800k in lifetime earnings for him.
Just 5 hands and manages to triple up his stack. It's amazing.
You grind and you grind day one. I do know, we were joking about it, but I do know Kunal fired 1A, which means he played the full 10 hours because he busted on the last level. Clearly bought in again.
Yeah.
Makes it with essentially starting stack to day 2. 5 hands and he has 130k. 82 bigs.
Once again, the freeze out waiting list number 49 or under. Please come near registration area. 49 or under.
Queen 3 is not going to do it for him this time. Kitty got an openable hand here on the button.
Alright, once again, all the tournament players who's holding waiting list for the freeze out event. The waiting number 49 or under. Please come near the registration area, please.
Pocket 9s. How do they want to proceed? Or no, not all in. Just a big stack of blues. And that should be the end of the hand there.
Chan just looks like he's been there, done that, seen it all. He's going to play perfectly in most spots. Knows what to do at every stack depth. Has over 800k US in lifetime earnings. Kunal Patni just crossed 1 million. 10th on the India all-time money list.
Okay, we see on the screen later.
I'm not sure I have a spade.
Once again, waiting list for the freeze out.
Chat mentioning Pine.
Waiting number 49 or under.
Pat on the screen
Please
at the
come
moment.
near the registration area, please.
She's an actress / fashion designer in her own bio. Almost 1 million Instagram subscribers as well. We did have an actress in the last feature table before the break, the one Nikita was covering. Fawn.
Just picking up the pocket 9s here under the gun. Bumps it up to 3,500.
Healthy stack. 55 bigs or so. No resistance. Short stack is pretty healthy, 23 bigs. Kitty Koon from Thailand. Players seem to have been eliminated already in 20 minutes. One of them from our table. We will have a new player joining us. Seat 1. Bob Lock from Malaysia. Just about to finish our first orbit here. There's been some action already, one elimination. You get a couple of hours with each feature table. The milestone for all of these players is to make it to the end of day 2. That's 5 levels. And my, oh my, Mr. Putney running hot after Dhaval in chat is trolling him by calling him handsome, or handsome I should say. Pocket Kings +2 opens to just over 2x. No resistance perhaps. 6-4 for Pine. Does make the call. They aren't exactly King's crackers, but just getting the right price in position. We'll see a flop. Needs to avoid the 6s and 4s. Gets the gut shot though. Jack 8-7, 2 diamonds. Pretty wet board. Neither player has a diamond. Kunal is going to c-bet. That's a big one. Oh, pardon me. Once again, a confusion between the blue and the purple chips. Blues are 5,000, purple 500.
Running hard.
Half pot bet, takes it down, and Kunal shows the kings. Running hot indeed.
4-6.
Okay, there's some camaraderie between Kunal and Pimpat, aka Pine. Sharing hands. Not a big fan of letting Kunal know you're defending 6-4 in the blinds. There's some merit to just creating a friendly atmosphere. Could mean you get bluff less perhaps in the future. No premium for Kunal this time.
Luck has to run out at some point.
Shen has 7-6 of hearts in the hijack. She's figuring out rather sizing. I think he is going to be opening this. He's also eyeing the players and their stacks in the blinds. Perhaps making a decision accordingly. Ace jack off for Rio. He's been patient. Does have the best shirt ever. Three bets it.
I think I prefer just to see an all in here. Maybe ace jack suited likes the smaller re-raise. Chen, just going to give this up. Playing out of position. If he calls, the pot's going to be over 20k with 33 behind. Just going to be no playability with a hand like this. Not stack depth. Just want hands that can make good, strong top pairs that are easy to play, easy to stack off once you make a pair. And does let it go.
$115 bigs for Chen. By far the chip leader on the table, but with Kunal having chipped up and those two players being only 2 spots away from each other, I think This could get interesting.
What do you think, Peter? Are we going to see a 500 big blind stack over under for this for these 5 hours on our feature table?
500?
500K.
500K.
Yeah.
So 500K would be close to tournament chip leader at the end of the day. Is that fair to say? Like
Well,
top 10
we
stack?
saw Wu as well as Constantine both have over
Cross
500K. Yeah.
Oh, then I'm definitely betting that we will see one.
Okay.
A man can hope. You want to get some props going, Sam? I heard you lost one yesterday.
What did I lose? What was it?
Something to Steven.
Oh, Steven?
Or Dave, is it?
Dave, yeah. Yeah, the over. No, I chose the over. He set the line at 88, but I went over.
You know, we had the same bet. That's where it started. He set the line at 105 initially.
Okay.
I let him revise it.
Yep.
Sets it at 88. And I take the under and lose by one hand.
Yes. Yes. All right. Ace, queen, ace, jack. Two players from Taiwan with very similar names. King 9-5.
Neither player too excited. But the best hand also has a mountain of chips and position.
Chen almost bet 15K. He meant to bet 2,500, but accidentally grabbed 3 blacks thinking they were, I guess, some other denomination. But caught himself at the last second.
Happens to the best of us. Can be disastrous sometimes. There are the trophies. The one on the left is the one we are fighting for. The APT main event Golden Lion. A couple of previous main event winners still in the mix. Punatpunstri qualified online straight to day 3. We had Ku Shishang from Singapore. Danang, main event winner. Had a very healthy stack on the previous feature table. He's in day 3.
Folder onto the small blind. No one's really got too much of a hand. Chen here. Very playable king 5 off the blinds. Goes for a raise, and Kunal picking up a very nice looking king queen.
These are monster hands in the blinds. King 5 is reasonable. Kunal, king queen off. Just deciding how much to raise, perhaps.
Could just flat here as well. They're 40 big blinds deep, so you're at that point where if you raise, it gets shoved on. You have to fold a hand as nice as king queen here.
You just hate life.
Yeah.
Queen in the window and a king. How is Kunal running this time? He's the one with the better king and still flops 2 pair. This is tricky for Chen to navigate. He's going to think he's ahead so often. Begins with a half pot bet. Announces the amount. That's why he can put out a single chip.
Kunal just going for the call this time in position. 8 of hearts. The board is getting very dicey. 2 flush draws on board now. Chen, if he wants to try go for all of it, should bet around like 80% here. set up for a nice 80% river shove.
He's grabbing chips, not quite 80%, but healthy bet nonetheless.
I think we're going to see a raise here.
Let's not forget, Chen raised pre-flop, bet the flop, and now bet the turn. Kunal can give him credit for a strong hand, one that could withstand this raise. Mind you, Kunal has a king of diamonds as well. Raises to 16. Pretty much 10K for Chen to call. Would leave him 35K behind. On the one hand, he has a very weak kicker. Cannot be loving facing this raise. On the other hand, you have top pair. You know if you fold here, basically opening yourself to getting super exploited. Does make the call for the moment. Kunal has a check mark, by the way. Nothing can save Chen. The only question is, can a card save him chips when facing a value bet? The 3 of hearts could count. Kunal called the flop, raised the turn. Could have backdoor flush draws, particularly ones that have a queen in them. Would he raise those on the turn is the question Chen needs to ask. Some other combo draws possible as well. And Chen makes an out of flow 5K blocker bet. Do you think this is going to work, Sam?
No, it's getting raised every time.
60 or under.
It's so small. It's 10%, and it's on a... Oh, it does work. That is insane.
What a great bet by Chen. Saving his stack. Not sure that he would have called it off anyway, but as played, he certainly managed to lose the minimum on the river, or at least not need to make a decision for a huge chunk of his chips. Kunal will just take the run good as it comes. He's up to over 100 bigs. Once again, started out the day right around the starting stack. All the way up to almost 4x. His total live earnings over $1 million. Famously a former banker turned professional poker player. One of the first ones in India to be sort of out there as a professional poker pro before many people knew what that even meant in the country. He's achieved a lot within the country and abroad now. Runs Natural 8 India.
Rio picking up a nice playable king-jack offsuit here. +2.
Justin Fairbanks having some fun with the chat, I see. Justin, remind me where you're watching from again?
It's from
what time
Waterloo,
is it there?
Toronto.
Oh, is it? So what time is it there, Sam?
No idea.
Oh, just left your country in the rear view mirror, I see.
They're on another time zone than me. Opposite side of the country.
No action from the ace on the button. Certainly none from the 4 deuce. Perhaps none from the 10 deuce as well.
61.
Over 600 of you tuning in once again. Glad you stuck around for the second flight of day 2. It's a pleasure to have you. We're going to be playing till the end of 5 levels today and then come back tomorrow for day 3. We will hit the money within the first couple of hours. Make sure you hit subscribe so that our live streams come up on your feed. Hit like on the video. That'll probably help the cause as well. Tomorrow, we'll hit the money and play down to 48 players or 10 levels, whichever comes first. Justin says he's an hour from Ottawa. So is it really 6:36 a.m. there? Wow. Pocket tens for the new player joining us in seat 1. Bob is from Malaysia.
I think we have a new contender for favorite name to say versus Punat, but I like this. Bob Wong Wang Lok.
Amazing.
I like it.
Nothing beats the Thai player we had on our feature table, Sam. You were not in the booth, but his name, and I kid you not, Supernet.
That's great. Wow, Kitty doesn't go for it here with the pocket fours.
King Queen suited though will certainly come along for the ride. The only question is it with a call or a raise?
No, just call. Raise gets shoved on. Hate life. Does make the call. 6-3 deuce. Board's gonna be much better for the big blind than the hijack. However, Chen not really connecting with this board. Small bet. Makes sense on these low boards.
Chen continuing. Has the back doors and hits the queen on the turn. Easy life. Chip lead. Tons of experience. Floats the flop. Pinks the turn. Bob is betting again. No reason for him to know that he's been effectively outdrawn with that Queen of Hearts. Wants to charge all the hands that would be a pair and would not have improved in the big blind. Easy call for Chan. Another 3.
Might slow Bob down here. No, he's really only trying to get called by a hand like 6-5. Something like that.
Chen could consider donking here. He would be balanced with all the straight draws, turn, backdoor flush draws that would miss in this spot. Yeah, he does go for it. Hands such as a 7-5, 7-4 of hearts that would have no showdown value would be bluffing, trying to rep the 3. 16K. And Bob sniff out that he's behind. Bet looks like a 3. It's meant to look like a 3. Actually beat by the queen.
Really tough spot with 10s here. Really, really tough.
This line is difficult to decide what to do with a hand as strong as top pair. With a pair that does not beat top pair, maybe the decision's a bit easier. Check call, bet river. When the middle card on the flop pairs. Good fold there by Bob.
Yeah, nice to get out of there. It's very tough to find a bluff for Chen. Your opponent's showing so much strength on a board that's better for the big blind, and then all of a sudden you're just blasting away. Yeah, nice. Gets away from it.
The rich get richer. 126 bigs for Chen now. Shortest stack is the other Chen from Taiwan, Chiwei. 19 bigs. Percy Chow has been on the quieter side. Bit card dead. Continues to be in this hand. Folded to Kunal. This man knows what to do with the big stack. He does have to worry about Chen. Right now, the bigger stack is in the small blind. Ideal spot to open. Queen 8 suited. Raised to the standard sizing. Kitty Kun has to fold. I do not envy Kitty Kun, by the way. In between the two monster stacks on the table.
Hirata going to defend the 10-6 offsuit here. Ace, ace, deuce. In position player generally just wins this board with a small bet.
Well, the rich get richer yet again. Different rich. Still getting richer. Feel like we're seeing society play out. Money funneling from the bottom to the top. Looking too easy. Kunal running super hot. Chen doing really well. It's an awkward spot in the tournament as well to try and put up some sort of resistance. I mean, it's the first level of day 2. Just about settled in. They also can't see the cards like we can, Sam, so you don't know whether players are running hot, playing well, bullying. How and when do you put up resistance without having a hand to do so? Oh, we shortened Bob's name on the graphic. It's just Bob Wong now.
Oh.
The Wang lock has disappeared.
That's unfortunate. Oh, Kunal, real hand. 10s and ace queen.
Once again, a premium, and 10s has raised from the low jack.
All right, once the waiting is for the freeze out.
Chen managed to double up here. He would have been essentially given a second life by Kunal with that block bet on the river.
That's true.
73 or under.
King 5 v King Queen. Kunal is raising it. 3-bet comes in. Small 3-bet to 8.5. Chen only has 27k in his stack. You're worried in Chen's shoes, but you do have 10s and not that large a stack. Seems like an ideal spot to get it in. Kunal has all the chips in the world. He's going to be much wider than most.
The player holding waiting list. Waiting is number 75 under.
Even has some fold equity at the moment. Not against Kunal's hand in particular, but one more reason to get it in there. Get it in, he does. Kunal makes the quick call.
Let's see if Kunal can continue his crazy run here on the feature table.
Yeah, this is the real test of it.
Yeah, it came in with just 40k in chips. Is now, let's see, Jack 6 deuce. Could be up to 200k if he can spike an ace or a queen on the turn or river.
That takes away some outs. 7 of clubs, fantastic card for Chen. Time for Kunal to face his first major dent. Oh my goodness, the ace on the river. He can't help but smile. That is unbelievable. Putney running hot. Any Indians in the chat? I expect to see KP in case there were. He's gone from 40K-ish to 200K in the span of, how long has it been, Sam? An hour?
Yeah. Yep, just over. And that is our new chip leader. For the feature table, 205K in chips.
Dhaval is still watching. That is some run good. Just when you thought it was over. The Barry Greenstein. Hard luck to Chen there. Nothing you could do. Standard flip. Just delivered in the most brutal fashion possible. Yet another playable holding. Pocket fours. Opens it up from +2. Impact, aka Pine, has been pretty quiet. Does not want to defend the king 6 off. Fair enough. Make life easy. Move on to the next one. You have 50 bigs. Wow, 250 bigs amongst the top 2 chip stacks on the table. Everybody following. Does not even account for maybe 175. Very interesting table dynamic. Once again, I really feel for Kitty Kun. He's sandwiched in between the 125 big blind stacks with his measly 20 bigs. Not too shabby.
It's a good place to be. You know, you get to go and reshove a lot lighter on the bigger stacks because they're playing looser. So you just get to pick up a few more spots. You know, if he's won like 40 bigs, then he's getting in trouble.
That's right. Currently at 20.
Pocket queens here. Very nice looking hand.
Mehdi in chat says he, referring to Kunal, seems unstoppable. Well, in poker, nobody's unstoppable. When you do have his level of experience and poker caliber combined with some run good, things can get pretty dicey for everybody else. 7 deuce deuce is a fantastic flop for pocket queens. Half pot c-bet.
I like the size.
Looks like a steal, doesn't it?
It just gets a lot more money in with some of the weaker holdings before an overcard comes to 7. And you also get a ton of value from ace high on a board like this. And you're only really going to get one street for that. So look at that. Full house on the turn.
I love it when your brain goes like, I'm going to bet, but, you know, I hope they don't have a deuce somehow. And then the queen comes, you're like, please just somehow have a deuce.
Yep, yep.
Another bet, and it's a small one. Ursi gets out of the way. Good timing for it. Pine seems disappointed. Button with the hand he can finally fold. 10-9 off. Fold it to the button. 4 off, doesn't cut it. Blind battle. Jack 9 off in the small. Seems to be raising it. Oh no, he's just called. Bob from Malaysia. Queen 7 off. Attacks.
45.
4,500 is the raise. Imagine we see a call here from Percy.
Nine high flop. Percy has flopped way the best of it. Queen of hearts and a 7 gives some hope. Queen on the turn. Easy life. Check, check on the flop. Working out perfectly. Now Percy has way too strong of a hand to consider folding once Bob bets. Top pair on the flop and a gut shot. Percy check calls. Oh, this isn't too bloated at the moment. 7 of hearts means 2 pair for Bob. Very interesting board given the holdings. Percy does have the Jack of hearts as well. Blocks, straights and flushes. Bob is going to value bet this for sure. Curious to see how Percy perceives it. Oh,
Just
it's
5,000.
tiny.
Wow.
Tiny bet. He's getting 4.5 to 1. How is one supposed to consider folding this? One sort of heuristic we've been talking about, Sam, is thinking if somebody could be value betting worse than you.
I love this. Turning his hand into a bluff.
Yeah, exactly. He just
Jack of
uses
hearts
those
is-
blockers.
Yeah, such a good card to have here. I love it. Well, Bob just has to call. 2 pair with the Queen of Hearts.
It's for a huge chunk of his remaining chips. Would cripple him down to just 5 bigs. Oh, pardon me, 8 bigs rather. Not sure that makes too much of a difference to this decision. Percy has told a compelling story. Check, check on the flop, check, call the turn, and check, raise the river. Bob is just so high up in his range of cards that he could have here. He was value betting, got a bit cheeky, going very small, opened the door to getting check, raise, bluffed. Percy turning his 9 into a perfect bluff. Some adulation from the chat. Sick river bet. Says ding.
Wow, folds. Very nice bluff there by Percy.
Fantastic. Victory from the jaws of defeat. Bob just giving the slightest of openings with the river sizing and getting punished. If he went something more standard like 12K, 13K, perhaps Percy.
I think he just gets jammed on. Just loses more. But I think he's got a call. Hand's really good.
I do think Percy could have been perhaps a bit hesitant if he was giving pot odds that were a bit too sweet. Well played.
All right, this is for the tournament player who's waiting for the freeze-out event. Waiting number 87 or under. Please go to table 31.
All right, Ace King in the cutoff for Pimpat. $3,500.
What's this called again, Sam? Octocrab?
Yes.
Easy money. Double down.
Double down.
Double down. One more. Blackjack. Gentleman.
New player joining us. I believe C2 that would be. Yong from Malaysia as well, just like Bob. About 2x starting stack, 86K. Beautiful ace queen suited for Rio. $10-8 of diamonds for Kunal. As chip leader, he can certainly mess around and be speculative. Makes the call from the small. Six, 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 devil flop. Ace queen reports to be the best of it. Very frequently has played. Kunal does have plenty of pairs though in the small.
25.
Freeze-out event, waiting list number
The small
84.
c-bet is getting attacked. The check raise incoming.
Number 84.
I don't know about this. Don't think he has enough strong hands to do this with. Rio's going to have all the overpairs here. A lot of ace highs that are just going to float. And you're repping a
6, Sam.
I guess, yeah.
Let's just have quads.
I think it's enough. Wow. Turns the 10 of clubs. Give him a full house.
Or how about knowing that when you're hot, you're hot. You're going to make a boat, which will also give your opponent the nut flush draw and keep them in the hand. You ever think about that?
Nope, no.
Well, you should next time and check raise with 10-8. What are you thinking about? 8K is the bet. Rio has been outdrawn, but he doesn't know it yet. If Kunal was bluffing on the flop, which he was, very likely to be still bluffing on the turn, which he's not. That flush draw meaningless against the board. I suspect Rio knows that given the flop texture, but could still think his ace-queen is good often enough. It's being set up for a river jam. Has to be going through his mind as well. To your point, Sam, Rio would play aces, kings, queens, jacks just like this. And he's raised it as a bluff. This is a very unconventional line. And this is a very unconventional hand. The devil is at work.
I don't know what to make of this hand. If I was sitting at the table, I would not be able to put either of these players on a hand.
The thing is, Rio is telling a convincing story of a slightly overplayed or uniquely played aces, kings, queens. Kunal does have the 10 though. I do feel bad because if Kunal hadn't hit the 10, this actually would have worked. And an ace on the river. What drama in this hand, and what a result for Rio. Gets Kunal to put in more chips with barely any equity left and catches the Barry Greenstein and now can comfortably jam.
That was a very fast all in. I feel like if he had kings, queens, jacks, he would think about it a bit.
Good fold by Kunal. Does not get tempted into a call, but can't say I blame him after that. Raise in the turn. What a hand. Somebody in chat says WTF dealer. AI. Can't say I agree with the phrasing, but I do agree with the underlying sentiment. Quite a run of cards there.
No. Alright, freeze out once again. The waiting number 90 and 91. We have a seat for you. Waiting number 90 and 91. We have a seat for you.
So perhaps the first loss we've seen Kunal take in a while. He's not invulnerable, it seems. Poker gods can have fun with it. Still has 112 bigs though.
Oh, king 8 suited hits the muck.
Freeze out event. Waiting list number 90 and 92.
Oh, ace 8 off as well.
Waiting number 90 and 92.
There we go, 10s. That one will get played.
Yong from Malaysia. Kitty Koon still struggling. Oh, and Kunal starts chatting and gets the info he wants.
I don't have the 6
You're revealing his hand. Says he had ace queen. Heading to the flop. Chen had king queen. Does not spike either of those cards. Yong in the lead. One overcard though.
This is the third time Chen has had king queen in the big blind, facing it open.
That's the 2 outs in the form of a 10, which would be extremely brutal. The ace makes Yong check behind as well. 2 streets of checking. King queen could be the best hand plenty of times. As a result, Chen feels no need to bet it or bluff at it. Yong shows down the 10s.
No ace on the river and calling.
All right, once again, the waiting list for the freestyle event. Waiting number 90 and 92. We have a seat for you. 90, 92.
Did I hear our floor announce waiting number 90?
Yep, for the freeze out.
Wow. Some players, understandably, perhaps busting from this flight. We have lost almost 50 players already. 90 players on the wait list for the freeze out. It's incredible. 239 running in the freeze out. 45 minutes left to register as well. That's a $780, give or take $800 USD buy-in. Let's see what the top prize is approaching already. 34,000. Wow. With no rebuys, mind you.
Oh, is Chen going for it?
I feel like he's feeling guilty.
No, just hands him his
winnings.
Yeah.
I was about to say, I feel like Chen is feeling guilty he's not making the most of his stack. He's had this monster stack, almost 200k for so long. Just sort of going where the cards take him. $50 players in the Raz Omaha High-Low Stud and Stud High-Low event, the Limit ROSC. Very cool to see. People firing the mixed games. We have a proper high roller, the 2-day variety. Not the one we have at the end, but this one is called the Double Stack. Day 1 ongoing, 36 entries there.
Super deep. I think 250 big blind starting stack.
Yeah. That's what high rollers like. Registration's still open, and that one makes a lot of sense to consider late regging since the structure started out so deep. Bob Wong took a bit of a hit with that Queen 7 hand. He's not going to love watching that he got bluffed out, but he doesn't know it yet. Has Ace King versus Pimpat's loose open, or loose limp, I should say. King 10 off. I think she was feeling the itch. Hadn't played a hand for a while. And she did have Ace King, I believe. Kunal just folded the big.
65. 6,500.
Justin, let us know Punat's playing the ROSE instead of the freeze out. Maybe he just enjoys the mixed games. Wants to have some fun. 8-6-4, neither player connecting here.
There's 4 players on the waiting list. We have a new table. It's going to be opening soon. So waiting number 92, 94, 96, 97. Please come near registration area.
Jack of Hearts on the turn, changes nothing. Check, check. And nothing on the river. Does Pimpat want to bluff at this? As played, our opponent most likely has ace high or a small pocket pair.
Alright, freestyle waiting player, Chul Dong-Kang. Please come near the registration area. For me, she
I do love seeing the short stacks make the most of the slow structure. Not feel the need to get too frisky. Kitty-kun comes to mind, has just been waiting around, trying to pick a spot. This is the benefit of having 1 hour levels. Full ring means that big blind and big blind ante takes a while to come to you. It's all part of the skill of the game, really, to have the patience to do that. Sevens for Kunal in the low jack. Mr. Boss, it's quite a shirt. Has been bossing the table with the exception of the devil hand we just witnessed. The new blind level raises to 4.5k. Pine gives him action. 6-5 off. Ace Jack 8.
Both players not in love with the flop.
Yeah, but Kunal has position, best hand, all the chips. It's pretty much one way this hand is going. In comes the c-bet, and Pine cannot participate any longer.
Park Nelly. Please come to registration area.
Big disparity in chips on this table. One of the fun parts of MTTs is having all these different stacks. Lots of adjusting on the fly as you go.
What language are you speaking? Mandarin. Ah, okay. You have a lot of people in Malaysia who speak
King Queen getting into the mix here. In the cutoff. Only has about 30-ish, 35-ish blinds. Sorry, I mean 20. What am I talking about? It's like 15.
It's that time of the evening, Sam.
Yeah.
I hear you. The caffeine runs out a bit, and we have to do the maths.
Really nice spot here for Rio. Doesn't have to invest too much into this re-raise as Hirata is so short. 12,000. Could collect a pot of 22.
Oh, whip pan. Our lovely camera operators. Figuring out some shots and angles. Huge shout out to the amazing job they've been doing. I love some of these trophy shots, by the way, with the trophy in focus, the action in the background. Really puts into perspective what it's all about sometimes. How about this Doom Zoom? Rata with a decision.
Yeah, it's close. He thinks Rio's getting out of line, just rip it in.
That close-up, by the way, tight shot of the pain of facing a 3-bet. Hey, we've gone tighter, actually. Captures poker in a nutshell.
Goes for the call.
He's going to run with it if he hits a king or a queen. Curious what he does if he doesn't. Well, never mind. That's about the most run with it flop of all time. 2 overs and the open-ender.
Could go for a stop and go here.
Oh, he has to. While he still has some fold equity against a hand exactly like ace-9.
Freeze out. The weight number 103, 104, 105. We have a seat for you. Please come near the registration area, the waiting list. For the freeze out event, waiting number 103, 104, 105.
There you go. Gonna go for a very small bet here, 6,000.
Registration area, please. Thank you.
All in and a quick fold. Very nice pickup there for Hirata. Up to 60,000 in chips now, which is actually 30 big blinds now.
Very nice.
I knew I had that right.
Two big stacks, about four, pardon me, 5 or 6 middle stacks. Kiriko shortest with 14 bigs.
India's better? Yeah, India's good for sure.
Good, but not legal.
But India,
not fully legal.
India not so many like.
还没合法。但是这边比较。
Sam, just FYI, there has been a typhoon warning lingering over the past couple of days. Have been told that it is now officially on its way somewhere late tonight and tomorrow morning. Should be facing some serious rainfall. We are at the APA, well protected, well covered. Sort of in a sub-zero floor, even though it does look out to the outside. Wonder how it's going to be.
Yeah. Hopefully it's not too bad. We do have a short walk to the venue.
Time to buy some umbrellas, perhaps.
I think they're probably sold out at this point. I think we're too late on that front.
Yes. So some states don't allow me. But out of the 30 of states, I can play about 20.
10, 9, 5, 2 diamonds. What a flop here for these 3 holdings. Then Pat is the one c-betting in position. Has the least equity. Percy with the queen, jack, 2 diamonds. Open ender and the flush draw. Bob has top pair. Technically the best hand, but matched in equity. 10-7 of diamonds is going to look mighty strong. He might want to get it in there, despite the fact that he's facing a bet and a raise. Take a screenshot of that. $18,000 is the raise, and Bob has folded. Is that even correct? Are the graphics off? How could he fold top pair and a flush draw there? Our graphics team and production is usually on point. That was just such a tight fold that I'm in shock.
Please come to near the registration area. Mr. Nagami Kyosuke, we have a seat for you. Freeze out.
And Pimpat now just with king, queen, king of diamonds. They're not deep enough for her to try to chase the gut shot profitably. King of diamonds could give her pause if she thinks her overcards are good. They would be in this case. Actually has the best hand. Not to mention with the diamonds folded, she's the favorite. She does make the call. What a result for Percy to fold out top pair with the diamond blockers. And in comes the gut shot. What a hand this is turning out to be. Percy just thinks he has the world now. Top pair, open ender, diamond draw. And he has 12%. Pimpat, aka Pine, keeping it together considering she's just hit the nuts. She's in position. The player on the right is Percy. First to act in the small. The SPR is 1. These two have precisely even stacks. Percy bets most of it. He is in trouble. Pine is going to just put him in, surely. Yeah, he's left 6K behind. Not sure she needs to Hollywood this too much, to be honest. One of the craziest hands I've seen in a while, and somehow that 10-7 of diamonds fold by Bob ends up looking like a genius move, and Percy is going to find out how thin he's drawing once the cards flip up. That is rough shape for a hand as strong as Queen Jack of diamonds. 5 outs going once. Little does he know, 2 diamonds were folded by the man who was also in the hand on the flop. Pine looking nervous, not sure she has cause to, but hey, 12% is 12%. As we head to the river, it's a 7, it's safe, and we lose Percy, actually, painfully. Apparently, we're going to find out he has maybe under 1 small left. We'll let the dealer sort that out. Pimpat getting more than a double up thanks to the dead money. And somehow Bob avoiding disaster as well, I'm assuming. If he just flatted, Pine was coming along. That being said, if he got it in there, which is what I thought he was going to do, it would have been an emotional roller coaster. A jack on the turn would have given Percy the best hand, and the 7 would have given him 2 pair. Sam, what in the world am I watching? This is just madness.
Yeah, this is crazy. I don't know how he got away from that. But Percy, he's still in it. 300.
300 is just brutal. It's 1/3 of a small blind. But not even a chip in a chair.
You can win the ante, though.
That is true. We are doing big blind first, right?
And he's just on the button now, so he's got a lot of free hands. Choose a spot.
I think he's going to take this one. No? King 6 doesn't cut it. .1 bigs. Rough.
Yeah, but he's been there since like 1 hour 25 minutes and he played 1 hand. So he opened one button and he jammed from small blind.
We're about 30 minutes away from the end of this level, which would lead us into the break. 5 levels.
Oh, there we go. Pocket aces. And he's got a perfect stack for pocket aces.
Oh, Sam. So cruel. At least the small blind comes along.
I don't think he wants that, though.
Why not extra 200 for him?
Yeah, but he only gets 200 out of the 1K that goes in. Plus, he just wants the 2K ante. Get a heads up.
Kanan and Yong sharing a card. That's good for the aces. 70% to triple up. Not too shabby. To Sam's point, the ante would be fully in play. There is a 9.
Players catching the 9.
There could be fireworks on this hand since Percy's basically meaningless as a side pot. Young bets it. Kicker issues. With the 5 and the 3, the 7 just might play. Queen of hearts changes nothing. Kunal still ahead. 11K in the middle, so small sideboard brewing, and the kicker does play. Kunal gets the check mark between the two. The aces, triple.
Look at that, from 200 chips to 2,600.
Amazing.
Man, just 13x to stack in one hand. Does that
Let's
10
go.
more times, I think he wins the tournament.
13 times. Return.
By the way, Pine has climbed up. 83 bigs after that. Insane three-way action.
You know, if Percy wins now, it is going to be probably the biggest comeback from the shortest stack ever in a poker tournament.
Which makes me root for him like crazy, of course. There we go. So is Kunal, apparently.
Feel free to donate. Just don't take it from me. I'm actually pretty good at that, donating normally. I'm known for that. Not today. It's a matter of time.
Wow, ace king here for Percy.
Let's go.
Come on. Come on. Look at this. He can win 7,600. He can triple up here.
No, let's get a caller in there. Quadruple up.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, that is going to be a caller.
Let's give you some action.
Yeah, he's going to isolate. Kitty has 7 deuce. Get him out of the way.
He wanted to call with a 7 deuce.
He said donate some to me, so I'm doing that. Let's go. Oh!
Sam, suddenly 9.2K is a real stack, and you're talking about going back-to-back from 200 to 9.2K?
Yeah, in very good shape to do so. I'm surprised he's only got 60% here, but due to the folded cards, just how it works out. I assume very few clubs were folded.
A club and a 9, some outs, but he's in okay shape. No jack, no queen. Ideally, no clubs either. Don't do it, Kunal. There we go. 7 is safe. No jack, no queen. 6 outs, going once. Kunal rooting for Percy. I like to hear that.
Percy, still in it. 9,200.
What a story developing. This would be the comeback of a lifetime, as you said, Sam. Could set some sort of a record for coming back from, what was it, 1/5 of a small blind?
Yeah, 10% of a big. Still a little bit more than 10% of what he had before.
But you know what? He's
Isn't that
probably
cooler?
not the shortest stack in the tournament anymore. Itself,
Yeah.
an incredible feat.
Artificial level. Man.
It was nice that he got ISO. 7 deuce would have beat the ace king there.
That's right.
All right, come on. No, it's not going to do it.
Kitty-kun did want to call as well with the 7 deuce.
Yeah.
He had to call 600 more or something.
Yeah, literally nothing.
King on the button for Kunal. Big stack on the big blind. Lets it go. Respects the big stack. Kitty-kun, card dead. Still jams it anyway. Has had enough. Folding. Takes the spot. Super risky play, but he's going to get away with one.
I love you.
Sometimes you just got to take the gamble. Hope your opponent doesn't wake up with anything. Just to take back those blinds you've been constantly bleeding. 14 bigs for Kitty-kun now. A very, very respectable 4.6 bigs for Percy.
I love you too. You save money. Save money.
I don't know. I'm running home right now.
No, you're not running home. You're running to
Seems like chat has a new villain to go after. It's Bob Wong for the folds. Easier said than done, guys. Why don't you come down and pony up, make it deep into day 2, and play perfect poker. That being said, that 10-7 of diamonds fold saved him a ton of chips. Arguably, if he would have jammed, maybe could have doubled up. Have to say, coulda, shoulda, woulda. He's looking to find a spot that suits him. And Chen, I mentioned, could be feeling like he's not making the most of his stack, but he's been absolutely card dead. Now Jack 5 in the small. Seems to want to try and steal the big here. Yeah, big raise with 3x. Gets the job done. About 25 minutes away from the break, we will have a new set of players. Over 1,000 of you joining us on YouTube alone. Welcome to day 2 of the main event. It's main event time. Halfway through the coverage, halfway through the series. All eyes on the prize, 453,000 US to first place.
Canal picking up ace-8 suited in the hijack, pin pat. A little bit of a loose raise, one in the gun. A little bit too deep, I think, to open up this hand. Just on 20 bigs. Plays a lot nicer at that stack depth. Canal just going to go for the call here.
No mistake, these are big stacks battling. 10-9-4 is favorable for Queen Jack. Kunal whiffs completely. Justin says, I'm going to sleep after the break. Sleep well, Justin. Been the friend everybody needs in the chat, as always. We're about 75% our way through the day today. 10 flights, 2 flights rather, 10 levels being played total. 7 levels into it. So Pine, the actress from Thailand, picks that one up. Any fans of Pine in the chat? Is that where a lot of the 1,000 of you are from? Thailand? It's 5 p.m. in India. The word should be spreading that Kunal has been playing. Love to see some Indians in chat. Plus, there's a story developing. Percy Chow looking to make the comeback of all comebacks. It's down to 0.2 bigs. Oh, 0.1 bigs. 200 for sure?
Yeah, 0.1 bigs.
0.1 bigs. Some hellos from Thai viewers. Oh, Taiwan, says Raymond. Hello, hello. If you're in Taipei, why don't you come on down? You don't need to buy in, by the way. You can come to the venue and just check out the action. I know I'd do that, even if I couldn't perhaps play due to time or even affordability. I understand. Come get a feel of the venue. That's the best part. As I was telling you, Sam, in India, you know, the poker tournaments are held on these ships just because of some odd regulations. So you can't really just walk in, right? There's entry fees. You have to take a small boat to the big boat. Here at the APA, just come on down. We have a cafe. You'll get a cup of coffee that says, nuts to see you. Have a nuts day. Other poker-themed puns.
That was a very tight fold there with the 7s on the button. Oh, gonna add more chips to his stack here. Small bet the flop.
You have big stacks, you get unfair folds, unfair results. That's why you're chasing those big stacks. That's the man hoping to make the comeback, Percy Chow. Kunal, queen 10 off. It's getting frisky. Really what's happening is he's observed that Chen is just not getting out of line. That's the other big stack. I suspect he is well aware of being able to play well against Pine, considering she's in the small. That's the only other stack he's afraid of. Percy being in the big blind. All of that adds up to Kunal opening the queen 10 off. He has so many years of experience, decades if I may say so. Some of these variables he just accounts for without even realizing it. And 5-5-4 Percy with a flop trips. No. Not like this. Not the pain. He had 7-5 off. If it was suited, probably could have considered peeling one. Now Kunal bets in position. Pine just has king high. No additional equity. Quick look at the clock and a fold. Suited king queen. 40% of a royal. Always seems playable. Under the gun open. 2x. Bigger stacks have rags. Folded to the cutoff. Rio wakes up with pocket sevens.
He's sitting on 25 bigs. He just wants to move this into the middle. Wow. Just lets it go. Two tight folds of the sevens.
The man just doesn't like sevens. Unlucky number 7.
Different players. But side by side.
A lot of respect being given to Young's UTG Open. Not by Pine though. Pocket sixes will play in the blinds. Or on the button rather. And Bob comes along with 8-7. Queen 10-10. 94% for Young. Multi-way pot. One check for pot control given the 10 on the board. Now the jack of clubs. Open-ended to go along with top pair. Sixes can easily fold. That takes Young over 100k.
Yeah, great spot to be. 50 big blinds.
Percy down to 2.1 bigs. Has a couple of free hands before he's in the blinds. It's on the button at the moment, pardon me. So he has 5 free hands at least before he feels the need to absolutely get it in. Definitely in a spot like that, you want to be under the gun before you bleed out. Jack 9 suited. Speaking of under the gun, Kunal Patni has all the chips. Fearlessly gonna raise this. Chan continues to be card dead, no resistance from the other big stack. Fine also finds rags. Jack 6 for Yong. Really love his tattoo, by the way, especially the one on his left arm.
Easy pickup there. It's going to bring him over 200K, I think, for the first time.
Sam, I'm running translation on some of the Thai comments. And a question was asked and actually answered by the same person, perhaps. Why are there so many Thai people on this tour? Well, firstly, because it's the best tour. That's the real answer. But other people are replying, it's near Thailand. Buy-in fee is not too expensive. That is certainly true. Our buy-in start at literally $120 USD or so. Mixsurf says it's most suitable for beginners. Sure, absolutely, especially these lower buy-in events. And lastly, good atmosphere. Now that I can certainly agree with. You have to be here to believe it. The Asia Poker Arena atmosphere is exactly what you want as a poker lover. Chips riffling everywhere, poker talk everywhere, good food, good fun, people for you to meet. Come on down.
Kunal doesn't want to go get too out of line there at the 10-7. Just lets it go.
I don't think I've gone out of line till now. I am her favorite fish.
Unlike the past few days, Sam, we don't have any of those natural aid giveaways and such, but I will prompt you to answer the most common giveaway question for the benefit of our 1100 viewers. When is the next APT, my friend? Think about it. It starts with M. That's the hint that was being given out in chat yesterday.
See if some guys in a chat can get it first.
Okay. Sam is giving you guys in chat a chance to answer. There's no giveaway, guys. Sorry, but in case you know it, I'll be very impressed. I'll shout you out. Where is the next APT?
Vidur will personally e-transfer you 10 million if you get it in the next
Indeed.
20 seconds.
Tick, tick, one. You have 20 seconds.
Matthew Ho asking how many day twos there are. So this is the second day two. We have the flights A and C, which was this morning, and we are currently on B and D. Pimpat flopping a lot of open-enders at this table. 9 would be disgusting.
Well, making a straight to the king is Pimpat's expertise. Found the full double with that king-queen.
Joseph says Memorial Day, so you owe him 10 mil.
That is incorrect. Buzzer. Incorrect, sir. Kirikun has to call a chunk of a stack. I think can comfortably fold this gut shot. Justin Fairbanks says Madagascar, one of the few occasions. You're wrong, Justin. You're getting sleepy.
Oh, no problem, Matthew. The next APT stop will be in Manila. And directly after that, literally the next day, we will be going to Phu Quoc. So, a nice little 3-week vacation for you. Come down, play some tournaments. There will be cash games in Manila as well. Is Victor Chong able to play in APT? No. Conflict of interest.
Depends what you mean by play. Do you mean, is he able to hover around? Hobnob, shake hands, meet and greet, have a good time? Yes.
Don't forget, wear nice suits as well. He's always dressed very well. Oh, here we go. Kitty-kun. Been very patient, waiting for his spot. 10 big blinds. Gotta go with it here. Was that just a call? Okay, raises 6K.
The man has been waiting and waiting to raise. And Pine comes along with the 8-7 suited. 2 live ones, but against the overpair. Jack in the window. Nothing for Pine to write home about. A bet which just ended.
Oh, it's a little big. Manila's got a huge poker scene. Joseph? We will be going to City of Dreams there.
80 poker tables, I heard that.
Tomorrow it should be 30 away from me.
We're 10 minutes from the break. It's going to be a quick one. 15 minutes in between 2 levels as usual. 3 levels to go for the day.
Chen has had a chance to go for it there. Queen Jack. Kunal just picking up lines left and right.
It's too easy. Mars asks, how much is the buy-in? Justin, thanks for asking. It is pretty much the same as right now. 1,500 USD when converted from the local currency. $1.7 million is the guarantee, and the way we crushed it here in Taipei, if we get support similar to that, maybe we even reach higher.
Oh, here we go, Percy.
Oh, good luck. Thank you.
At least the big blind will call. Can't imagine Pine folding.
Queen 10 is calling. It's actually Rio on the big blind. King 6 off. It's priced in as well.
Ah, okay, he's +1, right. Well, 15K would be a fairly healthy stack.
Let's go. Ace or a jack, please. That works too. 8-4-3. Clean thus far. Triple up, triple up. More than that, actually. 14.6k in the middle. Oh, not like this. Why? Why, poker gods? Why? I have so little to look forward to in life. Main event and a comeback story that is now no longer in the running. GG to Percy. Rio ends up with the best hand, top pair, and once Rio bets here, I think Percy knows it's all over. GG Percy, hard luck with the Queen Jack of Diamonds against the King Queen. Gave us some fun hope there.
Yeah, good game. Not much you can do there.
So we're 8-handed on the table. I suspect we'll continue to be until the end of this level in 8 minutes. Apart from Kunal Patni, who do you think has emerged as a force to be reckoned with here? Kunal, of course, running hot, playing hot.
Kunal's pretty much just been controlling the table. There's not much two other people can do. Pine, though, definitely getting in the mix. Flopping well, playing aggressive. I like it.
Chen, who accumulated a ton of chips in the beginning, has been quiet the rest of the level. Has let the card distribution do the talking, and that's absolutely fine. When you have so many chips, it gives you a buffer to have slow levels or two. Limped in the small, fine. Checks behind, 7-5. Rio flops an open ender.
I like the check. Oh, Pine gonna stab at this. Rio makes the check call. Improves a bottom pair.
Check behind signals a bit of a give up with the entire situation. Now the queen pairing, Rio gets the check mark. I think Pine. Yeah, just checks behind. Rio could have a huge piece of that board. She shows the hand, just for fun. Don't forget, these players will be playing on this table with each other for the next 3 hours or so, 3 levels to be precise. Not the biggest fan of giving up information, but Pine is having a good time. Just a reminder to those of you joining us, perhaps since I last mentioned this, she is an actress in Thailand. Serious influencer, millions of subs and followers. Some chat about Manila and the poker scene. Both Sam and I had Dave Spade in the booth yesterday. One of Manila's best, rather one of Philippines' best poker players. Told us a lot more about the poker scene in Manila. Not to mention the country itself. Manila apparently big party town. Cannot wait. That sounds like your thing? Check out the schedule, book your flights, come on down. I asked Dave Spade where else to go in the Philippines, and he said, just don't bother. Manila it is. Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Alfred in chat discussing some of those other Filipino superstars. Mike Takayama, one of the winningest APT players. Another Philippines poker legend. Racks are being handed. That's because we're 4 minutes from the break. I suspect another hand or two. Meanwhile, Kitty-kun cruelly has been outdrawn after all his patience. Quickly checks behind on the ace high board. Now ace is up for Bob. Both short stacks and Bob plays it tricky. Checks once again. Kitty-kun might bet for protection. There we go. 1.5 bigs. Check raise with top 2. Nine's reduced to... Oh my word, he's put it in there. Is gonna get snapped. Just not a believer. Put his opponent on a draw. Was so patient for so long. Had a rough seat draw. Now gets it all in, drawing to 2 outs. One of them folded. 9 of spades needed. Otherwise, an elimination right on the heels of the break. GG to Kitty-kun from Thailand. And Bob Wong, for all his hate in chat, back up to 70,000. Last hand before the break, it seems like. Once again, we'll be back. Whole new set of players. Continued rotating the feature tables. 1,188 of you watching right now on YouTube alone. 15-minute break, guys. Make sure you hit subscribe. That way, even if you close the window, next time you log on to YouTube, we're right there. You don't need to remember to log back in. Really helps us grow the game. We're hoping and really counting on reaching 15,000 subscribers before the end of the series here. Really help us achieve that goal. Any of you not subscribed? Five for Kunal. One last steal under the gun. Ordinarily a bit too weak to open, but when you have all the chips and the momentum, you're fearless. Yong will defend Jack 9 off. Fair fight. Not so fair now. Fives is an overpair.
Yeah, the open ender as well. Very nice flop for pocket fives. Wants to do some small betting here. Takes it down.
Just getting an update here, Sam. In terms of the records we've set, the largest international field in Taiwan history. That's awesome. We've certainly felt it during the coverage. Tons of diversity. Largest prize pool in Taiwan history, 2.7 million USD.
That's wild. It's absolutely wild.
That's what leads to a 453, let's just call it 454,000 USD prize up top. That heads up we were talking about? I can't even process this, Sam. It's going to be for over 200K.
Is it really?
If there's no deal, man, that is going to be absolutely wild.
That is like the biggest pay jump ever. Nearly double.
That's the way the cookie crumbles. That's why MTTs, as popular as they are, it's all about going for the big one. Certainly influences decision making. And we do have a hand here right before the break. Bob Wong with his newfound chips finds the 3-bet. Thanks to the ace-king he found and gets it through. There we go. With that, we have hit the break. Do not forget to subscribe. 1,100 of you in chat. I would love to see that subscription count go up. It would really help us along, and it would help you tune back in. New set of players. It's going to be fun. 3 levels to go as we head towards the end of day 2 here at the main event. See you in 15 minutes.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
That was cool. Spin for a spin. Come on. One more spin. One more spin.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back, everyone, from the break. We are here in Taipei for the APT Poker Classic 2024, covering our third and fourth hour of footage, rotating the final table. My name is Sam Minsel, and I'm joined here by everyone's favorite poker YouTuber, Greg Goes All In.
Hello, everybody. It is my first time in the commentary booth for this series. I'm so excited to be here. Sam, what are we watching today?
This is a game called No Limit Hold'em. Oh. I'm only joking. This is day 2 of the main event, flights B and D, playing it out here. Everybody trying to reach day 3 to join the flights A and C, as well as the online registrants.
Absolutely. 310 entries, 221 left remaining here for this event. And is that the legend, Joseph Chong in seat 9.
Make sure to get the patch, he says.
That's an ambassador right there. Taiwanese okay to play. Okay, all right, hey.
Love that.
Anyway, nice reminder that the APT is sponsored by Natural 8, the biggest online poker site in Asia. We love some friendly competition, don't we?
Of course.
Of course. All right, looks like we're back into the action, folks. Thank you for waiting so patiently during the break. We're now in hand 46 of the day. And action will ensue, and action immediately. Aces in +1.
Oh, wow, here we go. And they are very deep, like 80 big blinds here.
We see the 2 big blind open. And cooler Kenji Yamase of Japan will just fold the ace-queen offsuit.
I think he's late for the table. His stack looks empty, and he manages to avoid the cooler.
What a legend.
Is that him there?
Wow, he does not know how lucky he is, you know? It's like that problem where it's like, you know, sometimes something that seems like a good thing is actually a bad thing. Something's a bad thing can turn out to be a good thing, you know? Had he found out that he folded ace-queen, you know, missed ace-queen offsuit, he'd probably be upset.
Yeah.
But had he known that he dodged the rockets,
very happy.
Very happy. See, that's just a skill. That's skill right there.
Yeah.
Purely.
Wow, already some drama on hand number 1. Aces can't be happy with that. Man is late, costs you chips.
He got scammed. Aces got scammed.
Absolutely. See, it looks like we got 2 empty seats, so I believe we are 7-handed for now. Oh, he's got ace queen again. Look at that. Redemption.
It's like a boomerang, you know? Went into the muck and came back.
Do you think Big Blind's going to have aces?
Oh, wow.
We'll get the rematch up. Oh.
Not
pocket
aces,
jacks.
but Kim has the pocket jacks, the fish hooks in the big blind. 2 premiums? No, +1 had aces last hand.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, folks, you're watching. We've got a big pot here on hand 47, day 2 of the main event at the Asian Poker Tour here at Taipei. $60 bigs effective. Both players very deep. Both players with monster hands. And we'll see the 3-bet to 11.5K from Kim in the big blind.
A tiny 3-bet.
Basically a min 3-bet. All right, off to a flop of 10, deuce, 6, 2 spades. Kim with the best of it with the overpair. Always a nice thing to have jacks and have a 10 high flop. No ace, no king, no queen. 50% chance of having one of those cards on the flop. Manages to win his flip. And so far is. We'll lead out here as the pre-flop aggressor. A bet of 7.5K into what was about 28. A little more than a quarter. Quick call by Kenji. Going to float with ace queen high. Turn 10 of clubs. Some cause for caution here.
Yeah. And he's not really going to get too much more value out of an ace high here. So, yeah. Does go for the check. Could go for small bet. What does Kenji want to do? Oh. He's going to take his chance to bluff at it now. Very small bet.
Half pot, actually.
Oh, half pot. I thought I
20K
saw 3 blues.
to 41.5. A bit of an uncomfortable spot for Kim, as when Kenji calls flop, might have some 10x's.
Yeah,
10,
for
9
sure.
suited, ace 10 suited.
Well, he can be quite a bit wider than that because the 3-bet was so small.
You're right.
So I think even like 10-9 off is still going to come along, especially this deep. And goes check, check on the river. Pocket jacks. Takes it down. Kenji loses back-to-back hands with the ace-queen.
Unlucky.
Unlucky goose.
Currently 745 people watching at the live stream right now on YouTube. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. Do us a favor, smash that like button, smash that subscribe button, and we thank you for all of the support. And there it is, the beautiful, glorious APT main event Lion Trophy. Real 24-karat gold.
Wow, only an hour in, or 2 hours into play, already lost 90 players, nearly a third of the field. He might go straight into the money on day 3. It'll be close.
Stay tuned to find out. All right, hand 48 of the main event here on day 2. Really liking that pillow, that red panda pillow. We've seen our fair share of different card protectors at the poker table, but someone bringing their own pillow to rest on, I think that's great. I think it's the new bucket hat of the poker world. I think it's going to catch on.
The new bucket hat.
Red panda pillows.
Okay, we'll see. I'll take the under.
We see a limp here on the hijack with queen jack suited by Yamase at around like 80 big blinds. We're going to see the raise by Kim in the small blind.
Very small, though.
Small raise.
He likes the small sizings.
Yep. Like to practice some pot control. And Kenji will call the suited queen jack. Off to a flop, heads up, small blind versus hijack. Flop is ace, king, deuce, 2 diamonds. Kim with the best of it with a pair of kings 10 kicker. And Kenji with the gut shot. Action on Kim, who is the pre-flop aggressor, who raised over the limp. We'll make a bet of what looks like 8K into 19K.
35.
3.5K.
The purple chips are deceptively similar to the blues. No.
Wow, the most action card in the deck. The 10 of hearts on the turn, giving Kim Soo-bum 2 pair with kings and 10s, and Kenji the nuts. We are going to see some fireworks here. Kim likes the small bets, but with this on the turn, I think we're going to see a larger size now.
Yeah, I would like to see a very large raise here.
But instead, we do see a 7K into what was 26K. So a small bet.
I would like to see something like 30, 35K here.
Will Kenji decide to slow play? Or raise? Raise he does to 29K. We'll put in the big bet for Kim.
Beautiful size. And Kim, not many outs to improve on the river, but a lot of scary river cards that can come that could save him at least a big river bet.
Kim now asking himself, what limps calls pre-flop? Calls my c-bet on the flop, and now raises my barrel on the turn.
I can only think of deuces. If I was in his shoes, that would be the only hand that I could put Kenji on.
Maybe ace deuce suited as well. People love it. Typically we find, at least I find in general population, open limps are a lot of suited hands, speculative hands.
Yep. Makes the call.
All right. Heads up to a river, 84K in the middle. SPR, stack to pot ratio is 2. The river is the 4 of diamonds. Will kill action a bit as the front door flush does get there. Might save Kim some money here.
Is Kim gonna lead out here? Looks like it. Imagine it'd be very small. A bit bigger than I thought. Yeah, 27. We're seeing a lot of these blocker bet leads.
Blues are 5K. Orange is 1K. Right?
Yep. Purples are 500. The blacks have been taken out of play over the break. Kenji, gotta go for the raise here. Oh, that looks like a call. Just calls.
Front door flush, scary, bro. We'll make the call, and that'll be a nice pot there for Kenji. 71.5K. Fortunate 4 of diamonds.
Yeah. Very unfortunate turn, though. 10 of hearts, only 3 outs.
It makes
to cause
good
that much
TV.
action.
Good TV. Seeing a lot of Thai representation in the live chat. Love to see it. We love to see the virtual rail. Thank you for interacting. It's always nice to have someone else to talk to other than Sam.
Yes, for sure.
Joseph Cheong in seat 7, highlighted here. Again, an absolute legend in the poker world. 18.6 million total lifetime earnings. World ranking 60th. And he is here in seat 9 on the feature table of day 2 of the Taipei main event. So get ready to learn, because Joseph Cheong is going to take us all to school.
Yes, he won the Superstar Challenge in Jeju, and that was such an incredible final table. He made a very big hero fold to the Ace-King pre-flop for like 30 bigs, and then faced Terry Tang at a 7-1 chip deficit and managed to come back heads up to take it down. What is he at, like 16 mil lifetime? Very experienced player.
I think I just said it, but I don't remember what I said.
Up to 18.5 now.
Incredible.
That is insane.
Looking to make it 19 million, as we have over 400K for first here in the main event. All right, folks, you're going to see some action. +1 raises King 10 offsuit. Hijack calls Joseph Cheong. And Big Blind will defend with King 9 offsuit. 3 ways to flop of Queen 4 deuce. Kenji ahead with King 10 high. Ho in the big blind dominated on both fronts. Probably the best flop possible he could ask for given the hands.
Yeah. I think Kenji's just going to take it down. Easy game, up to 300k in chips now. Manages to dodge aces versus ace queen. And now is our chip leader on the table.
121 big blinds for Kenji. And our short stack is Kurata Shoki of Japan with 34 big. Still a very respectable stack depth.
Very playable. Still, quite a bit more than starting stack.
Hey, where'd the red panda pillow go?
It's already gone.
It's a mystery.
It didn't catch on, it's gone.
Yeah.
That was short-lived. That was a short
The
trend.
shortest trend in poker ever. Red panda pillow.
The nose strips have lasted longer.
I saw a guy with a nose strip here at the APT.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah. All right, we'll see a raise by Wong in the hijack with Queen Jack offsuit. Makes it 2 big blinds. And now Sai on the button with King Queen suited will call. And Kong in the big blind with Ace 6 offsuit.
There we go. Another player joining us.
3 ways to flop. Ace in the middle. Ace 10 deuce 2 hearts. Kong in the big blind with the big blind special flops the best of it with top pair 6 kicker. But wow, everyone's got a piece of something. Wong has the gut shot and the jack of hearts, and Sai has the king high, has the gut shot and the king high flush draw.
And is almost a favorite to win, even though he's only got king high, only 6% behind top pair.
Kong will check and flow to the pre-flop aggressor, Wang, who will c-bet at 8k. A quick call from Sai. Action back on Kong with top pair, 6 kicker. Not a comfortable spot here, as you can be dominated quite often. We'll fold what is currently the best hand. So we're going heads up to a turn of the 8 of spades. Now, Wang picks up the double gutter here. Any king or 9 will give him a straight, picking up more equity.
Yeah, decent hand to continue bluffing with. If we see a heart in the river, he's got a pretty nice hand to continue barreling.
Big bet. 22k into what was about 34.
2/3. I like it.
Sai with all the equity in the world. We'll call river. The 5 of clubs. Sai with king high has the best hand here, as both players have missed their draws.
Wonder what he does.
Wang's line looks super strong. Bets, c-bets into 2 players. Barrels big on the turn. If he wants to win this pot, he's gonna have to fire the 3rd barrel.
I love it. The queen and jack are really good to have here. It's going to match his value of ace, queen, ace, jack, and it's going to block Sai's strongest calls here, which are going to be the ace, queen, and the ace, jack that just flatted pre. So yeah, very nice to triple barrel that off and take it down with queen high. Knocks it top pair out of the pot on the flop. Gets rid of king high on the river.
Well played. And now Wang second in chips after that pot. 116 big blinds. Ben Ive Properties on the YouTube live chat says, haha, shortest poker trend ever. It might return. It could just be on his lap.
Okay.
You know, maybe his lap got a little bit cold. You know, the AC is working hard here, you know,
yeah.
Especially with the typhoon going on outside, you know. I see the ear of it just peeking out, just
where?
Slightly behind his ear. You see that?
Oh, there it
Or
is.
is that his knee?
Who knows?
Who knows? Stay tuned to find out.
Don't go anywhere.
Will the red panda pillow trend ever come back?
Wow, ace 6 of diamonds. Folded under the gun. 7-6 suited in the cutoff.
9-8 suit on the big blind.
Button.
You know what they say, if you can't do, commentate. And that's why I'm here. And that only applies to me. Ho Jun-yi from Singapore on the button with 9-8 of spades.
That's not true. You cashed. You cashed something here.
Min cashed the mystery bounty powered by Bybit. So sick.
But still, you beat 85% of the field.
This is true. All right, folks. 9-8 suited versus 10-6 suited. 8 in the window. 8 queen ace. 2 clubs. Ho from Singapore with the best of it. With a pair of 8s. Kenji with peanuts. 10-6 high. We're going to see a check. We're going to see a c-bet. We'll see a fold. And that, folks, is one of the most common spots you'll see in poker. Button open, big blind defend, check, c-bet, fold.
Yes.
Just another day in the office. $217 players left remaining here on day 2 of the APT Taipei Classic main event. Of course, Joseph Cheong here in seat 9. 60th all-time money list. Picks up the pocket jacks under the gun.
Here we go. Bumps it up 6,000. Little big. Size got a very playable hand. Ooh. Oh, here we go. He's going to attack.
Very nice. Sai will put in the 3-bet here with ace-4 suited. A great candidate as a 3-bet bluff, as you can get hands like ace-10 offsuit to fold that Joseph Cheong would open under the gun. Additionally, this allows him to play heads up if he calls. It incentivizes a lot of people to come along. And probably rather just play this one heads up.
Yep.
In position, post-flop. And we'll see a call from Joseph Cheong. So we're going to see jacks versus ace-4 suited. Heads up, 3-bet pot. Off to a flop of ace-9-7. Sai with the best of it. With top pair. Very weak kicker. Quick check from Joseph. And Sai will go for the c-bet here on ace-9-7.
This board isn't a frequent c-bet with the 2 middling cards in a 3-bet pot.
And what's the reasoning for that, Sam?
I don't really know. I
More
just know
sets,
that
right? They have more like 9s and 7s.
Perhaps. I just know that ace-queen is mixing, and ace-king is the only pure bet for top pairs.
Check on the turn. And check on the river. Inside with the ace. We'll take this one down. Having 2 more combos of sets. Oh, sorry. 2 more. How many combinations? 12? 12 combinations of sets.
I think also
aces.
out of position has more 2 pairs because some like the lower ones, like ace-3, ace-deuce, will be folding.
Yep.
Ace-4, ace-5 sometimes mixes 4 bets. And then
ace-9 suited. Does ace-9 suited and ace-7 suited call a 3-bet out of position?
Yeah. Hijack versus button. Even like queen.
That was under the gun versus hijack.
Oh, okay. Different setup.
I think ace-7 suited just folds.
100 bigs deep. Maybe.
Oh, it is 100 big steep, though. Suited aces become a lot more valuable.
Yeah. Cooler lower flushes. For many, many, many blinds.
All right, Kenji back at it again on the button with Jack 10 offsuit. We'll raise it up. Well, pardon me, we'll limp. We'll call. We're seeing a more of a limping strategy by Kenji. Paid off the last time. Will it pay off again? Joseph Cheong's in the mix now, defending his big blind. Or pardon me, checking back his option.
Yeah.
Big blind, and wow. What an incredible flop for 9-4 offsuit.
I mean, Karata also catching a piece here. Got the backdoor straight draw, as well as the flush draw and overcards. He's going to lead out here. See? Looks like it.
10K in the middle. Little baby pot about to get very big. Kurata will bet 4.5k into 10k, just under half. Action now on Joseph Cheong with trip fours, 9 kicker.
How does he proceed here? With a raise.
There it is. Kenji gets away cheap with the limp.
Kurata looks so bored.
But inside, he's thinking, I've got 2 overs and a flush draw. Let's see a turn. Makes the call here. So now 45k in the middle. It's important to note here that Kurata only has 60k behind, so SPR is just like 1.25.
Yeah, not much behind. 2 of spades doesn't help him at all.
Kurata checks it over to Joseph Cheong with trip, 4s, 9 kicker. And now a bet of 20k into 45k. Less than a half pot might just incentivize Kurata to come along here and see a river. It would only leave him with 40k behind.
If he thinks Joseph's getting a little bit out of line here, or perhaps just raising thin like a 6, he could just shove it in.
If only Yamase had risen on the had raised on the button, Kurata wouldn't be in this spot.
Exactly. Kenji causing problems.
And that's the beautiful, well, that's the effect of the butterfly effect in poker. So many minute decisions change the course of your entire tournament run.
Yes, a lot of things out of your control.
And now Kurata has to make one of those important decisions and makes the fold.
Very nice.
Well done. Will save his 60k. 24 big blinds. You can see Kurata here. 24 bigs are short stack on this feature table. And Kenji Yamase, our serial limper with 117 big blinds.
25 big, still a ton of play for tournaments.
Absolutely. 20 bigs?
20, 25?
15 bigs? Plenty of play?
No, 15's getting a little.
Okay.
Yeah.
12 bigs?
No, not much anymore.
I still think 12 bigs is plenty. 12 bigs plenty. Double up 24. Amazing. 10 bigs plenty.
Plenty.
8 or 7 still plenty. You double, you get 15. That's great, you know?
Okay. Yeah. Oh, there's the panda.
The panda's back.
It's making its return.
Red panda pillow is coming back and making a splash in the poker world as the next biggest trend since bucket hats. And you know who popularized the bucket hats? People think it's Rampage Poker, but it's not. It was, people tend to remember the second person who does it. Because the first person, that takes courage to do. And not many people are ready to follow suit. Once the second person does it, then it becomes socially acceptable and becomes trendy.
Okay.
The first person who had done it was Phil Ivey.
Really?
It was Phil Ivey with a bucket hat. And then Rampage did it.
Yeah.
Featured on his vlog, on Instagram. And now the bucket hat is everywhere.
Everywhere.
So all we need now is some sort of influencer to take on the burden, the helm of taking on the red panda pillow.
I think you could be that
I
person.
think I am that person.
Yeah.
I think it's me. Forget the all-in shades. I'm throwing them all in the garbage.
Yeah.
I'm restocking my merch site with red panda pillows.
I will order one right now.
Fantastic. And a very kind reminder by Meng Ting Xie on the YouTube chat. Just a gentle reminder, if you're now in Taipei, please be careful of strong wind and heavy rain due to typhoon. And that was your APT PSA.
Couple of ace jacks here for under the gun and under the gun +1. All 3 options. Call's not really on the table, but Could raise. Could fold. Goes for the raise. Quite small. Was it 15K? Yeah.
Shy of 3 big blinds. When you're deeper, there is a school of thought that you can raise larger. But 3 bigs or 3x, pretty typical, pretty standard.
Yeah.
And we'll see Kim now on the big blind with the 5s. Would have been a fine defend if it was just a single open, but after a raise and a 3-bet from the earliest of positions,
It's got to get out of there.
makes the wise fold. Nice. What's going to likely be a chop. Takes it down.
Yeah, very nice.
Ben
Aggression
Ive says,
works.
it's back. Phil Ivey will have a red panda next.
I could see Phil Ivey.
I
with a red
think I
panda.
could see Phil Ivey with a live red panda. Like, the guy's baller enough that
Yeah.
he would have, he could afford a domesticated red panda.
That sounds like something Helmuth would do. And his WSP entrance.
Helmuth would, I feel like he would tilt off at the red panda, you know? Like, the red panda
Yeah, of course he
would be a wild animal, as because it is, you know? And,
Yeah.
you know, maybe, like, I don't know, gets into the pantry, and I can see Phil Helmuth yelling at a red panda.
These stupid pandas, man, all they do is eat. How do they last this long?
And take care of red pandas like a genius, and you know, and this red panda is still, what a donkey. Hey, Ace Jack offsuit's back.
Making its return. Poker's latest trend, Ace Jack offsuit.
Blind versus blind.
Really likes the small sizes,
Wow.
Kim.
And Sai will fold the 7-3 suited on the big blind.
Yeah, very, very tight fold there.
Sai of Taiwan, 78 big blinds, right in the middle of the pack. 196K.
Whole lot of dust so far.
Red Panda was gone again too. Was not there. And it's such an it's really exciting. It's like every hand we can bet, is the Red Panda going to be there for this hand or not?
Yeah.
You know.
It's red or none.
It's red or none.
4-3 suited, very loose open here from Joseph. In the hijack. And looks like it's going to work.
And this is why this guy is number 60 on the all-time money list.
Give that man his blinds.
Takes it down with 4-3 high. Joseph Cheong in about 4th in chips right now. 78 big blinds, representing the US of A.
Yeah, from Korea. Now resides in America. I think California, if I'm not mistaken.
Flew all the way here to Taipei from America to participate in the #1 poker series in Asia, the Asian Poker Tour.
Still a ton of events left to play if you are unfortunate enough to bust out of the main event. And we got 2 more stops coming up. Manila, Fuquoc. Gonna be fantastic.
It's going to be the first time in the new era of the Asian Poker Tour that we're having 2 series back-to-back, immediately back-to-back. The day after Manila ends is the first day of APT Fuquoc. So if you're excited for 21 straight days of fun poker action, we'll see you in Manila and Fuquoc. For more information, go to apt.poker. Nakabo gets into the mix with King Jack offsuit in +2. We'll open it up, and Ho in the small blind with the pocket queens.
Gonna go for another re-raise here. 16,000. Ooh, ace queen suited. How does Kong want to proceed here?
Not the most comfortable spot, but we'll come along here with the cold call. And Nakabo with a really precarious hand to have in the 3-bet pots, facing a 3-bet out position. Offsuit, you won't have as much playability and won't be able to realize your equity as much because you'll be missing a lot of your backdoor flushes. Also often dominated. Hands that 3-bet you are hands like ace-jack, ace-king, aces, kings, queens. We'll see how Nakabo navigates this one here. He's going to take stock of inventory as he counts up his chips. Joseph Cheong thinking about what to have for dinner tonight.
Probably. Ben Ive. We're on Panda Watch like on Anchorman.
And Cigar Attache says, this is going to get spicy.
Oh, wow. King Jack off. Gets in there.
And spicy it will get, Cigar Attache. As we're 3 ways to a flop in a 3-bet pot. This flop comes 10-5-5. Ho with the best of it with the overpair. And bricks for both remaining players. Kong, though, with the best of it with ace, queen high. Backdoor straight, backdoor flush.
I think it was too much to ask for an ace, queen 10 flop. Ooh, chunky bet there. 21,000 into 50. I think that's just going to clear out the field.
Red Panda is back. Kong with the Red Panda and the decision. Ace Queen suited. Cold called the 3-bet from the big blind. Has to consider that Nakabo, the initial opener, is still in the mix as well. Generally, when you're multi-way and you have players behind, you generally have to call a bit tighter.
Yeah, he does have to worry about the player behind.
Summons the spirit of the Red Panda. Puts in the 21K. Nakabo will fold King Jack off as we're now a heads up to a turn. Queens versus Ace Queen. Kong needs a heart or an ace. 5 of spades. Ho Jun-yi, like Lonely Island, is now on a boat. Thank you very much. And Kong with trip 5s, Ace Queen, kicker.
You know, Ho does have to be worried that Kong is trapping here with aces or kings. Could also be up against pocket 10s. You know, if he bets here, he's only really going to get value from pocket jacks. Does want to protect, though. You know, could have some ace kings. Big bet coming in 58,000.
Yep, 58K to about what was 90K.
Yep.
2/3 pot bet. Kong drawing to 3 outs. Oh wow, actually, yeah, 5 is an out too.
Yep. Can you imagine? That would be devastating. But lets it go. Oh, picking up a huge, huge pot there to put him up over 100 big blinds, 289K stack. Hot on the heels of Kenji Yamase.
I actually want that panda. Oh, it's I see what's happening. So he had it, and now
Yeah.
it just slowly disappears under the table for a bit. You know?
And then when he's in a hand, it comes back up.
Yeah. I like it. I actually really quite like. I find when I play poker tournaments, I get very nervous, and so for me, I do a lot of things to comfort myself. So you'll often see I'm like touching my face at the table.
It'd be nice to hug onto
Yeah, it would
an
be nice to-
endangered animal.
Exactly.
Yeah. I want one too. You know, I find tournaments, I don't know if you're the same way, but tournaments, very nerve-wracking for me compared to cash games. You know, I can sit in cash games $10,000 deep. I'll be fine. And then I buy in for $150 tournaments. I pick up a hand and my heart is just going.
What is it about that?
Maybe we haven't played as much tournaments as cash, perhaps.
Yep. Definitely not as much as Joseph Cheong in +2 opens up the ace-10 suited from early position, and Kong now back at it again in the small blind with the red panda. That's back onto the table. So I think that's what his pattern is. When he's not in a hand, the red panda goes out of view. When he's in a hand,
it comes back.
It comes back.
Yeah, makes sense.
Kind of like a card protector.
Yeah, but just a person protector. Ooh, hits a 5 here on 9-5-4 to put him in the lead. Kenji's got a lot of back doors, though.
Yep, any 6, any club, any 3, any 8.
Oh, or a 7?
Checks around. Kenji hits a pair of 7s, takes the lead, 97% equity.
Kong is drawing dead here. He can't even improve to trips, as there are no more 5s in the deck. Cigar Attaché says, it's his security panda. Genius move. We all got to get ourselves a security panda.
All right, and we'll see the lead here by Kong with a pair of 5s. And Kenji will call with the 7. Blind on blind action right now as action quickly goes check, check. Kong shows the 5. Kenji shows the 7. And Kong will lose back-to-back hands here. But that's okay. He still has his red panda. Is it a red panda? It looks like a red panda.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to make a competitor animal. I'm going to make the oversized buffalo. Security buffalo. You can hug when you're in a big hand. And then its horns can sort of cradle your face.
Oh, all in glasses pillows? People would buy that.
Oh, they would buy.
Like you could use that for airplanes when you're like, because they could hug either side of your neck. You know?
Yeah.
And make like plane rides a lot more comfortable.
Yeah. Let's see how Lucy's going. Queen 10 off, +1, getting in there.
Let's go. Something you'll see often in the poker world or watching these live streams is that the people who feel very confident in navigating post-flop will often play a lot looser.
Yep, very true.
But when you get 3 callers or two callers, and a 3-bet, it's pretty uncomfortable.
Yeah.
All right, doesn't pay off for Joseph Cheong this time. So Kim called the open and now faces the 3-bet. Calling twice is always such an uncomfortable position, but they're so deep. He's got a suited ace. He's gonna call. 3-bet pot, diamonds versus diamonds. As flop comes diamond, ace 8.
So close.
So close. Almost had blood. Kim has the best of it with top pair 7 kicker. We'll check over to the pre-flop aggressor with king queen suited on a very, very dry board. Ace 8-3 rainbow.
Oh, big bet for this board. 18,000. Kim, not going to go anywhere here with his top pair.
Yeah.
But definitely not in love with it.
Having the 3 of diamonds on the board is a little bit of consolation. Can backdoor the diamond draw. But has to be concerned that his hand could be dominated by a lot of ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack off kind of hands. So we'll see a call, assess a turn. Turn, the jack of clubs. Kim still has the best of it. Ho improves to a gut shot to go along with his king high.
I think he'd rather have king, queen of spades if he wants to keep going here. He wants to keep barreling. Fire off the triple barrel. Just checks it back.
River, jack of spades pairs the board. Kim's 7 kicker gets promoted to 8 kicker. Still doesn't feel any more comfortable. But when Ho checks back the turn, might be feeling a little bit better about his hand.
Yeah, I think he just wants to check, try his best to get to showdown. Maybe do another blocker bet like he did before.
Yeah. Okay, looks like we're going to see a blocker bet of 19K to 88K, less than a quarter.
Is he gonna go for the raise or just fold? Just lets it go.
Yeah. With only 70K behind for Kim. Doesn't know if he has that much fold equity.
Yeah.
Recommended real estate says agents in Donggang, Taiwan.
No, the whole thing is his name.
The whole
he
thing
just
is
said
name?
Taiwan.
He just said Taiwan.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he got you to promote his
real estate. His real estate
Yeah.
president Donggang. Ah, he got me.
He got you.
He got me. Only 202 players left remaining today. Almost gonna pass the 200 mark. Red Panda is down. And Joseph Cheong under the gun with Jack 9 suited. 72 bigs deep.
Definitely gonna open this up.
That's standard, right?
I think he's a little bit deep. I think this one is more like 40-20, 40 big blinds and below, but I think it's like very, very close, and he's definitely going to go for the open.
All right, so we see an open. We'll see a call with pocket eights from +2. We're going to see a call in +3 with ace 9 suited. Ho Jun-yi with queen jack offsuit from Singapore will call as well.
Oh, family pot, do it. No,
Kong.
Red Panda's out of there.
Will fold. Kenji will fold. Kurata with a 3.
And an ace. Is it a
It looks-
diamond or a heart?
We're
It's
sweating.
probably a heart.
Stay tuned to find out. We'll call probably a heart then.
We've never seen a pot this multi-way that one of the hands gets blocked out.
And Nakabo
Got to get in there.
with 24 bigs in the big blind with so much pot odds.
Look how much equity ace-9 suited has. 34%. That's crazy. Oh, it's king 3. That's not even an ace. It's just king 3 offsuit.
Oh, wow. It looked like an ace.
It did.
It really looked like an ace.
Oh, we got tricked.
We've got action 5 ways with a family pot with Joseph Cheong. Joseph flops an open-ended straight draw.
Kim has middle set. Sai, look at that.
Has a gut shot. Nakabo has a gut shot. Everyone's got a piece except Kurata with king 3 offsuit.
But also, Ho has the 2 overs with the gut shot as well. We actually have a hand on the right side of the screen. Everyone except for Kurata.
Oh, wow. I don't think I've
something-
ever seen a hand this multi-way on live stream before. I never knew it moved over to the right side, too.
I didn't know we could do that.
Wow, so many gut shots. And an open-ender and a set. Oh, my. And King
Yeah.
High. Can't forget about King High.
Can't forget. But it's most likely to meet Joseph and Kim to the turn here. 15K bet.
15K bet with middle set. Action was on Sai, who has already folded the gut shot. No club as consolation to continue.
Yeah.
We'll see a call.
From Ho Jun-yi with his gut shot 2 overs. Backdoor flush draw.
Very strong hand as well. When it folds back to Joseph, or when action gets back to Joseph, I wonder what we'll see.
I imagine just a call.
I imagine that too, yeah. Doesn't want to get blown off his massive equity with the open-ended straight draw and the backdoor spades.
Yeah. Nakabo giving it some thought.
Action on Kurata. Blocked by somebody's head. Will not get his TV time. There we go. He heard me.
Yeah, there he is with the 6-5. Bottom pair here. Not much else. Lets it go. Back on Joseph now with his open-ender. Just goes for the call. Look at this pot, 83,500, a huge pot. Turn, 6 of clubs. That would have improved 6-5 offsuit. However, he would have still been dead. I guess he could run a runner quads.
Yep. And Kim now with the check mark. Both players now drawing dead.
If he bets, I'd like to see it really small. He's going to be running out of bluffs.
Yep. Keep the flush draws in there. Keep the
Yep.
10x in there.
Oh, I think he's going a little big. Yeah, 40K half pot. It's just so tough for him to continue bluffing. And if you don't have too many bluffs, you generally want to size a lot smaller. But I think we just see fold now.
Okay, we'll see Ho fold the 2 overs and the gut shot. Action back in Joseph Cheong. Quick fold with the open ender. And a nice pot there for Kim in this very multi-way pot, picking up 62.5K.
Wow, that was an action flop. Everyone with a tiny little piece at least.
And king high.
And king high. Oh, I got a backdoor flush draw with a 3.
Oh, you're right.
And an overcard.
Yep, that's true.
Very
That is true.
strong.
Very strong. Hey, we're down to 197 players. Just past the 200 mark.
Yeah, we still have about 2.5 hours of play before these players will bag up their chips. Tomorrow, we have day 3 of the main event, as well as a players' party at 10 p.m. So if you are in Taipei, come on down. Do you know where the players' party is yet?
It's at the Marquee.
At the Marquee.
Yep, we went there last time we were in Taipei. Lovely bar. They hosted us. They were very great hosts. Good vibe, good music, good drinks. Come on by.
Yeah. Don't drink too much, though, if you are going to make day 4, which is the day after. It's the final day before we get to our heads up, which will culminate on October 5th, Saturday. 9 players will battle for the $450,000 up top. Have you seen the pay jump from first to second?
Tell me.
Nearly 200,000 USD pay jump.
Oof.
A massive, massive heads up battle. And then October 6th, we will cover the APT High Roller. Final day. That one. is
Yes.
110,000 Taiwan dollar buy-in.
Yep, if you're playing some big events, yeah, come to the players' party. Maybe don't drink, or drink in moderation. If you bust a big tournament, then yes, come
Yes.
drink. Come hang out with us. That'll be a great time. Nakabo goes all in for 22 big blinds. Blind versus blind. Joseph Cheong quickly folds. Shows an ace. Got him. He got Joseph Cheong.
Pretty standard play there. Could also sometimes go for the limp. Re-raise all in. A 6 of diamonds here. +2. Doesn't play it. We haven't seen a limp out of Kenji in a while. Doesn't
He hasn't had a limpable hand.
We had 9-8 off. All right, Joseph. 10-5 offsuit. Gonna raise it up. 8,000. Wang, very playable hand. Jack 9. Blind on blind. Oh. What's he doing? Looks like he's folding.
Oh, it's quite intimidating. Joseph's reputation does precede him. Do I really want to play blind versus Joseph Cheong? I say no to that every day of the week, but not Wang will put in the raise, and Joseph Cheong will fold 10-5 offsuit.
He went through every action there. I thought he was going to fold, call, and then he surprises us with the re-raise.
Well, that is the best quality in a poker player, being unpredictable. That not even the commentators of the APT know what you're going to do.
Exactly. Wang's only been involved in 2 hands here, but played them both very well. The triple barrel with the queen jack. Here we go, ace queen for Sai.
So I will open this up to 5.5K, just over 2 big blinds, 2.2 to be exact.
Yep.
And Kong with 9-7 suited. Yes, I love these suited gappers.
Yeah.
When I see them, I feel tingles in my body because I think to myself, if I hit my straight, they'll never guess that I have 9-7 suited. They'll never get. Oh! Wow, not a call. We see a 3-bet from Kong with 9-7 suited.
Yeah.
Incredible. You can get hands that dominate you to fold, like ace-7.
Ace-9 suited,
Ace-9.
yeah. The hand doesn't play too great as a 3-bet at this stack depth.
But if he gets called and hits it straight, they will never guess that he has.
No, they won't.
He has it. We were just talking about this. Remaining unpredictable as a poker player.
This is very unpredictable. Sai, how does he want to proceed? Ace queen. Usually a call, but against general population who don't find many 3-bet bluffs, generally lean towards a fold. But Kong managing to find a bluff here.
You're
The
not
9-7.
folding to the guy who has a red panda pillow on his lap, okay?
Are you not?
I'm not.
Where is it?
Oh.
He's in a hand.
Off to a flop now. 8-4 deuce, 2 hearts, 1 diamond. Sai with the best of it with ace queen high. But Kong here with some very sexy backdoors. Diamond draws, straight draws. And the perceived range and nut advantage. We'll see bet here.
I like it. The Sai's just not going to connect with this board. He has pocket 8s. That should be it. He has some overpairs like 9s, 10s, jacks, queens. Queens probably go with it pre-flop. He's going to float here with the ace queen. Oh, is that a raise?
Looks like.
Don't know what he's representing here, but it's going to work.
He puts him on ace king.
I put you on ace king.
So I raise with ace queen and get you to fold ace queen.
I see.
Doesn't have the king in his hand. Unblocks ace king. Gets the fold. Denies calling his equity. And Sai will take this down. As we take a look at our chip board here. Kenji still our chip leader. 124 big blinds. And Kurata Shoki with 20 bigs. Followed by Nakabo.
I want one of those lines.
Well, you know what to do.
Steal it.
No, Sam. You have to earn it.
No, we're doing the
have to
Taiwan
win,
drama tomorrow.
You have to win a hyper turbo. You have to win a TikTok turbo.
No, we're going to do our Taiwan drama tomorrow where I will steal the lion.
Okay, Tom Holland. Okay, spoilers.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Oh,
well,
no.
You heard it here first, folks. Second APT drama is coming out in which Sam may or may not steal an APT lion. If you want to keep up to date with all of the drama, do follow us on Instagram and YouTube and Twitch and Facebook.
Anything else? And all of our streams for Mandarin, Cantonese, and I believe we have a Taiwan stream as well.
And our newsletter. All right, Wang on the button with 10-10. Gonna raise up on the button. And Sai with king 5 offsuit on the big blind.
Ooh, I think he's gonna raise. Yeah, there it is. 20,000 chips, 17. Pocket 10's very strong hand for a button open.
Seeing some Taiwan on Taiwan violence right now. Wang facing the 3-bet from the big blind with the pocket tens. Big blind 3-bet's pretty strong. Big blind, most of its range is because it's just getting such a good price. A lot of range just wants to flat.
And just closes action.
Exactly.
No one behind going to squeeze you off your hand. So big blind 3-bets, especially in live poker, are generally very strong.
This is not the case here. Sai with king 5 offsuit does hit the 5, still is behind Wang's overpair of pocket tens.
Goes for the check. I like it. This is generally quite a big sizing if you are going to bet.
I like it too, because if Wang has some king X here and catches up on the turn, Sai can cooler him with 2 pair.
Yep.
Wang bets 11K into 37K. A little more than a quarter, shy of a third. Sai with a pair of 5s. We'll call. 8 of spades on the turn here. Board getting much more connected. Sai will check it over again to Wang, who still has the overpair. Wang needs to have some concern, perhaps, from hands like maybe 2 combos of 8-7 suited.
Yep.
Pocket 8s that decide to 3-bet from the big blind.
Also, aces and kings do like to trap.
That's true.
On the flop.
We see check, a bet of 35K into what was 60K. More than half. Sai does unblock. King of hearts. Ace of heart hands. But at the end of the day, does only have 3rd pair versus a large bet. But will make the call.
Yep.
Does
Gonna
not
continue
believe.
Here. This pot is now over 6 figures. The river, the 7 of clubs, doesn't change anything for either player here. I think we see us go check, check quite often. Let's see if Wang can try to get a little bit of extra value here.
Wang having to think about, what can I get value from that 3-bets me from the big blind? Calls me turn, calls me flop, and calls me turn. That I still beat and can get value from. 9s? Ace high?
No, 9 should be betting flop, but ace high perhaps. Oh, very, very thin bet. I like it. $75K. Just like 60% here. Oh, 60K.
And Sai now. To bluff catch or not to bluff catch? That is the question that Sai has right now. Or bluff.
Yeah, do you think he ever considers just jamming it?
Well, Sai has proven to be quite an aggressive player on this table, this orbit especially. I would not put it past him.
I think Wang has too many strong hands, though, to consider it. I think aces are just going to call. Right, Wang has all the sets pure. He has 8-7. He has tons of 7x here. I think Wang has just too many strong hands here to go for it. It would work, I think, in this instance, because Wang's pretty much bottom of range for his value.
Good night, Ben Ive Properties, who says, you guys are entertaining commentators, but I have to go to bed. Have fun.
Thank you, Ben. Have a good night.
And Sai
finds a fold. Nice.
Wang picks up a nice pot here, chipping up 66.5K. Now got a commanding 358K stack. Wang now sitting at the top of it, 143 big blinds. What up? $190 players left here on day 2 of the APT Taipei main event. Commentary brought to you by yours truly, Greg Goes All In. And action and entertainment brought to you by these lovely gentlemen. Here on our feature table of the Asian Poker Tour main event, as Wang Shunping from Taiwan picks up 10-9 suited on the cutoff, is currently the chip leader. at this table, representing Taiwan strongly. And Kim Soo-bum of Korea picks up a premium ace-king suit on the button. Both stacks massive, 80 big blinds effective. We will see a bet of 3 to 17K, just under 3x. Small blind will get out of the way, big blind will get out of the way. And now Wang with the decision. Does he want to play 10-9 suited out of position in this 3-bet pot for 80 bigs? And the answer is no thank you. Green Locality sharing his review of the Asian Poker Tour here on the YouTube live chat. Lovely experience at the APT Taipei. Bagged a trophy, couldn't run deep in the main, rooting for my fellow Indians. Well, thank you so much, Green Locality, for coming to the APT. We're glad that you had a great experience. Moon_Feng says, Greg! Heart emoji. Thank you. I am feeling the love. And if you're feeling the love, make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. I will love you long time. Saranghae. Wo ai ni. And that's all the Asian languages that I know how to say I love you in. Cantonese? Nope, don't know. Sai with the suited ace. Ace deuce of spades. 52 big blinds. We'll make like Josh Groban and raise it up. Ho Junyi in the small blind will fold. Kong with the offsuit connector will defend his big blind. $25 bigs effective as flop comes. Queen 10-9. Sai with the best of it with ace high and has the nut flush draw. And Kong with a gut shot. But it's a pretty bad gut shot to have. Let me tell you why. If he hits at 8, he can get coolered very easily. Because someone has a jack, they make a better straight. So Kong will make the wise fold. And Sai will take this down in the most common spot and no limit hold'em. Button open, big blind defend, check, c-bet, fold.
Just printing money in that spot. How many players for in the money? Did you go over this?
I did not.
295 players. However, they are playing down to the final level. They're playing 5 one-hour levels today. Then they will return for day 3 tomorrow, where there will most likely be more than 295 players, and then they will play down to 295. And those 295 will be lucky enough to go home with more money than they paid for their entry.
Khan Tran says hello. And we say hello.
Ooh, Karata getting real wide here. Queen 10 of hearts, or offsuit, under the gun.
Off of
15? 50?
No, start of 51.
50K, yeah. 17 bigs. Pocket 8s for Wang with more than 100 big blinds.
Almost 120, 118, something like that. And 8s, very auspicious in Asian culture. 8's a very lucky number. When I see 8s in Asia, yeah, I would 3-bet them too. Not even concerned that Ho Junyi has ace-queen offsuit on the button here.
Ooh, a little bit of a dicey spot, you know. Under the gun, he's going to be raising quite tight here. Wang, if he's 3-betting, does want to get it in, so makes a nice fold there with the ace-queen.
Action back on Kurata in the white shirt on the right side table. We'll make the call with Queen 10 offsuit. It is a flip currently in equity. Less so because one of the queens is
oh
as
my
flop
God.
comes, Jack 8-9. Kurata hits a straight. Wong has a set. If you had this on the background, you need to tune in right now because we've got action here. Set versus straight.
What a flop. If they were way deeper, this would be an insane hand. However, I believe this is just going to get it on the flop. Jack 9-8. Wang all in. Kurata, snap call.
So the question really becomes, can Wang boat up and eliminate Kurata from the, or can Kurata hold? Either way, chips are flying. Chips are going in. We're going to see a bet of 12K into what was 47K. Quarter pot bet. 12K with only 30K behind.
All
Kurata
in.
all in. Snap call. Shows the eights. Sees the straight.
Gives it a laugh. There should be no way that he's ever behind in this spot. Pocket nines, pocket jacks, play all in pre-flop. Kurata, how did he know? So Wang needs to hit an 8, a 9, or a jack.
Our eight's lucky. This hand will prove it all.
Ooh, queen
or
for a chop.
Any jack, 9, 8, 10, or queen for a chop. For Wang. The river.
The king of hearts. Queen 10 is going to hold. And Kurata up to 107K now.
So sick, so sick.
Yeah. Wang, though, still 303,000 chip stack. What a crazy cooler. That could have been a lot worse if they were deeper. Ooh, and now Kenji is back in the chip lead. Just barely, though.
Joseph Chiang, number 60 all-time money list with the premium from early position. Coming in out of nowhere with the pocket queens. And Kim Soo-bum has ace-king offsuit.
The most classic of tournament flips. Incoming raise here.
And that's why they call it the APT Taipei Poker Classic. One ace is dead. This ace-5 offsuit goes into the muck. And Joseph Chiang here. They're playing for effectively 50 big blinds. Will we see a 4-bet? Will we see a flat? I don't know what the right answer is, but guess who does? It's Joseph Chiang! Show us the way, Joseph. What is the right thing to do here?
Let's see, what does he go for?
Folks, it looks like
4-bet.
It will be a bet of 4 to a min click. Or double, 2x.
Basically just clicking it back. Click it, click it. 32,000. Now back to Kim with the ace-king.
The question now is, will we see a 5-bet, a call, or potentially
click it back.
A fold? A click back would be sick.
Click it back, Kim. He does like his small bets, so maybe we do see a click back 5-bet.
That would be a sick nickname. Click it back, Kim.
Click it back, Kim. Oh, he has a chance to earn that nickname, that moniker right now. How small can he make it here?
I want to see a 7-bet. I want to see a 7-bet.
Oh, he's reaching.
I want to see
Thumbs
that.
clicking chips.
I want to see 48K.
Those are clicking chips.
No way. No way.
Oh,
It's a call. It's a call.
It's a call.
All right, folks. Our first 4-bet pot.
Whoa! Way!
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Joseph Cheong pull-ups quads.
Joseph's got to be pleased with this flop.
It's a pretty reasonable. It's a pretty good flop. It's a pretty good flop for Joseph Cheong.
Goes for a 10K bet here. Kim does have the ace of spades. And ace high. Could decide to continue here.
Hand 69 of the APT Day 2 main event. Joseph Cheong, number 60 all-time money list, has quads.
4 of diamonds. Brick of all bricks. Does introduce 2 flush draws, though. What are you thinking if you're Kim here? You know, you got a super crusher who's now 4-bet you. Bet very small. Do you believe him?
I put him on ace-king.
I put him on ace-king.
We're going to chop. I'm going to bluff him off a chop.
Yeah.
Have a nuts day. And Joseph Cheong, the nuts you do have.
Action goes check, check on the turn. What do you think Joseph goes here? I think small makes sense so that he can still bet aces, kings. Because that's going to make up the bulk of his value range here. Just goes all in here. Tries to get max value.
Yeah, try to get value from a hand like jacks. That 3-bet calls. Tens.
Ace king just folds.
Quads for Joseph Cheong here at the APT Day 2 main event. So sick, so sick.
7-bet and fold before would have been sick. Absolutely. Too bad we didn't see it. Would just like to see them just keep clicking it back. Joseph getting involved in another hand here. Ace 5 suited.
GTO Wizard's favorite hand of all time.
The solver bait of hands of full ring poker. Oh, pocket queens now for Kong. Queens are making their way around this table today.
Yeah, it's queens and ace jack offsuit is what I've noticed. So Kong only with 75K, so has 25 big blinds.
Very small re-raise here to 15K.
Click it back.
Click it. But Kong's not folding. He's too short.
No. I'm just curious when it goes back to Joseph Cheong if he listens to GTO Wizard and goes 100%.
Wow, we got a cold call here from Karada. Just wants to get involved in a pot. King Jack offsuit in the small blind.
Nakabo blocking Joseph Cheong's clubs. Also quite short here. 18 big blinds. Listen, I would want to see a flop with this hand. It's suited. It's
a little bit connected.
It's a, you know, dude, you thought I loved suited gappers, single gappers? Oh, double gappers? They will never guess.
They will never
Flop
guess.
comes 4, 5, 2. They could impossible.
Then you can cooler ace 3.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think he's actually going to consider going for it. I think Joseph just folds. The price is so good. It's so good.
Especially with deeper stacks in the mix now, too, if he gets to close action.
Yeah. Like he's calling 7.5K, 8.5K into approximately 50 with a very playable multi-way hand.
And the fold. What looked like a painful fold. Now, We're going to see through ace to flop here. Queens versus ace-5 suited versus king-jack offsuit. As flop comes, ace-10-9. Joseph Chung does it again and sucks out. Hits the ace.
And Kong is drawing dead here. If he hits a queen, it's going to give Kurata a straight. Imagine this goes check to check.
Yep, 5%, still 5%. He needs...
Running queens.
Yep. He needs to get sucked out on. Give Kurata the queen.
Or it could go 10-10 or 9-9.
Yeah. But we see more blood the former way.
We do.
Yeah. Okay, so our pre-flop aggressor in this one was Kong with the queens. So it's going to check it over to him. And he's going to make a c-bet here. SPR for him is really, really small.
Yeah.
Now less than 1 as he makes a tiny c-bet of 11K into what was 51. Fifth pot bet. Kurata with the gut shot.
Doesn't look like he's willing to give it up here.
Listen, Kurata flopped a straight with queen's hand off.
Wait, if Kurata calls here, I think Joseph might fold. Like, how are you ever ahead with a 3-bet cold call and a c-bet?
It is a fifth pot bet.
It is. It is cheap. No, it's going to stick around. Smart.
All right. Off to a turn.
Deuce of diamonds! Changes absolutely nothing.
Why were we so excited about it?
Because the deuce of diamonds. It's the brick of all bricks.
I think that is my favorite card in the deck now. Deuce of diamonds.
Yes. Check. River. The 5 of hearts. Joseph improving to 2 pair now. Got to feel very good about his hand. Really nice run out for him.
84K in the middle. SPR.
Half.
Effectively is pot is 1.
For Kurata. Does he want to go for it? No, just checks it.
Action on Joseph Chung, number 60 all-time money list. 18 million total lifetime earnings. Has 2 pair. Will go from there and makes a bet of 50K into what was 84K. More than half pot bet. Kong with queens, but multi-way on ace high board.
Still got to worry about Kurata behind him.
That as well.
Yeah. I think he just gets a free chance to get rid of his queens.
Absolutely. Live to see another day with 16 bigs. Red Panda, why have you failed me so hard?
Well, he's not using it. That's why.
All in to call here for Kong. Joseph Chung's bet. It's going to look pretty strong as well. Betting into two players. And Kong also, you're right, has to be worried about the player behind.
We don't see many hero calls for tournament life.
You haven't watched enough of my streams.
Ooh, taking account of his chips.
Sometimes it's one of those things where you know you're not good, but you just need to take the time to grieve, you know?
Makes the call with queens, and he's going to get shown the bad news. Joseph adding a ton of chips to his stack, 107,000 that hand.
And Kong will be eliminated here and sent to the rail as Joseph Chung picks up 107K chips.
Oh, it's just a tiny head. It's not a full body thing. All right, well, GG, Kong. Your red panda will be missed.
As Joseph Chung now takes the chip lead with 102 big blinds.
All right, Greg will be taking his leave from the commentary booth. Thank you so much for jumping in, Greg. I'll be once again joined by Vidur Singhal. Joseph having a very good run here. Playing well, playing loose. Wang, also another player who's been crushing this table. Ace-King offsuit here, raising it up. Let's see if he gets any action. Joseph, 9-8 offsuit in the button, will defend on the big blind. Wait, the panda got bounced. It did. It did. Joseph making 2 pair, allowing him to value bet the river. And Joseph, once again, in the lead here with the 9-8, but Wang, 2 overs, nut flush draw. Flop goes check, check. Small bet here on the turn for Joseph. I don't think Wang is going to go anywhere here. The raise doesn't make much sense either. Imagine we see just a call here. I'm very wrong here. Wang gonna try and represent like he checked back the nut flush on the flop. Takes it down. Big raise. Cigar attaché, sad about the panda getting bounced. You have Joseph Cheong to blame for that. You can send your complaints to his email. Oh, Kim getting aggressive here. Ace-7 offsuit under the gun. Kenji, King-5 suited. Gonna get in there. Oh, Nakabo got a real hand here. Pocket 9s. Really great spot to just pile these chips in here. It's definitely going to get through. Sitting on 18 big blinds. He's got an 18 big blind hand. See if he goes for it. Just a small raise here instead. More than half a stack. 27,000. It's gonna do the same thing. Takes it down. Nakabo thanking Joseph for that hand. Table asking why he's thanking Joseph. Nakabo says, I just like him. All right, Kenji, 9-8 suited. Goes for the raise this time. All right, Kim, gonna defend. Jack 9, dominating. Kenji's 9-8 suited. 6-5 deuce. Kenji got himself 2 overs and gut shot to the nuts. Kim, whole lot of nothing for him. Check, check. Turn. Deuce of hearts. Doesn't change anything still. Jack 9. Still in the lead. Now going to go for a very small bet. 4K. And a call. 10 of diamonds on the river. Kim bluffing with the best hand. Definitely going to work here. Picks it up. Over 200K in his stack.
Hello, Sam.
Hello, Vidir. Welcome back.
Seems like I missed some fun action. Did manage to catch a glimpse at the stream. Did I see quads, by the way?
Yes, you did. Joseph Cheong. Running hot. Playing well. Deadly combination.
Joseph Chong, by the way, I found out on the break, winningest APT player of all time, including the old era.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly has made his mark ever since you've joined us, thinking back to Jeju. Probably most dominant force at any poker table he's on.
And surprisingly, doesn't live in the Eastern Hemisphere. Does
not?
make the trip over from America. Queen Jack suited getting into the mix here.
I'm most excited watching Kim Soo-bum play. He was second place at the main event against Bunat. One of the most exciting heads-up battles I've ever seen. Comes in 10-1, chip deficit, and at one point took back the chip lead. Almost had a shot. He's been there, done that in the main event on this very feature table.
Mm-hmm.
How's he been doing?
Doing quite well. Managed to get away from the Ace King versus Queens for not too much out of his stack. And Joseph flopped the quads. Really likes his small bets.
We are about 30 minutes away from the end of this level.
Oh, here we are in chat. Red Panda is here. I'm the Red Panda Kong. Hello, hello. Unfortunate final hand to send you to the rail. But I hope you had fun on our live stream table. And I'm pretty sure you can start selling the Red Panda and make a business out of that. Got quite a few people in chat that would love it.
There you go, silver lining.
Oh, I think he's going to play it. Nope.
Sam, I
does
will
like those hands.
I will tell you, you've been in the booth past couple of hours. I got a glimpse of the much hyped Typhoon.
Mm-hmm.
It is certainly on track. The rain has picked up, the wind forceful. Everybody needs umbrellas and raincoats, generously being provided by the CTP to run the venue we're at. Apparently it's going to get pretty crazy tomorrow. As a result, some updates to the schedule might be made, including some very reasonable updates to certain events that had guarantees. Given the fact that the city is being shut down, those would have to be addressed, but let's see. Frankly speaking, the management feels like all the players who are with us in the APA will likely continue to be. Where else could you go in a Typhoon but the best poker room in Taiwan?
Exactly. Yeah, flights are grounded, schools, classes. Some offices already closed ahead of its arrival.
We'll be here. No change to the schedule in terms of any of the events on the calendar, but Just follow this space for announcements. apt.poker is your best bet, also social media. In case you're here for the series, that way you stay informed. Pocket 5 for Joseph.
He's very active at this table. Very comfortable navigating post-flop. Doesn't want to play as many hands as possible.
About the worst board you can have if you have pocket 5s. Ace, Queen 10. Jack 7 in the big blind though. Joseph has massive range advantage, opening +2.
Wow, Kenji just lets it go. Doesn't want to continue. And Joseph showing why he's willing to play so many hands, especially from early position.
Has he been getting respect the way he just did? I mean, I know I'd give him respect.
A little bit, yeah.
Ace 10 off and hijack.
Very playable.
Shoki will come along, dominated, but does have those 2 spades, and there we go. Top pair
Pretty
versus
action flop here. Ace, Jack 4.
Exactly.
Oh, he's gonna lead? 5K.
I like the gumption. It is certainly not going to work. It gets called and an ace on the turn. Kim feeling mighty comfortable now. Shoki checks. Knows he's not getting pairs to fold anymore. Tricky spot is about to emerge. Flush draw. Wait just a second. Kim gives him the free card. Let's hope he doesn't get punished. Certainly some value is to be had, but Kim, with having that board locked up, decided to play a bit tricky. Now Shoki has queen high. Does he feel compelled to bluff at it? He's grabbing chips. Is he folding out too many hands that are better than his?
Targeting like a jack. Pocket 10s, pocket 9s.
He invests a third of his stack in the bluff and gets jammed into. Not the best feeling. Reserves 40K. Shoki by far the shortest stack now. "30 minutes away from the end of this level. It is the second to last one for the day. 172 players remaining. It's interesting, Sam, we were discussing towards the end of last level that if the numbers get too low, we'll play it safe and put an end to the proceedings for the day, just so that people can merge and play the bubble appropriately tomorrow. So Quick math again. 295 players paid. 56 qualified online already. Leaves 239.
Yeah.
That's about 120 per flight. You want to be around the 150 mark, I suppose, to be a comfortable distance from the bubble.
We got
Management keeping a close
168,
eye.
I believe.
166 survived in the last flight.
Yeah.
Of course, we started with much fewer participants in this one, 310. So just a reminder, management keeping a close eye on the numbers in case any intervention is needed. For now, play will continue as is. I also find that the last level has the least eliminations, people eking their way into day 3, and obviously certain stacks have been amplified over the course of the previous 4 levels.
Yeah. You know, with each passing hand, with each elimination, ICM becomes more and more of a pressure, especially the middling stacks.
Joseph seems to have a funny anecdote in his head. We'll scratch that. A relaxing anecdote in his head. Power nap. What is going on? What in the world is going on? Oh, I thought he was raising it up. Defends the queen 4 off. Could be trouble. That queen 4 ends up with the middle pair. Top pair for Shoki. He's the shortest stack. 1.5 SPR.
Oh my god. Gilbert saying that's the pineapple pen man, right? It does look like it. I've forgotten completely about the ridiculous YouTube video from 20 years ago.
Pineapple pen.
Yeah.
Firstly, Sam, it was like probably like 5-6 years ago. Don't make me feel that old. I remember it vividly.
Oh my goodness, it is. It's still 2016, so 8 years? Oh, I thought it was way older.
It had the vibe of something way older. I'll grant you that. Old school YouTube meme vibes. Shoki has bet the king 10. Does love donking. Bet into 2 players. This is mighty strong. And yet the queen seems like it will come along. Ah, scratch that. It was a tease. Ah, he does call. It's very risky. What are you even hoping for? Oh, lets the deuces go. 6 is a blank. 26k in Shoki's stack. 37.5 in the middle. Really only one move. And I do wonder how the queen 4 will respond. Once you call the flop, absolute brick on the turn. Shoki was betting into 2 people, donking from the small. Could have a combo draw. Queen would be ahead of that, but in terms of equity, not by much.
Very, very, very attractive price to call, though. 26k to win a pot, that would be 90.
It's also exactly half a stack. He'd be down to under 10 bigs. Oh, he seems pained by the decision. Glasses are off. Now he's standing up. Can't say I blame him. It's a tough spot. Look at how relaxed Shoki looks, by the way. What a poker face.
Yeah. This is his signature look.
Wow. It's kind of intimidating, Sam. He's just in a different zone. He knows he's ahead, firstly. That helps. I honestly don't know what Hirotoshi is going to do. Looks like he's flipping a coin inside his own head.
Yeah, it's close for him.
He certainly doesn't beat any value. He has to be putting Shoki on a bluff. Mind you, Shoki did donk in a very different scenario, but he did donk a flush draw. This time he donked into two people. Follows up with the all-in. In a pot with not too much fold equity. Queen 4 hits the mark. Smart decision.
Nice pickup there. Happy. The stacks of chips. Oh, I wish we could have listened in there. Sounded good.
I feel like we're one version of ChatGPT away from being able to listen in.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. We're getting close to auto-translate. And Nakabo is our new short stack now, down to 54,000 chips. Still 18 big blinds though. Still plenty at play.
Well, this is exciting. A South Korea only heads up in the No Limit Hold'em PLO combination event. I feel we should keep a trophy tally by country. That'd be fun.
Oh yeah?
Our live reporting team and Ben does put out a tally at the end of the series, but you know, it should be like the Olympics or something where you start competing.
Yeah.
By country. APT seems perfect for it.
Ace King, Queen Jack suited, two very nice hands. Queen Jack suited is going to be re-raising here in the +1 position. Back to Kim. Ace King, how does he want to proceed here?
First time size getting involved in a hand in front of me. Have these guys been tangoing thus far, or?
No, not too much, but does proceed with a call. He likes to keep pots small. 9-6-3. Sai. Gonna move into the lead equity-wise here. Still got the 2 overs. And now improving to a flush draw as well. Generally a board you want to go quite large on, but Sai just wants to go small. 16,000 into the middle here.
The sizing seems attractive for Kim to continue with Ace King. Certain hands he could easily beat at the moment. He's out of position though, he just folds it. Fantastic result there for Sai. 3-betting Ace King, not getting 4-bet, flopping the flush draw and folding out the coin flip in terms of equity. Not too shabby.
Yeah, not bad at all. Kim seems like he just doesn't want to take any high variance lines. Just wants to play small ball poker. Slowly accumulate. Not lose too much when he's behind.
Minor glitches in the feed. Stick with us. Could be the Typhoon, frankly. But we're well equipped to handle any such obstructions. Stay tuned all day tomorrow for day 3 coverage. Pocket threes. 21 bigs for Shoki. Opens from the hijack and a pretty looking king-queen suited for Hirotoshi.
I think he's going to do one of those half of his stack 3-bets again.
Pretty close. Just under. Effectively the same thing. Good timing for it. Shoki with the pocket threes. Shouldn't love the idea of committing more chips here. Flipping at best. There we go. Nice timing.
Yeah, it takes it down.
Oh, Sam, we have 166 players remaining.
Yep.
Same as flight 1.
I like the way Nakamoto folds. It's his entire body into it. I love it.
Every hand is a performance.
Yes. All right, Wang, haven't seen much from him in a while. Is going to get involved. Queen 10 offsuit. Very, very nice hand on the button here.
Queen, king, deuce, Wang. Flops best. Sai with the slightly under ace-9 off. Small c-bet despite the overcard. Should get the job done. Nicely done, making it look easy. 106 bigs, new chip leader. taking yet another peek at all the other events of the day. The freeze-out ended up with 272 entries happening outside at the APA. 800 USD is the buy-in. Should end up with a massive prize pool. Let's take a look. Yeah, wow, 37,000 USD to the winner.
Yeah. Very nice hand to look down in the small blind. A limp and a check back. Let's take a flop.
Fantastic flop for 6-5. 6-4 deuce. Everything is red. Hearts and diamonds everywhere. And Sai is floating out of position with Queen Jack off. Ace. With Sai checking. Ho has an easy check back. Exactly what he does. The 10 changes nothing now. If you floated Queen Jack off, did you plan to bluff when the ace and the 10 come out? I guess we'll find out.
Just checks it.
About 20 minutes from the break, I believe. Or was it less than that? Pardon me. 10 minutes from the break. Players perhaps feeling it as well. Just one more level away. Stacks that are, I'd argue, above the 30 big blind range. Starting to feel that ICM pressure, even though it's not clear exactly how many people need to survive this particular flight, knowing that 259 players from the live arena will make the money. Could be part of their calculations. Could start affecting their decisions, and sometimes it should. Big stack versus big stack battles should be a tad less likely. Unless you're this man, Joseph Chong, who is certainly not factoring in minimum payouts into his decision making. Gives him and the likes of him a huge edge at this stage, particularly tomorrow. And speaking of tomorrow, stage 3 is going to be bubble coverage. Always a fun time. Neil Johnson will be hopping around table to table, every all-in.
Yep. Yeah, as we go hand for hand in a huge bubble. And one of the worst feelings, not just in poker, but in life, is bubbling a main event. Everybody cheering as you slowly walk off with your $0. Played for 2.5 days, and everybody's cheering as you.
Brutal.
As
We
you
do
walk
have
off the floor.
We do get the consolation prize involved. A little bit of envelope pulling, if you remember, Sam.
Mhm.
You can win a ticket to the mini main and other events. If you're the stone bubble boy,
Yep.
sometimes it's worse to be the soft bubble boy than the stone bubble boy as a result. But it hurts. All of it hurts. There's no hiding from it.
Pocket Queens, the most popular hand at this feature table. This time for Nakabo on a 23. 3, yes. Terrible at math. 23 big blind stack. Potentially get action from the big blind here.
The
King
sizing,
7-0.
though, 3.8.
Yeah, went too big here. Lost his big blind customer.
Big blind customer. I like that. When all else fails, you have to rely on the big blind customer. But when you make it 3.8x, unfortunately.
Yeah, she's going to price him out with a hand like King 7.
Kim just opening 8-6 off. Feeling the rush. Okay, threes will come along from the cutoff. 2 big stacks. Shoki. Unplayable from the small. 10-9 off. And just as I say that, he decides to perhaps flick in a chip. He teases me, at least. Yeah, he does. What did I say? Feeling the rush? This is feeling the lottery ticket. 10-9 off is mighty weak, but does have a fantastic hand in terms of the other ones in the mix. Equity favorite.
Whole lot of dust here for everyone.
He's flipping with Ho and he's dominating Kim in a way. Definitely dominating Hirotoshi, who seems to still have a decision. Getting good odds. There's that. 5-9. Would not want to flop a straight, I'll tell you that. Oh, he's long. He gets to use the smaller chips. Could influence his decision. Yeah, puts in the 500s in one case. Well, what do you know, Sam? 4 players in the hand. Not one paint card between them.
Yeah, surprising for a tournament.
And mind you, we're 5 minutes away from the break. All theories about breaks need to go out the window. And there's a 9 on the flop. Jack and a 4. 2 players with middle pair. Shoki literally leaning in to see how good his hand might be. And 4 people. Well, there's the announcement for the break. This is the last hand before the break. There could be some chips being exchanged. Shoki has about 1.3 SPR with middle pair. To the extent somebody takes a reasonable stab at it, I doubt Shoki will be too convinced he has the best of it. Hirotoshi, thinking about it, he could end up betting and could end up getting the better hand to fold. No, he just checks it. And Kim, who decided to open 8-6 off, he's the one who's going to rep something reasonable. So now what does Shoki do after calling 10-9 off in the small?
At least he's going to call. There it is. Nakabo, I think will lament a little bit.
That, I agree with you.
I don't know what he's going to do after, though.
That also I agree with you. That seems to be the Nakabo story. Well, we might as well make the most of it, Sam. This is the last hand before the break, so the last hand with Nakabo. I've certainly enjoyed his antics in the short span that I've been here.
I'm thinking like 55% call, 45% fold. I think it's super close.
That is way too high calling. He has 9-5. And the +2 opener And the small blind just called, and my word, the 55% does come through. He's drawing pretty thin. As is Kim, by the way. Queen actually gives Kim some outs. 10-9 still ahead. Open ender now. Board gets worse for Nakubo. Meanwhile, a check-in flow from Shoki. He only has 35k, 58k in the middle. Nakubo's stack also matches the pot. Can Kim find another barrel into two people and somehow take this hand away? He's reaching for chips. He's going to have to put them to the test for their tournament life. And he seems to be willing to do exactly that. Is this how you get runners up in the main event? Double barrel multi-way.
Is the hand reader wrong? I haven't seen him get out of line once this tournament, and now he's opening up 8-6 offsuit from early position and double barreling very multi-way on a very connected board that hits everyone quite hard.
Well, there's no way for it to be too wrong, because the best case scenario would be 10-8 of clubs, and Shoki has the 10 of clubs. He is certainly bluffing.
I mean, is the reader just like completely wrong? Like, does he have pocket jacks or something, or king 10? Because this is very out of character for Kim here.
Maybe the sicko reader is what we need to think about. Kim is a sicko.
I don't think Shoki's folding this though. Pair and an open ender. This stack depth.
It's effectively first tournament live.
Yeah.
Could factor into his decision, but blinds will be up after this. And isn't this the big level, Sam? 3K to 4K.
Yep.
So his 35K will be 9 bigs.
Easy to say call here when we can see the cards, but you know, if you're sitting there 10-9, I think it's an incredibly difficult call. Does go for it. Makes the call. Is in great shape here. Nakubo, quick fold.
As is Kim. I mean, he can't call with 8 high.
Just folds. Look at that.
The last thing Shoki would have expected is to not be all in. He actually shows his hand to Nakubo. What a hand to go to break on. Well, it cut into our break, Sam, but I think it was worth it. That was quite a showcase of Shoki's willingness to go for it, as it was for, for Sue's willingness to go for it, as it was for Shoki to take a stand. And he does get rewarded for it. We're going to take a quick break. It was meant to be 15 minutes, probably closer to 10. All the more reason for you to not go anywhere. Make sure you hit subscribe so that the feed pops up when you come back, and we'll see you shortly.
Sensor, and please don't bend the card. Yes, correct.
About a minute to go till the end of the break. We are coming back to you live from the Asia Poker Arena here in Taipei. You're watching the APT main event. This is the final level of the final flight of day 2. Sam and I are in the booth, and we are going to take you through the last level. It's going to be a fun one because we are playing down to maybe another 10-20 eliminations, which will bring us pretty close to the money if we were to think of the merged fields. Day 2 AC acting together, and day 2 BD is what we are closing out right now. 166 players made it into day 3 from the first flight. We are at 162 right now. This was a smaller flight. We're going to end up with a cohort of 300 and something players that will play down to the money in day 3 tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be a very exciting bubble. It's going to be quite a while, I think. I think it'll be 3 hours of play tomorrow, is my guess, before the bubble bursts. Play always slows down around the bubble. Players looking to just make into the money after 2.5 days at these tables. Some of them playing even more if they've registered multiple flights.
56 players joining us directly from online. They basically made it into the money by playing the same amount of levels online as one would live. One of the benefits of the APT and Natural Aid collaboration is the ability to do that for our main events. New feature table means a new set of players. Here we go. For 1 hour, we will be joined by this crew. We will introduce you to all of them. Flags include Hong Kong, China, Vietnam, South Korea, Thailand, Singapore, and Japan.
Here we are, kicking things off in the very first hand. Ace-9 suited, +2, opening it up.
Now, a hyphen in the first name. How do we address that?
Unit Tanawat. I think you just pronounced the U very hard.
No
or
S?
It could just be a typo. S is silent.
I did find him on Instagram. Don't know about the typo. We'll go with Tanawat. Ace King in the cutoff.
Oh, that's big. 30K. Or did he make it 12? Oh no, yeah. He made it 12,000. So, nice size. It's 30K, and it's going to flick in the call here.
My, a big open from +2 by Tanawat with Ace-9 suited. Gets 3-bet, and 30K out of his 110K stack goes into the middle. Flop is relatively clean for the Ace-King, considering the opening and 3-bet calling ranges 6, 5, 3, 2 clubs. Ace of clubs is in loose hand.
Goes for the C-bet here. Ace of clubs is nice to have as backup. I think if you bet here, though, you have to be willing to call it off at this stack depth. If you do get jammed on, backdoor flush draw, 2 overs. Some very big stacks here. We might hit the over 500K for a couple players here at this table. That'd be 12 starting stacks.
There it is. That's what we're playing for. On the left, the APT Mega Lion. King 10 suited under the gun makes it 2x. Now, Tanavat, after getting punished for a chunk of a stack, lets the King Queen off go. Can't say I blame him. Bound to be a bit gun shy after that Ace 9 suited hand.
Pocket 5 is going to get in the mix here in the cutoff. Two very big stacks. Over 100 big blinds deep, both these players. Shinwa would love to smash a 5 on the flop, try to cooler an overpair. Ace 8-4, both players missing the flop here.
Shen with the C bet on the ace high board. And Maeda knows it's too soon to give up the 5s.
Yeah, very light float here in position.
Yeah, he knows, but how does he know? Look at the size of these stacks, by the way. 400k plus each.
Shin does improve on the turn with the 10. Gonna check, try to get to showdown now. Deuce of diamonds doesn't change a whole lot here on the river. Goes for another check, and pocket 5s checks back and gets shown the king 10.
Not sure Maeda needed to show, but he showed anyway. Yeah. It's like, I'm floating you correctly. Just got a 10. .9 bigs is the shortest stack. Lie. Is very much in the danger zone. Taking one more look at stacks here. You'd see the two big stacks over 400k. That's good for over 100 bigs each. Two hefty stacks in the 70-ish big blind range. 45 is the middling stack. 26 bigs and 20 bigs for Victor Earn and Tanawat. And as I mentioned, 6.9 bigs for Lai. Sam, you were mentioning some ICM considerations. This is the last level before day 3. Now, day 3 is not a bubble in itself. I was discussing with Nikita. It is a mental bubble of sorts. It is exciting to make day 3.
Yeah.
Certainly a milestone. Do you think players should be taking it into account in terms of strategy right now?
Oh, for sure. ICM even becomes a play as early as like 20% of the field eliminated. So we are way past 50%. ICM is becoming a very real thing, and it's just going to continue to ramp up and peak just before the bubble. We're going to see the big stacks and the more experienced players really just start to abuse those medium to short stacks as they just try and inch into the money there. So where really good players who have built up their stack can really build up a massive, massive stack on the bubble.
Well, we have two of those, I was saying.
Yeah.
Shen is one of them. He's in with the best of it here with the 5-4 off. Has been bet into. What a great name. That'd be Key? Chai Key? Or Chi?
I think Chi is right. Chi, Hai Chi.
Definitely confusing for us. We'll go with Chi. We apologize in case we're off.
Yep. Bet and a call here.
Oh, and the 8 to the rescue.
Poker's unfair.
That is insane. A sheepish showdown, no doubt, but a welcome one. And
Yeah,
Chi.
67,000 in that pot. It's not small.
Once again, super happy to see the diversity. I think I counted off 6 flags. Lots of support in the chat as well for Thai players, no surprise there. Tanawat being mentioned. Aces for Lou. Here we go. This will be a big one as we head into day 3. Everybody looking to get that miracle bump to their stack. Jacks for Light, the short stack. This is just brutal.
Very unfair for the pocket jacks here. You're on 12 big blinds. You think this is the dream spot. Sorry, not 12, like 7 bigs. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. I think it's a dream spot. It couldn't be more wrong. Lou opts to not go for the slow roll. Just makes the call. Pocket aces. Oh, sad to see that.
This is your table, man.
Light risk. Not much you could have done, but 13% of the time, maybe. Can survive. There is the jack, the 13%er. He's shocked. Kings and aces are the outs. 2 kings folded. No dice. Comes down to the final card here. There is that 13% in action. What a time to find the jack. He's gone into a bit of a comfort zone now. 16 bigs for him as opposed to 7.
Yeah, much needed double up there with the pocket jacks. Hand plays itself.
The likelihood of him cashing the event is considerable now with a 16 big blind stack. He was 87% to be eliminated from the main event.
Yeah, for sure.
Cheng in chat said, "Rip jacks," and the very next comment, "LOL." Sounds about right. That's poker, folks.
Ace King suited, such a nice hand to look down at. Shinya, huge stack over here, over 100 big blinds. Gonna put in the raise here. Oh no, back to back coolers. He's got King Queen suited now, just to his direct left, only 15 big blinds. Looks like he's just gonna go with the call here.
He essentially became even stacked with Lai, about 16 bigs. He's had to call a couple of them to try and see a flop with a king-queen suited. Chan comes along with the ace-deuce off. Rough shape for the ace-deuce. One short stack in the mix. Heart on the flop. Not much else to write home about. 10, 7, 6. Shinya still ahead. Slightly more afraid of the blinds range as opposed to the +2. All kinds of sets, draws, tens still possible. Takes the safer route. Checks the ace-king. Now the board pairs. Checked all around on the flop. Shinya could realize his hand has a decent chance of being the best one. Still checks though. As does Lai. And the queen to the rescue for the short stack. Shinya punished for the passive play. This hand could have been over 2 streets ago. Instead, Lai has a lock on it.
I don't think we've seen a hand that was ahead on the turn win. Lai gonna try and get some small little value here, 10,000. Takes it down. Look at that, up to nearly 100,000 in chips now.
Some clawback for the bad luck.
No longer our short stack at the table. Pocket twos opening it up in the cutoff. Takes it down.
I do think most of the middle stacks will simply go with the card distribution. Very curious if the short stacks are willing to gamble it up. Exactly how much the bigger stacks, like the one we're looking at, Shin, with his towers, how much are they willing to pounce on every opportunity? There is one of the shorter stacks, Tanawat, has some support in chat. Decides to flat call ace-8 off in the cutoff. Pretty speculative. A raise would have certainly done a better job in giving him the best chance of taking it down pre-flop. Shinya comes along, absolutely dominated. 9-6-3. Never mind the domination. Shinya with the best of it. Shin doesn't take a stab.
Does improve. So it got shot now. Wow, gets it through.
Wow. Aggression is the name of the game, and the big stacks don't want to battle each other most of all, it seems like. Shinya in stack preservation mode, and Jae-wook Shin, I believe he goes by Justin, as per his hand and mob, over 700,000 in lifetime earnings, taking full advantage. Let it be known that the way to play poker in tournaments in particular is to be aggressive. $154 players remaining. 45 minutes to go. Where do we end the day, I wonder? 166 in the other flight. 259 paid total, so currently we're at 321? 320 now, 154.
Yeah.
60 spots away from the money, approximately.
295 paid, right?
295 paid minus 59. So my apologies. 239 from the live portion.
Oh, gotcha. Gotcha.
We're at 320. So 80 spots away from the money.
Yep.
Pardon me.
Yep.
Maximum pressure with the queen deuce off. Love it. We just jammed 20 bigs though, effective?
Yeah. Yeah.
Talk about ICM pressure. I've definitely seen Shinya Maeda around the tour. Sometimes it all blends together for me, Sam, but do remember his style of play being a bit distinctive. Made the final table for the main event in Da Nang, Vietnam, the Asian Poker Tour Summer Series. Been a while, a year and a half or so. Shinya crossed 120,000 USD in lifetime earnings. Oh, he has a baby lion from Incheon, the crazy pineapple event.
Oh, that one's fun.
So what is it? You discard one after the flop?
Yes.
Start with 3, discard 1. It's all fun and games in those side events. We're talking the Cadillac of poker, no limit hold'em, pure as it comes for the main event here. 152 remaining, dropping like flies, as Stephen Lai would say.
Here we are, pocket eights. Oh, ace queen here.
He has ace queen in his name. Chi, we're calling him, right? He's queen
Yes.
for Chi in the small blind. Here is the big stack battle everybody's afraid of.
It's
Shinya.
quite a small size in there, out of position this deep.
Shinya calls with a wry smile. To the extent live reads are effective with Shinya, doesn't look like he has a monster for sure. Doesn't really matter now. The ace on the flop for G, exactly the flop he's looking for. Goes 40%. It's the kind of sizing where you don't really want your opponent to continue, it feels like. Just happy to have the hand over with, and to the extent they have an actual holding like two spades or weaker ace, you want to get tons of money into the middle while you can. Shinya has the perfect hand to call while still being way behind. A pair above the middle pair, but he makes a fantastic fold.
Yeah, we saw he did float with the 5s, but this time decides not to float with the pocket 8s. Perhaps just paying attention to his opponents.
It's got to be exciting though. The last level of the day just about made it into day 3. The dream is alive for each of these players. We almost had the most epic comeback story of all time. With Percy. Is it Chow?
That sounds right.
Player from Hong Kong.
UK.
Oh, the UK?
Yeah.
I believe I was talking to Ray outside who lives in Hong Kong. He knew him personally, so some connection there perhaps, but was down to 0.1 big blind.
Yeah. Managed to come back to around 10. Getting close. Or no, I think 8 or so. 9K.
If he just hadn't folded his big blind and flop trips and tripled up, a man can dream. If I'm feeling this bad, I wonder how he's taking it. Tough one to swallow. King Jack opens under the gun. Now 8s for Victor Earn in the small blind. Victor's from Vietnam. Has racked up a decent amount of live experience, 37,000 on his hand and mob. All within the last year and a half or so. And what do you know? All at the Asian Poker Tour. Pretty cool. Queen, Queen 7. Dangerous one for Jae-wook Shin. Goes by Justin. He's grabbing chips. Might lead at it from the big blind. Victor has the best hand with 8s. Justin does not bet at it with his 7-4 of diamonds. And Tanavat could think his hand is worth a stab. Decides against it.
Might go for the stab now with the ace of hearts on the turn.
Victor hates that card. Could have bet any card lower than perhaps a 10, but pocket 8's looking like it could be way behind on a board like this, multi-way. As a result, he checks from the small. This is why the small blind is just so difficult to play against. Play from, rather. And the 8s have been counterfeited. We forgot about the ace. That could counterfeit everyone. King high is the best hand, and certainly looks like the best hand. It's gone check, check on flop and turn. Has Victor checked yet?
Not sure. Don't think so.
Oh, he's repping. He's not.
Wow,
letting this-
overbet.
Yeah, indeed. He noticed
30,000.
no player was interested. Now he's overbetting the pot. Fantastic sizing. He could have a queen or indeed an ace in the small. His opponent's unlikely to have either as played. Tanavat has the exact kind of hand that could make the hero call, just a king. Perfect bluff catcher. The sizing is what is working for Victor here. It demands more than 50% of Tanavat's remaining stack. I don't know, Sam, this one's tight. Do you think he can pull the trigger, Tanavat?
Maybe. I don't know. It's close. Just lets it go. Very nice pickup there from Victor with the counterfeit pocket eights.
These are the moves that you need to make sometime. Look at that. What a difference it has made. Almost 30 big for Victor now. Tanavat the shortest stack with 13 bigs.
Look at that. Still got a packed house here at 10:30 p.m. That's when that shot was live. Ooh, pocket aces making their way around this table. Let's see if they can find some additional chips out there to bring back with them.
They certainly will tempt Lai with the king queen off. Yeah, he's calling. Any other customers? The reliable big blind customer, perhaps? Jack and a deuce. Too much of a stretch, surely, for the shorty. 45k in his stack. Lets it go. King and a queen could spell disaster. King right in the window and no queen to boot, so 26,000 in the middle. Chan with the aces. This is a recipe for Lai perhaps not making it to day 3. Begins with the 8k continuation bet. If Lai doesn't overplay his hand, can reevaluate on some dangerous turns and maybe get away. For now, he's actually pretty happy with his holding. Top pair, second best kicker. The 10 of diamonds, very, very wet card. Open ender for Lai, but the nut flush as well for Chan.
Ace is getting a little bit dicey here on this board.
Without the ace of diamonds, Chan certainly wouldn't feel as comfortable. With the ace of diamonds in hand, he might still want to be able to put some more money into the pot. Yeah, he's setting up for 3 streets. 18k is the bet. And how is Lai supposed to get away? He's added the open ender as well. Does have 5 outs.
I mean, Chan's running out of bluffs on this board.
Especially at this milky sizing. Absolutely cannot blame the call by Lai. All comes down to the river. 44k in his stack, 78k in the middle. It is the 4th diamond. Little does Lai know, it is the best card he could have hoped for. Chan with the nuts, loving life. Don't see a way for Lai to put more chips into the middle here. Chan just goes for it all. Would have been a 6 spot if Lai had something like a small diamond, like a king 9 with the 9 of diamonds or something. But as played, he can preserve the 11 bigs. Probably thinks he got unlucky, but as I said, fantastic card to rescue him. 30 minutes away from the end of the day. 147 players remaining. Once again, a reminder, we set the record for the largest prize pool in Taiwan history. No surprise, 2.7 million USD sticker shock of our prize pool was certain to smash records, but we hope to beat it once again. The previous record was the APTs as well. Also the largest international field in Taiwan history. That's gotta be cool, you know, you can make a case. Lots of tourism being brought into Taiwan.
Yeah.
I'm part of that.
Shinya, very loose open. King 7 offsuit from +1. Gets outflopped by Chan's 10 deuce off in the big blind.
We're hoping to set some new records at APT Manila. Make sure you check out the details. Kicks off October 28th. 3 weeks to go. Bet and a call and a 10. A lock on the hand for the 10 deuce. Shinya has a big stack. Seems like he doesn't want to get into too many confusing situations with other big stacks. Has just about some level of showdown value with his king. He is grabbing chips though. Fires, I believe that's 11,000?
It's like 15.5? Maybe 11.
15.5 into the void. Chan never going anywhere. Only question is to check call or check raise. With just a deuce kicker, check raising seems to make less sense. Check calls can certainly rep all kinds of draws, keep his range wide. And an absolute brick, or so it seems, does boat up Chan. Not that he needed it. To donk or to check and hope your opponent bluffs at it? That is the question.
This river makes no sense to donk. If he wanted to donk, the turn was the place to do it. Oh, he's going to do it.
Doesn't want hands such as the one Shinya has to check behind, and doesn't want aces to check behind either. He's risking folding out Shinya's bluffs. Just hoping he has a hand, Shinya that is, has a hand that simply cannot fold like an ace. Shinya lets the king go. Two stacks at 11 bigs. Have to start wondering what is going through their head. Do they want to somehow fold their way into survival for day 3, or do they just want to make a run at it? There are some people who would rather not come back with a tiny stack. They'd rather just gamble it up on the last level before.
Yep.
Actually, you're on the 56 that qualified from our online natural 8 day 1 main event qualifiers, so IETF. Please check in by 1 p.m. tomorrow.
Suited ace for Chi.
1 p.m. tomorrow to claim your bag.
Very playable, especially that deep.
Justin with the queen 7 off, lets it go, and ace queen off for Tana, but he's been having a rough go of it. This is the moment he's waiting for. 19k in the middle. A 3-bet jam with his 11 big stack. Could pick up 19k of dead money. Oh, it's just a call. Too timid. Ace queen on the button is so strong. One of the bigger stacks was opening under the gun +2. As we see, hands such as weaker aces are in the range. And now when you don't flop an ace or a queen, comes jack 9-4. How do you play? Fortunately for him, it's been checked to him. Checks back. King of diamonds now. Tanavat with the ace of diamonds. So fairly good card for him. He decides his opponent just folded. Oh, pardon me.
Yeah.
It went check jam with the semi-bluff, and then his opponent folded. I thought this was like one of those online situations, just disgusted with what's out there. Just, you know, when you hit fold and then the platform asks, are you sure? Because you can check. And you're like, I don't care. Just take it.
Yeah. I don't think you're allowed to do that in tournaments online.
Oh, no, you are, at least
I
on
think
Indian
cash,
platforms.
because I think it's collusion.
Oh, that's
Like
right.
Fear of collusion, chip dumping.
You might be right.
Yeah,
That's
maybe,
how it
maybe
should
some
be.
sites will allow it, but I think the standard is to not allow that in tournaments. But cash games, totally fine.
Now that you mention it, that's certainly how it should be, to avoid collusion. But the mentality remains. You're just disgusted.
Yeah.
It's like,
disgusting flop. Get rid of.
Take this away from my eyes.
Yes, exactly.
Queen 10 off. We've seen Tanavat speculate. We've seen him flat call a lot. We just saw it with the ace queen. Certainly lacking a bit of aggression, but Queen 10 would have been too wide. Glad he's let that go. Ace 10 was lurking in the big blind. Victor going into the flop dominated. Ace would be dangerous, and ace it is with two small cards as well. Kicker getting likely to play with that ace-6 deuce board. Two diamonds could come into play with the ace of diamonds in Victor's hand. Begins betting for what he thinks could be value, but Shinya way the best of it.
Goes for the check call here. Three of spades gives Victor a gut shot to add to his top pair. Check, check. Nine of spades doesn't change anything. Shinya's ace 10. Lead here.
This is why position is just so potent. I mean, even with a dominated hand and an extremely unfavorable flop, Victor has managed to lose relatively few chips, and Shinya has checked it out of position. Very interesting. Three spades have come, but shouldn't stop Victor from potentially value betting this. Can target sixes, hands with a diamond in them that could have converted into a pair. And just in general, all the hands that Shinya could call with include even small pairs such as threes and deuces. Will Victor value town himself, as we say? Yeah, he is putting in some chips. I suspect Shinya will check call pretty quickly with the ace 10 off.
Did you say all in?
Said call.
Call, okay. It's weird, you rarely see the verbal call like that.
That's right.
Yeah. It's usually just throw a chip in. But I think he knows he's good, so doesn't want to waste the energy.
You know, I'll be honest, I thought he said it too. And then the fact that he had ace 10 just made me think there's just no way.
Yeah.
It's just too much of a hand to convert into a bluff, even though bluffing there could make some sense. But My brain realized that with his hand covering his mouth, calls seem more likely. Either way, the hand was going his way. Victor, value touting himself just a bit. Chat, we're about 15 minutes from the end of the level, which by the way means the end of the coverage for today. It's been an absolute blast watching these players, and there's been, I believe, this would be the 6th feature table we've seen for today. It's been a blast watching between 60 to 80 odd players chase the dream. Just so you know, rinse, wash, repeat tomorrow with a twist. First things first, the milestone becomes making the money. 2,400 USD is the minimum payout. And as you know, 452,000 USD is the first place prize. So we make the money tomorrow. After that, we play down